Great. Thanks. I call this meeting of the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of September 16th, 2020 to order. This meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, updated Ministerial Order number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Council is also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is on. The live stream of this meeting will continue with audio only as council are participating in the meeting by phone. Presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova is in the chair. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kubiyan.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair DeGenova.
Thank you very much. Council, I'd like to go over the plan for today. First of all, speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk if it hasn't been already. Today, we have 7 items of business on our agenda, 2 staff reports, and 5 member motions. There are no consent items on today's agenda as all items have registered speakers. We will recess for lunch, and council, because we are going into in-camera at 12:30, I'm going to propose that we recess at 11:30 for lunch, giving us a full hour's break. Unless anyone has an objection to that, I think that we may have a long day here, and I think it's fair to give people an appropriate and proper break. So then we would reconvene the standing committee meeting after in camera at 3 p.m. So that would be lunch from 11:30 to 12:30, followed by in camera at 12:30. And then we would reconvene standing committee and any business that hasn't been dealt with this morning at 3 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene the standing committee meeting at 6 p.m. this evening. Should the business not be completed today at all, the backup date is Tuesday, September 29th at 3 p.m. A reminder that when presentations are being streamed, the public live feed has a slight delay. If staff or speakers require assistance to navigate through the presentation slides, please say next. We will now consider those reports with presentation speakers or those that are held for debate, separate vote, etc. Just a moment. I think that we had speakers to every single report and member motion, so I just wanted to check with the clerk. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Chair DeGenova.
So thank you. So we won't have a consent agenda today. If council members do have questions to staff, please limit them to 5 minutes, including answers. And of course, you are always able to email them to staff as well. The first order of business is item 1, 2019 to 2022 capital plan recalibration. And here to present to us is Patrice Impey, General Manager of Finance, Risk. Oh, yes.
My privilege.
Oh, yes, Mayor Stewart, go ahead.
Right. Great. Before we get on to this presentation, I just, if council will indulge me, yesterday in camera, we heard that our city manager, Sadhu Johnson, who's on the call today, is going to be leaving us to spend more time with his family. And I just wanted to take a moment to publicly acknowledge first of all, how sad we are that you're leaving, Sadhu. That we're very fond of you, and you've done just such tremendous work here at the city for the last 11 years, really leading us. Boy, if we work backwards, it's COVID, it's Greenest City, it's responses to overdose crises. It's been a tremendous amount of work, and you've been a tremendous leader. I know I speak for all of council when we say that we very deeply appreciate the work that you've done, but we also understand in these high pressure jobs how it takes a toll on family members. I think we all feel that, and we totally understand why you'd want to spend more time with your beautiful family. So we're just all wishing you well and grateful for the not only the work you've done now, but also in the transition where you've provided a good plan for us to maintain the stability of the organization, to make sure in these tough times that we'll be in good hands. And so again, I just wanted to extend deep appreciation for the work you've done for the city of Vancouver, and wish you well in your future endeavors, knowing full well that you'll be with us both through the presentations today and at least until early January. So thanks again, and just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to jump in and say thank you for that public acknowledgement. It means a lot to me. I've had the time of my life working with you all and working in this organization. It's just been a real honor, and just want to say thank you for all that you're doing to create a healthy and sustainable community. I know it's a passion for all of you, and I've really enjoyed having a chance to work with you, and just want to say thanks. It's been great, and I really appreciate the public acknowledgement.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Of course. And I'm sure, Mr. Johnson, you'll hear from many members of council today. And thank you very much, Mayor Stewart, for on behalf of council making that acknowledgement and that thank you. And I'm not going to bet that Mr. Johnson is going to watch all of our council meetings after January, but maybe he'll tune in if he misses us every once in a blue moon. All right, so on to the first order of business, which is item 1, the 2019 to 2022 capital plan recalibration. Patrice Impey, General Manager of Finance, Risk, and Supply Chain Management, is here along with staff from Finance, Risk, and Supply Management, who are also on the line to introduce the report. The presentation for this item was presented back at the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic, it was presented at the last Standing Committee meeting on Policy and Strategic Priorities on July 22nd, 2020. Ms. Impey, are you on the line?
I am. Thank you so much. Great. Thank you, Council. As mentioned in July, staff presented to Council an update on our plan to recalibrate the 2019 to 22 capital plan. And, that has since then a significant amount of work has taken place over the past months, really to reflect the updated environment that we are in and what that means for the next 2 years of this capital plan. And I would just like to take this opportunity to thank all of our staff. This has been a significant effort across really all of our departments to take on this work during a very busy time. So this report is the report back. We came to you in July with our plan of how we were going to approach the recalibration, and that work is done. And this will report back on that. Council's received a comprehensive report with a very detailed appendix that outlines all of the projects in our capital plan. So that is part of the report. But we also have a presentation today, and Grace Chang, our Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy, we'll be highlighting some of the key elements of the report, as well as we have details available for Council to support any questions that you may have. And I think that was circulated to you earlier today. So I'm going to pass this now over to Grace Chang, and she'll take us through the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. So, Michelle, next slide, please. As a result of the pandemic and the financial challenges that we are facing over the last couple of months, as Patrice mentioned, we have been working really, really hard to complete this comprehensive review of the city's capital plan. In April, you may recall that we presented a preliminary financial update to Council and the need to recalibrate the capital plan. In May, we provided an overview of the recalibration framework as well as the considerations to Council that will guide the work on the recalibration. And as Patrice mentioned, in July, we provided an interim update on the review, potential reduction in the capital plan funding envelope, as well as opportunities to scale back and defer capital projects that were contemplated originally in the plan. So today, we are in front of you because we have concluded our work and would like to present our final recommendations to Council for approval. Next slide, please. And as everyone is aware of, COVID-19 has significantly constrained the city's near-term financial capacity. Capital funding is anticipated to reduce by roughly $219 million, primarily driven by lower development and partner contributions. And as part of the pandemic response and recovery effort, we recommend that roughly $254 million adjustment to the capital plan, which will reduce the plan from $2.9 billion to $2.6 billion. That reflects the reduced funding envelope, as I mentioned before. As well, this actually includes scaling back and deferring roughly $288 million of city-led projects over the next 2 years and investing $16 million in projects that will bring in ongoing budget savings. We also recommend allocating $65 million emerging priorities funding to support climate emergency response, equity, and resilience. As well, we would like to add $15 million to support affordable housing and maintaining childcare funding with no reduction. So as a result of all these adjustments, pay-as-you-go funding will be reduced roughly between $19 million to $29 million, which I will provide a bit more detail later in the slides. As well, we are going to reduce borrowing by roughly $17 million. All these will help alleviate the city's budget pressures immediately in 2021 and 2022. And for the lowering of the debt servicing cost, it will help our budget beyond the next 2 years as well. Next slide, please. So in this PowerPoint presentation, we will walk Council through some of the background. What was the original capital plan? What is the updated funding envelope? What is the recalibration framework and consideration? This is just, I would say, refresh everyone's memory. This has been presented before. And the key thing is really to showcase what the recalibration work that we have done, some of the strategic directions and funding principles that guide our work, the proposed adjustments, emerging priorities funding allocation, some of the candidate projects that we have identified that will be prime for senior government infrastructure funding, as well as what is the implication to our property tax and fee payers as a result of all these adjustments. And last but not least, we do want to talk about the municipal finance reform that staff is actively taking on, working with our partners in FCM, UBCM, and Metro Vancouver to launch this. Next slide, please. So we have now concluded, as I mentioned, we have now concluded a comprehensive review of the project statuses and also the delivery timeline of major projects and programs. And we have identified projects that can be scaled back or deferred based on the recalibration framework and consideration. All these form the input into the recalibration work, and the output, which we are presenting today, is going to inform the 2021 and 2022 budget going forward, which will be coming to council in the next couple of months. Next slide, please. And to understand the recalibration work, it is important to go over the original capital plan. The plan and the associated funding strategy was approved by Council and Park Board in July 2018. The borrowing authorities were approved by voters in October 2018 as well. The overarching goals of the plan were, first, increase funding to maintain our critical infrastructure and amenities in a state of good repair. Second, optimize our infrastructure and amenities to support growth and economic development. The third one is to advance council and board priorities from citywide strategies and community plans in a financially sustainable and resilient manner. The plan contemplated $2.8 billion of strategic investments, including $2.2 billion of city-led projects, as well as $0.6 billion of in-kind contributions achieved through development. To address our aging infrastructure, the plan assumed a gradual increase in budget funding to support the multi-decade asset and renewal strategy. So as you can see, roughly 2/3 of the city-led projects are really dedicated for maintenance and renewal of aging infrastructure and assets. And as a long-standing council policy, we deploy various land value capture tools such as DCLs, CACs, and density bonusing to offset growth costs, so that we don't need to unduly burden existing tax and ratepayers to fund new assets. Next slide, please. And as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and also the fallout on the economy, all capital funding sources are expected to decrease, with the most significant decline anticipated for development contributions. And for the citywide and utility DCLs, roughly there is, the estimated drop is roughly $157 million. For cash CAC, it's roughly $47 million. And for TransLink partnership funding, at least we're looking at $15 million drop. And the only funding source that may increase in infrastructure funding is actually the infrastructure funding from senior government. However, this is yet to be seen as well. Next slide, please. And council, you have all reviewed this, I'll say, the recalibration considerations that we presented to council two months ago. To help us prioritize the city's capital investment and formulate options for the recalibration, we have developed a list of considerations which included an assessment of the current project statuses and delivery timeline, the criticality and urgency of projects, the potential for phasing of those multi-year projects and mega projects, and also the commitment to maintain our asset in state of good repair, potentially leverage infrastructure funding, as I mentioned before, and also the ability to enhance the city and or community resilience projects. The key thing to understand here is that even when we put together the capital plan, we have already prioritized, and because of the funding envelope limitation, we have already prioritized all those that are deemed very critical and important, that those are included in the capital plan. So for this round of the recalibration, I would say that the majority of those that we have considered to defer or to descope, basically a lot of it is really about the readiness of the project going to the next stage, rather than saying that they're really not that important, because everything included in the capital plan, they have already gone through rounds and rounds of prioritization, even when we put together the original capital plan. Next slide, please. So through the comprehensive review of the current statuses of all the major programs and projects and how we rank them among each other on the considerations, there are several options for council to consider. First is proceed as planned, particularly if it is a strong candidate for senior government funding. Or we can choose to pause temporarily until funding becomes available in the current capital plan. Or we can decide to scale back or defer in whole or in part to future capital plans. Next slide, please. As the recalibration is an opportunity to make adjustments to the capital plan to reflect the city's fiscal reality and to guide the 2021 and 2022 capital budgets, we have come up with 4 key strategic directions that guide the work. Either we can scale, first and foremost, we need to scale back or defer city-led projects to reflect the fiscal reality that the city is facing right now as a result of the pandemic. We also need to allocate emerging priorities funding to advance key council priorities areas, which is climate emergency response, equity, and resilience. We also need to prioritize shovel-worthy and shovel-ready projects to leverage senior government infrastructure funding so that we are ready when the program is ready. And last but not least, preserving flexibility to address budget pressures in 2021 and 2022, and even looking beyond the next 2 years of the budget, because in less than a year and a half time, we will be working on the next capital plan. So whatever we are deferring right now, it will put further pressure to the future capital plans. Next slide, please. And also, as part of the recalibration work, we also want to look at what, from a funding perspective, we want to preserve the limited property tax funding and to maintain infrastructure and amenities in a state of good repair. And also, we need to explore cost savings opportunities, mainly through transformation and value engineering. We also strive to align growth-related projects with pace of development and explore opportunities to defer growth-related capital work to reflect the anticipated decline in development contributions. As well, we continue to actively leverage senior government funding as well, as I mentioned before. Next slide, please. So extensive work has been undertaken in the past few months to recalibrate the capital plan to reflect the fiscal reality while maintaining a keen focus on maintaining the city's infrastructure and amenities in a state of good repair, as well as to advance council priorities. And through this comprehensive review, we have identified roughly $288 million of city-led projects that could be scaled back or deferred to future capital plans. This is offset by adding $16 million of capital investment that is expected to generate significant ongoing budget savings in future years, and $11 million of contributions to augment developer-led affordable housing projects that are ready to proceed. As a result, the net reduction to the city-led programs and projects is at $261 million. As I mentioned before, while deferring some work components to future years would help address the city's short-term funding challenges, this will put further pressure onto the next few capital plans due to the growing need for renewing our aging assets and the uncertainty in the pace of post-COVID economic recovery. So we are actively exploring transformative ways to deliver capital programs and projects with the main goal to lower both upfront and ongoing costs while achieving similar outcomes to achieve capacity and long-term savings, which will pave our way for the next capital plan and also the 10-year capital strategic outlook. Next slide, please. So in front of you is a summary table outlining the proposed recalibration changes to the various service categories. So as you can see, housing actually get additional funding, and public safety, which is fire hall renewal, is getting additional funding, but that is actually through reallocation from the emerging priorities. And as well, just want to remind everyone that the proposed adjustment reflects the reduced funding envelope. However, council approval is still required to activate any projects within this capital plan through the annual budget processes. Next slide, please. So there are further details. The details in the adjustments by service areas are already outlined in Appendix A of the report and also summarized in the appendix section of this slide deck posted on the web. So during the Q&A session, if there are specific questions on specific programs and projects, we can refer to the appendix slides to go into the detail if council chooses to. Next slide, please. With respect to the emerging priorities, originally in the capital plan, we have set aside $88 million of emerging priority funding to enable certain community and civic facility renewal projects that are at various planning and design stage and may be ready to proceed to construction once city funding as well as senior government partnership and funding is secured. And we also intend to accommodate some of the emerging priorities and cost escalation that we likely will anticipate over the course of the plan. And as a result of some of the candidate projects, for example, Britannia, Raycam, West End Community Centers, and some of the civic facility renewal projects like City Hall Campus and Manitoba Yard. As a result of some of these projects, we haven't gotten any confirmation from senior government with respect to funding and partnership. We believe that at this point in time, it's best for us to reallocate $65 million of the emerging priorities funding to advance 3 of Council's highest priorities: resilience, climate emergency response, and equity. Next slide, please. With respect to the city's resilience strategy, we recommend allocating $48 million. So of the $48 million, $40 million will go towards renewing and expanding the Grandview Fire Hall project. This will include replacement of the existing fire hall, which was built in 1959, relocation of the fire department offices from the Strathcona Fire Hall, and relocating the city's 311 call center to co-locate at the same location. And also there could be some potential for adding affordable housing at the same location as well. And we also propose adding $8 million to relocate the city's data center outside of the Lower Mainland seismic zone. This is to advance on or help with the business continuity initiative for the city of Vancouver. Next slide, please. And we would also like to allocate $12 million to support some of the game-changing actions under the climate emergency response. It will include $8 million for active transportation, transit, and electric vehicles, and $4 million for zero-emission buildings and reduced embodied carbon. Next slide, please. So we also recommend allocating $5 million to support the city's work in the area of equity. Roughly $4.5 million to support various levels of planning and delivery of equity-based projects together with our community partners, with some funding allocated to projects that are able to advance to the design and or construction phases over the next couple of years. Some of the projects being considered are the Women's Legacy Project Engagement, Space for Black Communities, Indigenous Healing and Wellness Center in the downtown east side, and Kingsway Drop-in Center and for sex workers. And on top of that, we would like to add $0.5 million to the $2 million program to improve the accessibility at community facilities. Next slide, please. On top of the $65 million, which will be allocated to advance on various council priorities, we would also like to set aside $23 million to maintain some basic level of fiscal prudence for the second half of the capital plan. For this $23 million, we would like to set aside $10 million unallocated to help address the budget pressure in 2021 and 2022. $8 million to cover some potential cost escalation on large-scale facility renewal projects, and $5 million to leverage senior government infrastructure funding. Next slide, please. And with our limited funding sources, it will not be possible for the city to address the critical infrastructure and community needs in a meaningful way without strategic intergovernmental partnerships and predictable long-term funding arrangement with our senior partners. So we will continue to actively pursue senior government support in the areas of affordable housing, childcare, climate emergency and resilience infrastructure. I'll repeat. In the areas of affordable housing, childcare, climate emergency and resilience infrastructure, community and cultural infrastructure, and rapid transit and transportation infrastructure. And in front of you are a selection of some candidate projects that likely will attract senior government funding programs. Next slide, please. And in front of you is a financial summary of the recalibration. And as you can see, the proposed reduction in the pay-as-you-go funding by $19 million, as well as the $10 million of pay-as-you-go funding set aside in the unallocated in emerging priorities, would help offset and address short-term budget pressure in 2021 and 2022. The proposed reduction in borrowing by roughly $17 million would reduce debt servicing cost over time, which will achieve savings over the next 10 years. And the proposed investment, which will be financed through the Capital Financing Fund, is expected to be repaid through future budget savings supported by project business cases with no impact on property taxes. So as I mentioned earlier, while deferring some work to future years would help address short-term funding challenges, this will put further pressure onto the next few capital plans due to the growing need for renewing our aging infrastructure and assets, and also the uncertainty in the post-COVID economic recovery. That's why staff has already started looking actively to explore transformative ways to deliver our capital projects with a key aim and a key goal to lower both upfront and ongoing costs, and also creating financial capacity and long-term savings. Next slide, please. Next one, please. So in spite of the substantial adjustments, the recalibrated capital plan will still deliver a wide range of notable large-scale capital projects, including renewal and expansion of Marple Oak Ridge Community Center, the Granville Bridge Connector as an interim solution or interim option to the long-term vision with connections to the new Drake and Richards bikeways, a new track and field facility at Vancouver Technical School, and the renewal of the Granville Woodland Fire Hall, as well as the expansion of the Southeast Falls Creek city-owned low-carbon energy center as well. Next slide, please. So as a result of the recalibration work, and also as a result of the experience going through the COVID-19 pandemic, it is loud and clear, and I think everyone actually is aware that the vulnerability of the local government financial structure that we have experienced right now. And as well, over the past decade, all the local government services have grown significantly in importance and scale. The city, like any other Canadian municipalities, we have been facing expanded mandates that fall within the jurisdiction and traditional mandate of the provincial government and federal government, especially in the areas of housing, childcare, equity, and wellness. And also we're faced with some emerging needs like climate change adaptation, sea level rise, resilience, as well as our continuously aging infrastructure, population growth, and also the steadily increasing public expectation. And with the very limited funding tools, main property taxes, utility fees and user fees, and maybe some development contributions to offset some growth costs, we can no longer address these broad issues without modernizing our finance structure and expanding our funding mechanisms and realigning our partnership with senior governments to deliver this broad spectrum of critical infrastructure and amenities necessary to address climate emergency response, as well as to enhance the city's economic, environmental, and social sustainability and resilience over time. Next slide, please. And as you are aware, the pandemic has really highlighted the fragility of the current model and elevated the need for a more fulsome review and reform of how infrastructure, amenities, and services should be funded in the future. And the current municipal finance model and over-reliance on property taxes for sure is not sustainable and it is not resilient. And as noted in the recent FCM report, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the report actually calls on the federal government for financial assistance, and it specifically said that this crisis exposes the cracks in an outdated model that is fundamentally misaligned with the modern reality of the role of local governments. And this same issue was highlighted in the report of the Council COVID Recovery Committee in July as well. So we need appropriate funding sources that are sustainable, predictable, and reliable to deliver our expanded mandate. And consideration should be given to also address the evolving economic activities. For example, e-commerce, sharing economy that rely less and less on brick and mortar, on which property taxes are based. and we need to take a coordinated approach. That's why we have started actively working together with FCM, UBCM, and Metro Vancouver to explore additional funding tools that are appropriate and necessary to fund the broad spectrum of the services and infrastructure and the amenities requirement so that we can support economic growth and health and well-being of those who live and work in Vancouver. Next slide, please. So to recap, as a result of the pandemic response and recovery, roughly $254 million worth of adjustment has been proposed to the capital plan. And this includes scaling back and deferring roughly $288 million of city-led projects and investing $16 million in projects that will bring in ongoing budget savings. We also recommend allocating $65 million of emerging priority funding to support climate emergency responses, equity, and resilience. As well, we would like to add $15 million to support affordable housing and maintaining childcare funding with no reduction. And as a result of these adjustments, pay-as-you-go funding will be reduced between $19 to $29 million, and borrowing will be reduced by roughly $17 million. All these will help alleviate the city's budget pressures in 2021 and 2022 and onwards. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, the detailed adjustments by service area are outlined in the Appendix A of the report and summarized in the appendix section of this slide deck posted on the web. And also a higher, medium, lower priority ranking of the capital programs and projects is outlined in Appendix B of the report. And a detailed spreadsheet of all the capital programs and major projects was shared with Council last week. So this concludes my presentation, and we welcome any questions. And we've got staff from finance and also from all the departments ready to answer any questions Council may have. Patrice, back to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Grace, for that summary. And as Grace mentioned, I think we're ready to pass it on to questions on the overall program or on the specifics in the appendix. We have staff available for those questions, or we can certainly come back to you with any answers as well.
Thanks so much. There are a number of councillors on the queue already. So without further ado, Councillor Swanson, questions to staff?
Yes, thanks so much. Thanks so much for the presentation. I'm pleased that you made a dramatic call there at the end for municipal finance reform and more money for cities. I have 3 questions. On slide 12, it says contribute $11 million to augment developer-led affordable housing. Is this profit-making housing or nonprofit housing?
This is nonprofit. This is nonprofit housing. It's social housing. The reason being, for some of the projects, some of the developer-led projects, turnkey housing, if for that particular public benefit strategy, if there was not enough CAC to fund the turnkey housing 100%, the city has committed contributing our, I would say, development contributions for housing, be it CAC, be it housing DCL, to make sure that the housing can proceed. So that is our commitment to the development. So when this project, particularly this project, is ready to proceed, that's why we're providing our contribution. It's social housing. Okay. It's not for profit.
So we're not giving the money to the developer. We're giving it to the housing.
No, it is for social housing. It's our share.
And the other thing I noticed was we're taking about $40 million from parks and we're adding about $40 million basically to fire halls. So I'm just wondering how you decided that fire halls were more important than parks.
Just to clarify, we didn't take the money from park and put it into fire hall. The fire hall funding is from the emerging priorities funding that is that was contemplated in the capital plan, and it was also one of the candidate projects. Even when we contemplated the emerging priorities funding, is one of the facility renewal candidate projects that will be I would say, eligible for the emerging priority funding. The park program, the main reduction is due to the reduction in the park DCL, so it's development contribution. So we're not taking park money to fund fire hall.
Okay, thanks. And then the last question is, you said you're going to allocate $500,000 to improve access at community facilities that was under equity projects. So how do we improve access to community facilities? Is this like with wheelchair ramps and things like that, or?
This is correct. And I believe Nick and also Danica probably is on the line. Nick or Danica, do you want to respond?
Yes, sure. Hi. Thank you, Grace. Thanks for the question. My name is Danica Jurkovic. I'm Director of Planning and Development with the Real Estate and Facilities Management Department. We have we created our accessibility program for all of our existing facilities, and with support from Persons with Disability Council Committee as well as Seniors Council Committee and LGBTQ have prioritized projects and proceeded to add more funding. Our proposal is to add more funding to accessibility program through midterm capital plan update. I believe that a portion of that equity, it sits within equity new projects, and portion of that is going towards this program.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's all, Councillor Swanson?
Yep, point of privilege, Madam Chair. The audio, I've had an audio lapse 3 times now where I've missed answers and responses. I'm just wondering if the line could be checked because I'm hearing from the public that the sound is poor also.
Okay, let me just check with the clerk. If I could ask the clerk to confirm if we're having any issues with the live stream.
Chair DeGenova, we have not heard of any issues, and we have tested and listened to the stream. So if councillors are hearing that, please forward the information to me.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, can you forward that information to the clerk, please? And I'll check in after Councillor Boyle's questions, just to make sure that everything is moving forward.
Sure, it's no different than what I just said. I didn't hear Ms. Danica's response because there's a crackling sound.
Okay, perhaps what I'm going to do is I'm going to poll councillors. Are there any other councillors? If you would just declare through a point of privilege. If you're also experiencing the same difficulties, if not, we may have to have IT work with you directly, Councillor Kirby-Young. Anyone else having those issues?
Swanson here, not me.
Okay, thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Young, would you like a short recess to make sure that your issues are addressed?
I'm fine. I'll email the clerk if I need it. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me all right now?
And thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Let me know if at any time you can't through a point of privilege or an email, and I'll make sure that we recess until you're reconnected and can hear everyone properly. Councillor Boyle, questions for staff up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to staff for laying out this work so well and clearly. I have a couple of questions. And the first one is about the, within transportation and street use, the allocation of $1.1 million to downtown Eastside public washrooms. I'm interested to hear if there's a possibility of redirecting a bit more money into the downtown Eastside public washrooms and or possibly public washrooms in other parts of downtown. We've been hearing a lot that there are folks who, with the closure of more public spaces and restricted access to businesses, don't have anywhere to use a washroom, and that's impacting a number of neighborhoods. And so I'm wondering if that would be a possibility, and then if so, if staff have a recommendation of what it would look like to reallocate more into that line item and perhaps where it could come from.
It's Patrice here. Maybe you can answer the funding question first, and then we can pass it on to Lon or engineering to also respond. But as you can see from the slide here, this funding contribution is 100% city contribution. It comes from tax revenue. So to continue the program as it is, it would require additional tax revenue. So just to give you that background on the funding. Lon, did you want to comment at all on the program?
Hi, thank you. This is Margaret Witkins from Engineering, and
Margaret.
with respect to this item, this investment in the capital plan was focused specifically on the two locations at the comfort stations at Main and Hastings, as well as Victory Square. However, in recognition of the broader need to look at washrooms within the downtown and across the city, and also in light of council direction around looking at water and washrooms as a human right, and some of our learnings through our experience with COVID, we are relooking at this amount. Certainly we need to do some planning for these specific locations, but we would like to put that into the broader context of washroom needs more generally, and that could result in some changes for future discussions, but that work is not far enough along at this point to recommend any changes to the investment cited here.
Okay, great. That's
Mayor, if I could also just to jump in really briefly, one of the challenges just on the washroom front is the operating cost. So while we're talking about the capital plan today, it's one thing to build a washroom. It's much more expensive on the long term to maintain it, which is why we see challenges with TransLink and other partners not putting in public washrooms as well. So I just want to make sure we understand that the real cost here is the maintenance over the many years ahead, and really coming up with a more sustainable way to do that kind of maintenance.
Okay, I appreciate that. It sounds like we're doing some of that maintenance on streets and sidewalks anyway without these facilities, but I really appreciate, I understand the operating cost is significant, and appreciate knowing that this is on staff's radar. My second question, so somewhat similar, and also in transportation and street use, is around the sidewalk program. It looks like because of limits in TransLink funding, our investment in curb ramps is going down by $4 million, and I'm hoping we can get a sense of what that will mean in terms of a need to speed up making those curb ramps so that our city is more accessible for wheelchairs and pedestrian use.
Margaret, do you want to take that one?
Lon LeClaire here. The biggest impact that we've had from TransLink is largely related to the funding of our major road network. And that's because that in TransLink's side, that's funded through their operating, their capital and contributions have not been affected so far.
So will we be doing curb cuts at a slower rate because of this reduction?
And that's 5 seconds left. You can put yourself back on the queue if you'd like.
Yeah, the plan was to eliminate the backlog, and at this point, we won't be able to eliminate the backlog.
So
Okay.
Councillor Boyle, if you'd like, you can put yourself back on the queue.
I understand.
Thanks so much. Understand 5 minutes isn't a lot of time when you have lots of questions. Councillor Hardwick, 5 minutes, questions to staff.
Yes, thank you. And 5 minutes will not be enough, so I'm assuming we're going to have another round. But let's start from the top. Pay as you go. Grace, you mentioned that there was 19 to 29 million that was being addressed in this recalibration. What is the total amount of pay-as-you-go funding covered under this that the 19 to 29 million has been deducted from, please?
Yes, if we go to the summary, the financial summary page, yes. So basically, right now, before the recalibration, the pay-as-you-go funding is roughly at $422 million. So that's a total pay-as-you-go before recalibration. We are intending to take $19 million out, so the result is $403 million. So when I talk about 19 to $29 million, as you recall, we are also preserving $10 million of pay-as-you-go funding still in the emerging priority funding. So basically, council can choose to not allocate the $10 million. So that $10 million plus the $19 million pay-as-you-go funding that has been removed as a result of the adjustment, then we're talking about $29 million.
So what percentage of the total pay-as-you-go are you contemplating taking out then?
Say $30 million of 422, call it, I would say,
less than 10%.
Less than 10%, yeah, 7.5%, yeah. 3/4%, yeah.
Okay, so I'll suggest very strongly that this is where we need to be looking for more budget savings, as I'll lead to my second question, which is we're expecting a second wave. We're expecting deepening of the financial crisis. You've done some ranking in here, which I appreciate, as I'm happy to see you've been asking about ranking of projects. A little bit disturbed, though, that merging priorities are still there in light of what is before us. So will we be seeing another opportunity? I mean, I'd like to see us receive this, but it seems to me that without a doubt, we're going to have to go deeper into this within the next 6 months. So what room are you leaving for additional cuts, and are you focusing on pay-as-you-go as the mechanism for accomplishing deeper cuts?
I'm sorry, I think one thing that I want to clarify is that when we talk about the percentage of the reduction, we are looking at the overall capital plan, but as you are aware, we are already midway through the capital plan. So if we look at the pay-as-you-go funding that has not been allocated, and the $29 million that council could save, we are talking about between 15 to 20% of the unallocated pay-as-you-go funding that will be cut. So it all depends on like the base that we were talking about. Sorry, my apology.
No, I get it. I just, again, this is where I believe we need to be looking. You mentioned future budget savings, and I appreciate you elaborating on where you see those future budget savings coming from.
Right. So basically, the $16 million of capital investment is basically allocated to two projects. One is to convert to LED lighting so that we will be saving quite a bit or achieving quite a bit of saving on our electrical bills. So the other one is to upgrade the system on our parking meters. Again, that will drive future budget savings as well. However, we do need to invest in this kind of transformative initiative, so that will drive future savings. And the other one basically is that we need to continue to look for ways to deliver our projects in a much, I would say, more cheap and cheerful way and achieving the outcomes, knowing that the budget pressure, going back to your point, and we agree with you, is not just about the next 2 years. We anticipate that the uncertainty of the recovery, and we don't even know how long the development is going to come back on stream, how quickly our business community is going to come back and get back to the pre-COVID kind of financial situation. So we do understand, and we are actively pursuing transformative opportunities just to make sure that we need to reduce our cost base, period. The thing is, asset renewal is continuing, so we cannot not do those, right? So.
I've only got 30 seconds left, so I'm going to press for another round of.
Well, do you want to move another round, Councillor?
If I'm able to do that, can I please now?
That would be great with your last 20 seconds. It's the appropriate time. Council, I think we'll start with yays and nays. Councillor Hardwick has moved for another round of questions. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
All opposed say nay. Yay. Okay, hearing no one in opposition, we don't need to record that vote. And we'll move to another round of questions. Councillor Hardwick, if you'd add yourself to the bottom of the queue after.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Madam Chair. Yeah, just point of procedure. I didn't hear you call for the nays, so I don't know if there were anybody.
My apologies. Let me try that again. Thank you very much. All in favor of a second round of questions, say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Any opposed? Please say nay. Seeing none opposed, and I don't want to think that I'm a lip reader here, Councillor Carr, but I am looking at most of you through our WebEx stream, so thank you very much for the reminder, though. Appreciate that. Councillor Hardwick, I'll move you off the queue, and if you can move yourself back on when appropriate, that would be great. Councillor Carr, questions up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just would like to start by saying thank you to staff, and I know there were many involved in this. I think you did a great job, and I think you got the priorities right. And just to affirm that even the most recent magazine articles, like in The Economist magazine, are concluding that COVID economic recovery should be focusing on addressing climate crisis and equity. Slide 17 talks about advancing big moves, including the $4 million for zero emission buildings and reduced embodied carbon. I just want to know if that's the $4 million left over from the $5 million that council allocated in the 2019 budget.
Point of privilege. It's the mayor here.
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, just to alert council that I have a series of conference calls with federal ministers now, and I'll be at them for the next hour. So just wanted to inform you of that, and
all right.
Thanks for all your work on this.
Mr. Mayor, do you have questions to staff? I'm sure you or your staff could send those questions in.
I think I'm good now. I've been listening along, and the questions have been excellent, and the responses also. So I will, but my staff will be monitoring for me as I'm away. So thank you. And we will
mark that you were on civic business. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Carr, I'd stopped your timer, so please continue.
No, I'm looking for the answer, yes or no, on is the $4 million. The leftover from the $5 million we allocated as council in the 2019 budget.
Right. So basically, this one is really about not the city-owned building. For the city-owned building, we have another program. Because we allocated funding to that program and advance on that program to basically complete the work early on in the capital plan. And since then, and through this recalibration process, we have allocated $2 million more for that particular program. And we are continuing to add money to that program. And the key push for us is to apply for senior government funding. So council, very soon you will be seeing a council report coming in as well.
Great. Thank you. That's good news. I noted in the $88 million for the facility renewal capital projects that there were three sort of suggested priorities: Britannia, Raycam, and the West End Civic Center. They're all worthy. But I just want to note that I have concern about the hundreds of millions of dollars in CACs that have been generated by development in the West End plan, the vast majority of which has gone to affordable housing, not to the community facilities. And I'm very worried about the decline in development in CACs. I think all of us should be as we move forward. That might leave community facility projects short of funds. I mean, what's our planning around that?
If you don't mind, Danica, can you respond to that, the West End Community Center? Staff, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Grace. Thank you for the question, Council Carr. As you're aware, the West End Community Center redevelopment will include both renewal of the existing facilities as well as addressing significant growth, which is really added as a new space. So we are combining two sources of funding. That is how it's envisioned. One would be addressing growth. So all the CACs from West End are going to support our growth portion of the development. However, our renewal of the existing facilities is not allowed to be funded through CACs, and that is the part that is supported by borrowing.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that. Thank you. That's a good explanation on the source of funding. We can follow up on this later, but my big concern is that I've seen so many of the CACs go to quote affordable housing, and much of it which isn't affordable, and the community is really raising a lot of concerns about not seeing the money going into their actual community facility projects. So just to highlight that I think we have to be really cautious as we're seeing declines in CACs about making sure we align where our spending is with the priorities that are clearly being asked for from the community.
Councillor, maybe I can add to that. It's Patrice. We do, as you know, we do a 10-year capital outlook, which looks at that long-term trend and so of all of these big projects, and that then informs our next capital plan. So that is a time when we look at the long-term trends around our funding and the balance of the projects that are funded. So we will keep that in mind, definitely.
Yeah, good. I appreciate that. And just in terms of some of the other projects that were listed, I mean, notwithstanding the concerns around earthquake resilience, I think the community projects, in my mind, have a more important, are just high priority than the City Hall campus. And I just think in this time when the public is so concerned about their community facilities. I think that, I think that's very, I'm just putting that on the record. We should really be thinking about those priorities, community versus the city hall, and also the $8 million for the data center relocation, compared to, again, the community facilities.
And the data, just want to
and
clarify.
that is 5 minutes. Can staff hold that answer if Councillor Carr goes back on the queue? I know we try and watch for that, and I'm trying to be fair for everyone. So, Councillor Carr, we already have another round of questions that's been approved, so you can go back on the queue if you'd like. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to dive right in. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Just drilling down to transportation and street use. I'm trying to reconcile how in Appendix B on pages 10 and 11, we identified that sidewalk rehabilitation, pedestrian curb ramp programs were a high priority, as well as pedestrian traffic signals. And yet we're recommending that some of that work be deferred. And this touches a little bit on Councillor Boyle's question. And I'm just really trying to reconcile that in the context of public safety and pedestrian safety, and how do we arrive at that? Because for me, these are pretty kind of core, and we've had some incidents where we haven't had sidewalks, and we've had individuals who've been injured or killed, and so I'm just, how do we arrive at that when we've said it's the high priority, but it's not identified as a proceed at this time?
Lon, would you like to respond to that question?
Lon LeClaire, General Manager of Engineering Services. And so within the engineering department, we're actually looking at reductions across the board on a number of spend areas. The expectation and hope is that TransLink funding will be restored in next year. We don't have any guarantees of that right now. So at this point, it seems for us this reduction in spend would be, prudent in the hopes that we would see those funds return.
And maybe I can add to that. I think, councillors, you're aware that the federal government had made a commitment of $14 billion to provinces, municipalities, and related organizations. We have not received details on the province of BC's program, but we do know that a large portion of that is going to be directed towards transportation. So once we have that information, then as Lon said, we can revisit our programs once we hear from TransLink. And again, this is the capital plan. We don't actually initiate any projects until we do the budget. And we also, we'll update that budget both, we do that on a quarterly basis. So we have lots of opportunity to adjust, but right now, for the information we know right now, this is, our best plan to take forward.
Okay. I have a few more questions. I don't want to run out of time. One is related to similarly, street lighting is identified as a high priority rehabilitation and new street light on page 11. And again, it's deferred, but we've prioritized the LED conversion. And I bring it up in the context of the 2S LGBTQ+ committee has two motions coming, one around lighting and public safety and concerns around the basic maintenance and rehabilitation of lighting in the city for safety reasons. And then I'll touch on one after, which is around washrooms. But again, how do we balance that off with, because LED conversion, I understand the financial benefits and environmental benefits, but I'm struggling with the public safety aspect of this, and people are quite concerned about inadequate lighting in certain areas of the city.
Lon LeClaire here again. Yes, in terms of the LED conversion, the more that we accelerate that, the better we are in terms of the safety outcomes. The actual quality of the light is far superior to our existing light fixtures. So we get an energy benefit, but in fact, the safety benefit is kind of equally important, I would say. In fact, we had approached ICBC and other partners as a way to accelerate the LED conversion in order to improve safety outcomes. So we actually see those as closely connected.
Okay, that's helpful context because I see there are distinct items in the capital plan, so I appreciate that lens on it. My other question is going back to the washrooms and drilling down into that. Again, I would say right now there's a real clamoring from a public standpoint to have additional washrooms in the city, both downtown and around the downtown core. And I think that there needs to be some temporary emergency washrooms. And I'm wondering, to Councillor Boyd's question around how we might reallocate within to prioritize that. Again, the 2S LGBTQ community has put that forward as well as a priority. And I think of that in the context of the archives move, which is $17 million. And I'm not hearing a lot of public feedback on that, but I am hearing a lot about sanitation and having more accessible washrooms. So I'm just wondering if we could look at that. Could staff maybe make some proposals?
I'm sorry, Councillor Dominato, that's your time. Council, I would hope that for staff maybe, and if you're noting these questions in case Council comes back on, just try and keep your answers within the time frame you have. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. And I'll just actually pick up right there where Councillor Dominato left off, because I'm curious about that question in the context of how do we help facilitate staff coming back with some sort of immediate measures. We've heard in a briefing around sanitation and that staff are working on this, do not need council direction, which I appreciate. And now we have a capital plan, and I'm just not seeing where that work could be funded directly, and it being an emerging and I think very high priority, appreciating the city manager's comments, but also Councillor Boyle's response, and that we're paying for the operation, but it's not in a way that sort of has any human dignity. So people are using the streets as bathrooms. How can we influence right now, financially or otherwise, in order to create some action around this?
Hi, this
is question is to, yeah, perfect. Thank you.
This is Margaret Whitkins from Engineering Services, and welcome other city staff who would want to jump in on this topic. As Sadhu has pointed out, a large consideration for the provision of washrooms does relate to operating costs, especially when we're focused on some of the kind of emergency provision that has just been referenced through the questions. So we do have some work that is getting initiated to take that broader look as council has directed, and would suggest that would be a conversation also for the operating budget and linking into our EOC response to COVID as well. You would be familiar likely with the washroom trailers that have been implemented through the COVID response, which is an example of a more nimble implementation. However, there are significant partnerships needed to make that successful, as well as costs that go into the solution.
Just as I'm limited in time, and I appreciate all of that, I just wonder, can we have some idea where we're going to hear back at council in terms of whether it's the next council meeting or within a short period of time to really see what those actions could be? Again, clearly hearing that you're not needing council direction, but I think we're hearing that there's an urgency here.
Maybe I can jump in. It's Patrice. The funding source for washrooms is operating budget revenue, tax revenue. So I think as engineering does their work, that would be sort of a discussion that we could have at the operating budget stage, and we'll be bringing that forward to council.
Okay.
So that would be the time, and then at that point, if funding gets determined, then the capital plan and budgets can be adjusted accordingly. So I think for now, we've got a project work being done, and then the best place to bring back the funding question would be the operating budget.
Okay, I think that what
funds we have.
Yeah, right, and why this conversation, I believe, under Park Buildings Program, expand washrooms to support broader, that's all been in this presentation. So I think that's why that conversation's here. I appreciate the operating comment, but it has been the capital plan.
In the budget process, we'll put that on our list for sure. Yeah.
Great. So I actually have a process. Thank you. I have a process question, and it sort of refers to the recommendation that council approve the capital plan in its one sort of entire table. And I'm curious how when we received this capital plan, as it's been outlined, it just seems to me like there isn't that typical ability to influence the plan one way or the other without just sort of voting against it or for it. I wonder if just why that's come forward that way.
I think the council has the ability to request changes at the project level as part of this process if you were to choose to do that.
Yeah, if I could jump
sure.
Specifically, Councillor Bly.
30 seconds.
The plan can be updated. I mean, this plan was approved 2 years ago and has been updated many, many times during that time and can be updated now. If there are things that you see or don't see in it right now, today, there can be amendments and you can say, we want to take $3 million from emerging priorities that remains and put it into additional washrooms. This is a time, Council, when you can make those types of changes on the floor of Council as well. If you're seeing things that we missed or we haven't emphasized enough, you can do that now, or you can do that anytime in the next 2 years. This plan will continue to evolve.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Budget is when the
That is beyond time. As the city manager was waiting, and I wanted him to finish his sentence. But Councillor Kirby-Yung, have your audio issues been resolved? I just wanted to check in with you before you start your time. Perhaps you're on mute, Councillor.
Sorry, I am still having trouble. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Are you still having trouble?
Yeah, I'm
what I'm going to suggest is that we recess.
No,
as I would for anyone, and I think that would be the best, and we can make sure that you can get the answers to your questions appropriately.
I'm okay for now, Madam Chair. I just abandoned my speaker. So I think we're fine for the moment.
Okay. All right. If you're fine to proceed, thanks so much.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll emphasize a similar line of questions. First of all, thanks very much for the update. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the pragmatic and prudent approach. I will echo, and I brought it up in the briefing also about washrooms, and did hear that no further direction was needed, but I'm not seeing the emphasis I'd like to see on washrooms and sanitation. I think we're hearing about that loud and clear, so there's a theme there. In terms of the focus on sort of some of the short-term civic deliverables, specifically around parks, I know a lot of the deferrals related to master plans and projects also that were characterized as taking longer in scoping or delayed. And so, for example, I'm wondering if you can speak to, and that was my experience at Park Board, is that it's a very ambitious capital plan. It was the largest one undertaken, and there just wasn't enough time allocated to projects, and it felt like there was too many projects happening at once, too much planning and not enough deliverables. So I'm wondering if you can speak to things like $3.5 million for the planning and visioning exercise for the waterfront plan, which is a 30-year exercise, versus deferring the third park in the East Razorlands, for example, to some of the short-term deliverables. And if we have the right focus there, recognizing with the pandemic how important our outdoor green space has become.
Yeah, I think Dave Hutch is on the line. Can I ask you to respond, Dave?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for that question. And yes, as Parks was asked to trim approximately $40 million off of the capital budget, we looked at various strategies of deferring implementation work to achieve those. And as you've highlighted, the one is the West End Waterfront master plan. And as you've also highlighted, parks have been playing an increasingly important role during the pandemic. We've seen through the Google mobility data that usage is up 100 to 200%. And I'm sure anecdotally, many councillors have seen that in parks. So the role of and resilience of parks is extremely important. And that'll be one of the key pieces that we're looking at through the West End Waterfront.
If I have a really limited amount of time, if you could zero in on my question, it's a much longer term piece versus trying to complete and deliver some of the actual possible.
Yeah. So I guess that the short answer is that it's a very complex waterfront with a number of demands on it, everything from climate change to reconciliation to transportation. And so the planning process will provide us with an implementation plan with a 30-year vision that'll help us to prioritize. So and deliver those amenities.
Dave, if I could jump in, just to also say that the park board did unanimously approve this plan. I think it was yesterday in their meeting. Is that right, Dave?
I believe the vote was 5-7.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah, yep. But I just want to say it was
approved. That is correct. Yes.
So I'm gonna move on because I don't think we're correct in my questions. So I'm just going to reserve that privilege because for me, I'm seeing more of a focus. I still think there's more opportunity for pairing to get some of these deliverables into the community's hands on the parks. I want to zero in a bit on the One Water, and there's a significant change and reduction there, and I've been combing through this report, but I wonder if you can speak to impact on that around our goals for sewer separation as it relates to that need in terms of CSOs and also our climate work in terms of resiliency and green and gray infrastructure.
Lon and Margaret, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, Lon LeClaire here. So yeah, the big impact on One Water is really related to the utility DCL, and the utility DCL is meant to address growth. And so with the absence of completion of buildings, the growth needs aren't really there. And so it's a reduction that's in response to an actual connection to the demand for the service.
Okay, so you don't see it compromising work on the plan work on the existing
separation? No, well, I mean, we do have some benefit of expansion where we are able to address some renewal issues. But the utility DCL is specifically to address growth. So when we need to upsize a water pipe or a sewer pipe to accommodate a larger building, that type of stuff just wouldn't be happening.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I think sometimes I get questions on that from the public, and it's really helpful to be clear.
Okay, and that's your 5 minutes, Councillor Kirby-Yung, but you can go back on the queue. And what I'm going to do is Councillor Wiebe hasn't had the chance to speak, so I am going to advance. I know the clerk and I have already been
Chair
in communication. So
sorry, Chair DeGenova.
Just saying, Councillor Fry hasn't had a speech.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Fry. After you, after yourself, and after Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Carr and Councillor Hardwick will be re-added to the queue, as Councillor Wiebe hasn't had a chance to speak either. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks to Grace, Patrice, and the team for the substantial amount of work. And I know it is a lot of ongoing and emergent stuff, and very appreciative of it. Now, to that end, I'm wondering how flexible and responsive your ongoing work as you consider these recalibrations are to. Obviously, we have a lot of new and emergent information and considerations as we respond to COVID-19 and related. Are you still working on this with new opportunities for recalibrations?
Definitely. Just so you know, even without this recalibration, when you look at the financial summary, you actually see that we have been providing or making adjustment to the capital plan over the last 2 years as new information, new funding coming in, and some reprioritization because of the budget process. We actually reflect that in the capital plan as well. So going back to Sadu's point, this is just a point in time. We continuously reflect changes as they surface or as they occur throughout the entire capital plan.
Okay, so there are a few pieces that jump out. So I love the PNE as much as the next person, but I do note that earlier this month the feds indicated that they would not be bailing out the PNE, and I see that there's still a proceeding with significant capital spending and sort of the reimagining around Hastings Park and Playland and the like. Is that still a prudent direction to continue on with proceeding on that?
That one, the reason why we haven't removed the funding is because we are going through the business case analysis and looking at whether the revenue justify that kind of investment and is now the right time to do it. So basically, we're just going through a ton of analysis and study right now. That's why we haven't removed or changed the funding at this point.
I'd like to jump in on that one too, if I might, Councillor Fry. There's a lot of really strong business opportunities at the PNE. as that the infrastructure is pretty old. And so if you think about the amphitheater, the opportunity to daylight the creeks, add more green space, improve playland, and provide opportunities for folks that can't afford to go down to Disneyland, like there's a lot of opportunities there. And so we will be bringing forward recommendations around that in the months ahead. But I wouldn't discount the opportunity and the need there just because of the short-term financial strain that COVID has placed on the organization.
Well, I'm thinking more actually specifically around the future behavior patterns that a pandemic might have on enjoying things like congregate settings like an amusement park specifically, actually, and then juxtaposing with obvious reductions in Chinatown projects and heritage programs in that same sort of scope. But
yeah, I think those are definitely good conversations to have. I guess what we've found is people really value outdoor experiences, whether it's an outdoor amphitheater, there are places where you can be outside, or even amusement parks. And we found with golf and so many of our other outdoor activities that they're more critical than they ever have been before. So I think we need to see really where COVID lands in terms of what their new patterns are for recreation. But I definitely, at this point, none of us feel like that we should stop our investments in the P&E.
All right. Shifting gears a little bit, I see a reduction in shoreline protections for East Fraser lands. I was of the understanding that East Fraser lands was in desperate need of shoreline protection. Can somebody walk me through what that looks like?
Yep. Lana, Margaret, can you take that one?
Yeah.
There's your slide, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just checking with our Director of Water and Sewer, Danielle Roberge. Oh, so I mean, the work is complete. So at this point, I believe we're just returning money to the budget.
Oh, well, that's good. Okay, great. I'm curious also around where we're finding additional cost savings. I recall an earlier conversation specifically around the Raycam renewal project where they were talking about merging scoping, planning, and design. And I don't see that reflected in the table, and I forget what page it's on. I'm wondering how are we finding new cost savings by merging some of the work that's ongoing and trying to find efficiencies like the Raycam project?
Sorry, can you repeat your question again? Finding savings for the Raycam program?
Yeah, so I recall from an earlier presentation that the Raycam renewal project specifically was going to merge scoping, planning, and more of a design process, and I didn't see that reflected in the table.
Right, Danica, do you want to do
That's over 5 minutes. So, Councillor Fry, I'd ask that you hold that question until your next round, and then I am going to advance Councillor Wiebe on the queue, and then the clerk will assist in ordering that properly and according to when you each put yourselves on the queue. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead. Questions to staff.
Yeah, really appreciate this report, and there seems to be a lot of work before it. One of my major concerns is the fact that the DCO funding normally funds green infrastructure, park acquisition, and things that are really critical to the well-being and health of the city. And those seem to be cut first. I'm just wondering what we're doing kind of moving forward, recognizing that the region's looking at park acquisition as a really important key step to well-being, as well as some of those green infrastructure components for resilience. I see that our resilience funding will be spent on the fire hall. So I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity to look at different funding models or different ways that we can ensure that we don't remove funding when our parks were used at the highest level we've ever seen with record number of visitors and the need for access to green space? Just wondering, for the funding ask, are we looking at different ways of funding both park acquisition and green resilience?
Thank you for your question. I think this is an ongoing discussion. I think it's a conversation about if we continue to rely on development contributions to fund all these kind of growth and expansion type projects, is it a sustainable source? And we have noticed that probably it's not. That's why we want to address it more holistically as part of the municipal finance reform, so that we are not just over relying on development contributions to fund park acquisition or other kind of growth related projects. So that will be part of that review.
Okay, but don't we have
the DCL funding though? Then we also use CAC for park acquisition as well. So we do balance both of those. But as Grace says, they're both coming from development contributions.
Bobby, in resilience, obviously green infrastructure is a big component to deal with floods and king tides and the continued weather patterns we are seeing. And so having the rain wells and everything are really key to kind of our resilience as a city. And so when they're the ones that are funded with DCLs, I'm just wondering what opportunities we have to look at other funding. And then I guess on page 10 of the report on parks, can we talk a little bit about Dave Hutch, the Queen Elizabeth Park, recognizing there's been a lot of community planning and growth in that area. What we see is that reduction and what the neighborhood would be able to see in that planning process.
Yes, good point, Councillor. There has been a lot of growth and change in that neighborhood, and that park was designed in an era where it assumed everybody had backyards. So it was really about driving to a destination. We are going to be initiating the master planning process, and including a very robust community engagement starting in 2021 on that. And we anticipate we'll be completing the plan by the end of this capital plan and be able to move into the phased implementation of that in the next capital plan. So that is really the rationale behind deferring the roughly, I believe, almost $4 million in that plan. So we are advancing it, and we will be having deep conversations with that community, which is, as we know, has received a lot of growth and will continue to do so in the Canby corridor.
And same with Olympic Village and others. Are you pretty confident that the parks that the public had hoped for will come online? It's just some of them have taken a little bit longer and just been pushed to capital plan, kind of East Fraserlands and downtown Smythe and Richards and others. So do you feel confident that we're still being able to deliver the parks promised to the communities? It's just some of them that are taking longer will be bumped to the next community plan.
Yes, that's been the strategy. Is some of the new parks, the implementation will be moved to the next capital plan. But I do want to highlight on East Fraserlands, we do have $16 million in this capital plan that is advancing. We opened Neighborhood Park South at the end of last year. Kinross Park is currently under construction, and Sawmill Crescent Park is under design and public engagement and moving into detailed design now. So significant amount of park space is being delivered in that neighborhood for those new residents, that new neighborhood. For East Park, as you've noted in Olympic Village, we have deferred the implementation to that project to the next capital plan. So again, we have begun. The project team's been assembled, and we'll be initiating public engagement and an adapted form of public engagement, and working with stakeholders on the design of that, and anticipate the first phases of that we can launch early in the next capital plan.
And the park land acquisition, understand the importance of this and the drop of $13 million. Is that because of the difficulty of finding property?
No. That's over your time. Thank you very much. I've tried to let Mr. Hutch finish the questions now, Council. I do have a list here, and we'll work with the clerk. And I had advanced Councillor Wiebe, but didn't realize the clerk was going to advance him and re-add to the list. So we're just going to take a very brief recess, and I'd like to ask the clerk how long it would take to check audio for all councillors, because even I'm having some spotty audio here for all council members.
Chair Dejanova, I'm not sure how you want me to do the sound check. If councillors are having issues with the audio, best to email me, and I can
Okay.
work with each one. And as for the speakers list, I believe Council Carr is next on the original list, and then and the rest.
Councillor Hardwick, yeah, and then I'll work with you, Madam Clerk, on that. So thank you very much. And then what I'll do is we'll reset the timers then. If the clerk would indulge me in doing that for the second round, that would be great. And I'll ask the clerk to manage that. So my apologies there. Just one moment, and then. Okay, Councillor Carr, go ahead. Second round of questions.
Great, thank you. Yes, I left the last one with an unanswered question around the $8 million for a data center relocation. I want to just reframe that question. I know that there are options for the spending of the money that in the capital project. So, my real question is council going to get another chance? Because out of all those options, maybe some of them might not be, able to happen. And in terms of prioritizing amongst those choices, will we have the opportunity to do that review with staff as we proceed over the next 2 years?
Yes, definitely. Because as I mentioned before, this capital plan, and also reiterated by Sadu as well, this capital plan right now is a point in time recalibration. Throughout the whole year, for the rest of the capital plan, depending on which projects may or may not be going ahead, there could be other priorities. Council, through the budget process, we can reallocate. And we have been doing it in the last 2 years. We can add money to it. We can take away money as well.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Appreciate that. The presentations call for more partnerships with senior governments, and amongst and also for the request for municipal finance reform. I'm sure you're all aware, staff, that this week is a pre-UBCM week where there are meetings set up between ministers and councillors. And I know that I and other councillors are involved in many meetings this week. And just want to make note, too, that the Council COVID Recovery Committee made it very clear in a recommendation that we should be as coordinated as possible in our asks of senior governments. So what specific ideas should we be taking to our meetings for the rest of this week regarding expanded municipal funding tools? Do we have any specific ideas to suggest?
We have done some high-level assessment in terms of the more impactful new funding tools we can share with council. I think Patricia can jump in anytime. I think we have looked at, I would say, a Vancouver-specific property transfer tax or a share of the provincial property transfer tax. We have looked at maybe another, I would say, a property tax kind of surcharge for a specific purpose. We can talk about, it's kind of like a luxury home tax or something like that, but not the provincial side of things. It's like the City of Vancouver side of things. And there are a number of other revenue sources that we are also working with engineering to look at. Say, for example, maybe relating to mobility, but we can actually share with council a list that we have looked at and the potential impact as well.
That's great. I know that I have another meeting with him, and it's just starting at 2:30 today, and lots tomorrow and Friday. So the sooner you can get that to us would be wonderful. I really appreciate it.
Sorry, Councillor, I forgot to add one more. As part of the municipal finance reform, we need to fix what we have right now. That's why when we work with Metro Vancouver, we believe that and strongly believe that the split assessment through the commercial subclass should be part of the municipal finance reform as well.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
If I might, Councillor Carr, the last thing I'd say is that we are, through the city managers, of the largest cities in Canada, we are engaging together on this issue because this is not a BC problem. It's not a Vancouver problem. Across the country, municipalities are struggling to take on the challenges and don't have the funding sources. So I think it's important that we align. And if we can get all the large city mayors, large city councillors, and city managers aligned on one or two tools and promoting them, I think there's better opportunity for us to actually see a change. And the property transfer tax that Grace mentioned, that's one. Toronto has that, but not many other cities beyond that. And that provides hundreds of millions a year that they use to support their needs. So I think there are some tools that are proven that we can all align on and promote together.
Fantastic. Okay. In my last, not quite a minute, what are the other priorities in terms of their recovery programs that we could be, COVID recovery that we could be emphasizing this week? And if we can't do it right now, just as long as I can get a memo on this, that would be fantastic.
We will definitely get a memo to all of council, if that would be helpful. I know multiple of you have meetings, so we'll do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, well, if you've got one idea for 15 seconds.
Ideas are not questions. Thank you very much, though, Councillor Carr. That was very stealthy of you. We have Councillor Hardwick next, and just before Councillor Hardwick is advanced and the time has started, I just wanted to say that there are two speakers that are waiting to speak. And I understand that we're going now for our second round of questions. So I think that it's probably prudent at this time to let speakers know that they should come back for 3 p.m. Council, just to help them plan their days. So just wanted to note that. So speakers can follow along at Van City Clerk on Twitter for updates on that information, and we will see the speakers at 3 p.m. Great. Now, Councillor Hardwick, I believe, is that correct, Madam Clerk, is up next?
Okay,
Go
good.
ahead.
So I'm good to go. Okay, so I just first I wanted to echo some of the things that Councillor Carr said, in particular about community projects. I concur that we have to prioritize things in our community, and I just wanted to say, reinforce that the City Hall campus and data center are examples of things that are non-essential at this time. And you know, my position is that we must press pause on, especially on major projects. And I also want to have the confirmation that we will have an opportunity to go through a reprioritization process with council, with the capital budget in the future. So can I have a confirmation on that?
Yes, I can confirm that we'll be bringing the capital budget in end of November and December. And that's the time when projects actually get kicked off, is when council approves the budget. So this is the plan. I do want to reiterate on some of the projects and bring that information back to you as well on things like the data center and even the City Hall campus. Some of these are very much related to infrastructure and resilience. So there are some other drivers versus just a desire to change.
I've got limited time, but we
can bring that information.
We have to make hard choices. That's part of what we have to do right now. I'd like an answer from transportation on line item number 409, decommissioning the historic railway. To me, that does not seem like an urgent priority. Transportation?
Yeah, so the reason that we're doing that is there's an ongoing operations cost to that, and there's a risk in not maintaining it. And so in the absence of any practical use of it, it seems like the appropriate approach.
I'd like to revisit that. I'd suggest that that's something that is not a priority at this time. I also would like to ask a question about the notion of developer-led projects on the housing file. Has anyone addressed, taken into consideration the exponential inflationary land lift and the implications of this on affordability in the city? My fear is that we're putting out fire with gasoline by continuing down this path. So specifically, are we taking into consideration the impact of exponential inflationary land lift on our affordability problem by pursuing this policy?
Yes. I think well, I'm assuming that Gil is actually on online and maybe could respond to it. But the first thing is, as part of the Vancouver plan and also the Housing Vancouver strategy, we are indeed trying to switch, from condos to more onto the rental. So basically, that is really about producing the right type of housing. And with that in mind, we already know that the land lift is not going to be comparable to the previous 10 years or 15 years. And that is the reason why, as part of the municipal finance reform, we need to really look at going forward how to deliver the right type of housing without overly relying on like CACs and land lift. If anyone from planning wants to jump in, please feel free.
Hi, Grace. This is Gil Kelly. Yeah, I think Grace answered the question pretty well. Councillor Hardwick, the housing paradigm is shifting, and the big opportunity there through the Vancouver plan and ultimately the capital plan to kind of reframe that. We are seeing property values, particularly in those high-end areas, drop, and the land lift is reducing. Still, the delivery of those units is costly in that construction type. So we're examining all of that now. But I think the escalating runaway land prices is beginning to temper, and we need to look at that seriously through the housing policies that will come through the Vancouver plan.
Well, thank you for acknowledging that, because continuing to what's the definition of insanity? Continuing to do the same thing and pinning our future revenues on something that is so problematic, I think we need to investigate. And then finally, the discussion about the adequacy of municipal financing sources is as old as
15 seconds. Is this a question?
Yes, I just, we have to sometimes set questions up. It's a provincial issue. They haven't wanted to deal with it. Why do we think they're going to do it now?
Yeah, I can respond to that. As part of the 2021 provincial budget consultation, this issue has been flagged by multiple stakeholders, including local government and also business community. And actually, maybe I can share the link to the report.
That's all. Thank you very much. I gave you back the 10 seconds I took in asking that, and I was trying to be fair, as I told Councillor Carr, ideas and questions are a bit different there. But Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, do you have questions to staff? Oh,
yes.
Give you a moment to unmute there before I start your timer. Go ahead, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I guess my main questions are kind of following up on Councillor Carr, is kind of what should we be working with the ministries on here, and trying to recognize that we do need different types of funding to fund these projects that have been part of our community plan. So I guess my first question is to Gil. A lot of the community plans have been built over kind of multiple years, and there's kind of deliverables and amenities that the public is waiting on, recognizing that they've seen the density grow around them. So where are we at on delivering those, recognizing the difficulties with the reduction in DCLs and CACs?
Yeah, we're doing an analysis now, looking across the plan areas to say, what have we delivered? How much have we collected through development to contribute to those, either through DCLs or CACs? And so we're sort of going plan area by plan area now to analyze that. So we'll have a more complete answer for you in the coming months. But we are, the development is happening faster than the community amenities are being delivered. That's just a part of the structure that we have, because we take in, unless it's delivered in kind on site, we take it in as cash and then need to plan and design that work. But there are a number of pieces in the capital plan that are delivery of those long-awaited community amenities. So everything from Raycam to fire halls to community center investments to pools and so forth. So we do inject, as the money appears, into that process. It's just that there's a bit of a, natural delay when the city takes on, primarily through REFM, the planning, design, and construction of those facilities.
And understanding that delay, how come we're seeing immediate impacts to stuff like park acquisition and others if we had that kind of pre-planned and long-term planning with DCLs?
There are some areas where we actually are doing park acquisition and park development through those funds. And again, we can get you more complete reporting on that. But a lot of that work, for example, in the East Fraser Lands area and so forth and so on, are happening. Not all of the acquisitions that we have in mind ultimately. And again, part of the parks conversation here is how much energy are we putting into, or should we put into, new acquisition base, which is expensive, versus taking existing facilities and improving and updating them and making them more multifunctional. So again, an issue that we need to talk about in a larger context, probably through the Vancouver plan.
Okay, thanks. And then a question here to Sadhu. You talked about this is the time for councillors to kind of make a pitch of saying we're going to move $3 million to washrooms or other things. Is there another process we could do that would be a little more collaborative on working through the priorities so that we're not making kind of quick decisions on a floor, but really kind of going through those priorities and doing a priority workshop to ensure that we're not just taking one project on the floor and moving to another area?
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a prudent way to approach it. And I guess what I'd say is, you know, today you could definitely indicate to staff that you would like to see more investment in the washrooms and ask for staff to report back on how best to do that. Clearly, that's something that's come up today, and that there's a gap. We have been investing in them over the years, but there's clearly a need to do more. And my recommendation would be that if that is something that it is a priority, that you move an amendment today to ask us to report back on that. We're doing a washroom strategy, and in that, we will have a comprehensive approach to where we need them, what kinds we need, what the costs might be. And that would be really the time to allocate additional resources if needed. So I think that's probably a good way to approach it.
Okay, and then Patrice, you talked about how this is still kind of, it can move and change. Obviously, we have a lot of disaster relief conversation has grown. We have a conversation later on the Granville Bridge. So how do you see this continuing to move and change kind of over the next few months before the budget in December?
So I think, as Sadhu said, I think if you indicate to us areas that you're interested in hearing more information other than what you've been able to gain today with your questions, then I think asking us to provide that information would be very helpful. And then we still have the opportunity with the budget to actually make specific changes.
Is there a form that you could send council that we could help put that input in that could be a little more
and that's
formative?
your time, Councillor Weave. You can email questions to staff, though, and we're coming back at 3 p.m. for speakers. Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly?
No, I'm good for questions at this point. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I had a follow-up question, and it was on the arts and culture piece, and it related to the venues. And I know there was reference in the report to May the 2nd or 4th and 7th, I think, that being on track. But there was some commentary about Oak Ridge and one other one. So I'm just looking at my notes here. There's two, but Fir and Oak Ridge needing to be delayed based on and discussed with developers there. And I wonder if I can get some context around that. I realized they're coming for development contributions, but I understood those projects were approved and those amenities were negotiated. So I'm just trying to get some clarity or context around why that would be in question.
Michelle DeRoche here, Manager Capital Planning. The only question here is not whether they are approved or not approved. It's just the delivery timeframes. But we're just trying to alert council that COVID may have caused some delays in certain development projects, which would also affect the in-kind amenity that would go with it. We're just going to check in with the planning department and the developers and get back to you on the status of those projects.
Okay, so it's not the commitment, it's not the funding, but it might be timing. It was meant to convey. It was a big report, and I just want to be clear, it wasn't meant to convey that there is an expectation that we will be able to deliver those arts facilities. Is that fair? Am I reflecting back to you?
The commitment that is approved at rezoning by City Council continues throughout. It's just the timing of the asset.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. And then with respect to the discussions that were had around the fire hall, and I know there was some commentary around city versus civic facilities, and I am a huge proponent of putting money where the public sees it, but I'm also very cognizant of the pandemic. So the proposal for the fire hall is pretty self-explanatory to me in terms of public safety, but the 311 relocation, did I hear that that is also for public safety and resilience because it's moving it out of the seismic zone, and that would be really important in the event of emergencies as an asset? Is that the context that one is being considered in?
Danica, do you want to respond?
Sure, happy to respond. Thank you for your question. Yes, you are correct. So our existing 311 center is tucked under the Canby Bridge, which is undergoing seismic upgrades. So it is safety of 311 and resilience that needs to be resolved. And also you would recall that rezoning and the community plan for that whole area is expecting school to be delivered on that site. So our 311 center there is on a shorter term basis. And the idea is to really merge 311 with headquarters and fire hall. And there is some operational efficiencies there, as I understand, because 311 is supporting fire on calls and responses to public.
Okay, that's helpful. I wanted to draw that connection. Okay, that's it for me now. I'll leave it there. I know we have to wait for time. Thank you.
Very much. I will advance myself on the queue here, as I haven't had a round of questions yet. And I'll allow Ms. Impey or Mr. Johnson to direct my questions as they see fit. But just looking at childcare, I was hoping that you might be able to highlight, and I didn't quite see it in the report or the appendixes, specifically the matching amounts that we're getting. I don't need specific figures, but was this based on sort of the provincial program and what council has advocated for? Appreciate the mayor's not here, but it's something that both he and myself have worked on in trying to advocate for that funding that was set aside by the province that was to either be matched or contributed to childcare in municipalities throughout BC.
Michelle Rocher, Capital Planner. I've just put up the slide. The provincial contribution amount of $33 million, a big chunk of it, if I remember, 29 million of the 33 goes to childcare, for example, for the delivering new childcare for young kids, and that's been built in. So it's roughly an 80% city contribution through developer DCLs and CACs, and the provincial money shown here. So we will put the two funding sources together and deliver as many projects as we can.
Okay, thank you very much. And I did see that. I suppose I was just wondering, in the recalibration and in the presentation that we just received an update to by Ms. Impey, there was talks of investment in over and above in childcare as to what we had previously had. And I just wondered if that was based on, is that within the 20%, or do we have partner contributions that may match a portion of that as well?
My understanding would be that the comments before have to do with the provincial contribution, the $33 million that has been agreed to as the provincial contribution to the city. The city will always seek additional funding, so we're going to be knocking at the federal door as we have. And if nonprofits also show up and offer some cash on the table or some other sources, we will gladly welcome it to advance the number of childcare spaces that we can deliver.
Thanks so much. Can't blame you for trying. I was just hoping that maybe there was already some more matching for that, but appreciate staff looking at that. My next question is about specifically something that the Prime Minister said when he visited BC, and I understand he did a virtual town hall, and he said, when we turned around with the Safe Restart Agreement with the provinces, we moved forward on giving money directly to the provinces for the municipalities to help them with their priorities. So if these are priorities for the municipalities, there's federal money for that. And that's a direct quote from the Prime Minister. So I'm wondering, the way that I see that, and I've had this conversation at Metro Vancouver, is the province has funding, but it's not actually the provincial fund. It would come from the province, so it would be provincial funding, but the federal government has given a specific funding, either pandemic-related funding or otherwise, to the province that's not earmarked as provincial funding, but for the province to distribute to municipalities. And I was hoping on a very high level, including with the PNE, for certain projects that don't perhaps meet the guidelines, is that something that we're having conversations, or our staff are having conversations directly with the province about? Taking advantage of some of that federal funding that's come down to the province.
Maybe I can give a high-level kind of answer, and Patricia can jump in anytime. If I understand correctly, when you talk about the restart funding from the federal government, that actually focuses more on the operating. This is really to help all the local governments having the issue with substantially reduced operating revenue. How do we cope with this, for this budget year and also next? So, and my understanding is that there is just an announcement. It's less than 30 minutes ago, and we still need to kind of look at it, how that applies in terms of what kind of operating areas that we can actually use to, but I don't believe that is for capital, but we can report back on that one.
Okay, thanks so much. I just wanted to see if there was anything in the restart for capital, for instance, when we're talking about shelter and affordable housing as well. I know that there's operations are separate to that, but I also know that there's capital funding there's a small amount usually for initial operations or maintenance within capital funding, as well as we kind of look forward to those projects. So just would appreciate any updates on that announcement. Thanks very much. And that's my time. Councillor Dominato just went down on the queue. But Council, we are at 11:30, so we will be recessing. Right now we have speakers when we come back as well. So I'll ask the clerk to take note of the queue as it is. And we're going to recess now for lunch, 11:30 to 12:30. And then Council will be meeting in camera at 12:30, and we will be back here for 3 p.m. And really would like to thank all of the staff who are with us here today. And Mr. Johnston, thank you very much on behalf of Council for having all of the staff here with us today, and we look forward to seeing you all at 3 p.m. again. Thanks. We're recessed.
Minutes 3 are the minutes of the public hearing of July 23rd and 24th. Any corrections? Someone please move.
Moved, Hardwick.
Thank you. Second.
Second, Carr.
Thank you. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. That carries unanimously. Minutes 4, the minutes of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of July 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 27th. Any corrections to the minutes? Someone like to move?
Carr, move.
Thanks. Seconder?
Bly?
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Yay.
Yay.
Any nays? Thanks very much. That's carried unanimously. Minutes 5 are the minutes of the public hearing of July 28th and 29th. The staff memo has been circulated to Council explaining a correction to the legal description mentioned in recommendation A of item 3 on these minutes. The memo is also available on the public agenda. Would someone like to move the adoption with the changes?
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. A seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thank you. That passes unanimously. 2 left. Minute 6 are the minutes of the Council COVID-19 Recovery Committee meeting of July 29th. Any corrections? Somebody move it, please.
Carr, move.
Thank you. Seconder? Fry. Thank you, Councillor Fry. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That has passed unanimously. Thanks. And minute 7 are the minutes of the special council meeting amendments to the city land regulation bylaw number 8735 regarding consumption of liquor on city land on July 29th, 2020. Are there any corrections? Can I have a mover?
Carr, move.
Aye. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Fry. Maybe have all favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thank you. That's passed unanimously. Thanks very much. Now, Council, we're moving to matters adopted on consent. We have reports, and I've got Councillor Carr on the list, I think. So ask yourself to put yourself in the list if you'd like to hold any of these. We have reports 1 to 3 and 5 to 7, and referral reports 1 to 4 on the consent agenda for consideration. Report 4 is held as we have speakers registered. Council may adopt their recommendations in the remaining reports and referral reports collectively in a single motion. And I've got Councillor Carr. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, if you could hold report 3, please.
Okay, that is the advisory committees?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Hold 5, please.
Which one?
5.
Contract award for Civic Electro, or?
Yes.
Okay, contract award? Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Kirby-Young?
Report 6, reduced fare transit pilot project, please.
Okay. Great.
Mayor
Thanks
Stewart?
very much. Yes, Clerk?
Our mistake, we didn't include communications 1 in the consent agenda. I'm wondering if council will consider that.
Okay, thanks. Do we have to have a, no, we don't have to vote on it.
Agenda, Councillor DiGenova, including the changes to
Communication?
communications report.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I was going to ask, though, did anybody want to hold the communications report? I don't see anybody on the queue, so I'll take Councillor DeGenova's move. Do we have a seconder for that?
Bly?
Thanks very much. Anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest in any of these consent items? Okay, thanks. So I'm going to read through the list of things we're going to vote on in terms of adopting on consent. We have the communications 1, which is the change to the 2020 council meeting schedule. Report 1, clerks jump in here if I'm missing something. Local improvement quarter revision 641. Reports 2, funding applications for green rainwater infrastructure. Report 3 is held by Councillor Carr. Report 4, we have speakers. Report 5 is held by Councillor Swanson. Report 6 is held by Councillor Kirby Young. And 7, though, would be on the consent agenda, which is 2020 interest rate and property tax arrears. And then referral reports 1 to, sorry, I'm just getting my page here, 3 and 4. And I think that's it. Is that correct, clerks?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor Stewart.
Great. Thanks very much. Okay, so we'll do yays and nays on this. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. That motion carries unanimously, so I'm going to have to read these titles out again, Council. Please just bear with me. The following have been approved on consent. The Communications 1, changes to 2020 meeting council schedule. Report 1, local improvement project list for consideration, Court of Revision 641. Report 2, funding applications for green rainwater infrastructure asset management and Rain City strategy, nomination for UBCM's community excellence. Report 7, interest 2021 interest rate on property tax arrears. The referral reports, Report 1, CD1 rezoning on West 49th Avenue. CD1 referral report 2, CD1 rezoning on Beatty Street and Expo Boulevard. CD1, referral report 3, CD1 text amendment on West 8th Avenue, and referral report 4, CD1 rezoning on Joyce Street. And that's, I think that's it. Is it, clerks?
Yes, confirming. That's correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let me get my script in order here. Okay, so now we're moving on to reports. We'll now consider those reports held for speakers, debate, or questions to staff. And just a reminder, report 4 has registered speakers. So let's just check which one we're beginning with. We're starting with report number 3, held by Councillor Carr on the advisory committees. So Councillor Carr, if you want to put yourself on the queue, we can ask staff questions. Councillor Carr, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. So I'm very interested in this report. It does say that it's receipt for information, but I note that in the report, it does talk about the potential of including some funding within the 2021 budget. So is there council action required today to have this considered within the 2020, the potential support? I believe it turned out to be about $80,000 in the 2021 budget, or not?
Over to the city manager.
Yeah, thanks. I can have Rosemary jump in as well, but at this point, no, there's no direction that's required at this point from council, which is why it's just for information. But we will plan to work to include the funding for this in the 2021 budget. Obviously, there's going to be lots of different things that you're going to be juggling when you consider that budget, but we would be, at this point, bringing that forward as part of the budget.
Okay, that's good. I do want to just inform council and staff that at the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee meeting last night, I did raise this report as a liaison to that committee, that it was on the agenda, and I got feedback this morning on it, indicating support for the kind of measures that this report details. In specific, mention of the potential of slightly increasing the food budget for some of the advisory committees. In the case of the UIPAC committee, in order to allow catering from Indigenous catering firms within Vancouver. And secondly, a comment regarding the normal protocol within Indigenous communities to provide some sort of a small honorarium for elders who attend meetings. So just informing you and asking staff take those points into consideration.
Okay, really great points. Thanks for sharing that input with us.
Great. Okay.
Is that it, Councillor Carr? Sorry, I'm just kind of working on remotely. I don't see. Oh, I've got Councillor Bly on the queue. Councillor Bly, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick comment question regarding the 2-hour time limit, and staff, considering our meetings can go quite long and speakers may be waiting, I just would love to hear from staff in terms of how we anticipate we can manage, if we move ahead with this, and childcare provided for people who would like to come speak to council. And of course, right now, residents can call in. But in the future, if for some reason we don't do that anymore and our meetings run very long and people are waiting a long time, I just wonder how we'll manage that 2-hour time limit.
Great, thanks. Yeah, maybe Rosemary, do you want to speak to that? Our city clerk?
Yes,
Are you there,
through the
Rosemary?
chair. Yes.
Okay,
We
Go
will.
ahead. Yep.
Yes, thank you. Part of that review, we will take that into consideration and come up with a plan for our advisory committees. We did get feedback previously, and we do have additional information. We'll be working with our other staff in REFM in facilities. Thank you for that.
Great, thank you. That's all my
Good day.
questions.
Great, thanks very much. I don't see anybody else on the list, so perhaps I can have Councillor Ply. Can you move this, or Councillor?
Yes, happy to move the motion. Or the
Thank you.
Second, Councillor Boyle.
Mayor Stewart,
I think yes.
this is for information only, so no action from council required.
We don't need to move to accept it, or okay. So we don't. Okay, we don't need a mover or a seconder. Thanks very much. We're going to move on to amendments to vehicles for hire bylaw, and we do have some speakers. Sorry, Council. I'm just trying to. We're doing some work on my computer here, and I'm just maybe the clerk can help me. Are the speakers available for this?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I might. If council is interested, we, given that there are speakers, we do have I think about an 8-slide presentation deck that we could run through. This, not a topic that we've collectively as council had a lot of time on in the past. So we would be happy to do a short presentation if that would add value for councilors.
I think since we have speakers, that sounds like a good idea, City Manager. Just ask the clerks. They're still kind of doing remote on my computer here. How many speakers do we have signed up for this?
Mayor Stewart, we just have one speaker that's going to be participating through the phone.
Okay, great. So maybe if council's okay with that, we just go ahead with the 8-slide presentation just to get an overview. So, and then hear from the speaker, ask questions to staff, and then vote on approval. So go ahead, City Manager.
Okay, great, thanks. So maybe if we could pull up the slide deck. And Catherine, would you be the one presenting?
Through the chair.
Hi, yes, Catherine Holm here. Yes, I am presenting on behalf of the team here. Good morning. Thanks so much. So as noted, Catherine Holm, Chief License Inspector, happy today to present our report on our proposed amendments to the Vehicles for Hire bylaw. And they relate—
Catherine?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, sorry to interrupt. We lost the deck, or at least I did. Councilors, do you have it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, there it is again. Now I got it again. Okay, great. Sorry, Catherine.
Sorry, no worries. Sorry about that. So as noted, this isn't a topic we typically have brought to council. In fact, it's been 4 years since this topic's come to council, and it's related to the rates and fees charged for private impoundment of vehicles. Next slide. So private impoundment includes the seizure, the removal, and the detention of any vehicle when it's unlawfully placed, kept, or left on private property. So that's the definition of what we're working with here. These rates and fees for vehicle impoundment can include any types of fees related to towing, release, storage, and other charges related to removal, transport, and detention of the vehicle. There is regulatory intervention at the municipal level in place, and it's given the absence of any provincial or federal regulations on private impoundment rates. This is not unique to Vancouver. These rates are regulated throughout other municipalities in the Lower Mainland, throughout Canada, and throughout the U.S. In regulating the rates and the fees, we are trying to strike a balance, again, between the need for consumer protection and also balancing the economic viability of the Vancouver towing industry. The vehicle impoundment, of course, occurs without knowledge, consent, or choice by the vehicle's owner, and they have no power to negotiate the towing terms. And of course, safeguarding the economic.
Hello, hello, testing, 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 1, 2, test, 1, 2. Hello, testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. How's that? Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Thanks so much. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. Where we left off when we were here at 11:30 was with questions to staff, and we were completing questions to staff. So next on the list for questions to staff, and I should just say, because we did just come back, on the agenda item number 1, the 2019 to 2022 capital plan recalibration. Councillor Carr, this is your second round of questions. You have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair DiGenova. I have asked my questions already. So I was on the list, and then I added my name to the end of the list, and then Councillor Dominato added hers. I put myself back on the list, not to ask questions, but to move the motion or move the recommendations. So I'll take myself back off if you like, and
well, you can put yourself back on when you'd like, and I'll advance Councillor Dominato for her questions. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff, and I'll start your timer now.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and to staff, I just wanted to pursue a question, and I apologize if this was asked before, but around the relocation of the archive and the possibility of deferring that item. I think it's, I want to go from memory of the $17 million. Is that correct? Is that something that could be deferred?
And is that to Ms. Impey?
Or maybe Danica or Christina can answer that, if you don't mind, Danica?
Yes, if you don't mind repeating the question, I apologize. I was just switching to that.
Yeah, briefly, the question is, could we defer the archive relocation at this time? It's quite a substantive capital investment, and I'm just given some of the other things that came up in our conversation today, things like washrooms and other areas of engineering.
Yeah, potentially we could. I think we are main trigger point for archives move, just as a reminder, was growth combined with lack of resilience at the existing location. So the flood plain, obviously our materials are under the flood plain, so it is not considered resilient as well. Now, would it be end of the world if we postpone a bit? Probably not, but that is something that we need to be mindful of.
Yeah, if I could just jump in. I mean, we've talked a lot about this project. There's two kind of drivers. One is the utilization of the space at the Central Library, making sure that we are not leaving space vacant, and the other is obviously the risks with our entire collection being in a very flood-prone area, and that's obviously a concern for us in dragging it out. Those are the kind of the main drivers here.
Okay.
Yeah, my apologies. I was having trouble getting off mute, but thank you, Danica and Sadhu.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
But sorry, just to be clear though, Councillor Dominato, if council's like looking at all the pressures and wants to put it off for 2 years, it's not the end of the world. It's just, it takes a long time to do a project like this, and if we get a flood, it's a real loss. So I think that's kind of the balancing that we've been looking at as it relates to this project.
That's right.
Okay, and just from appreciate that, because I've heard a few things come up, and I'm just wondering from a process standpoint, if it would be possible how we could go about some form of sort of workshop to sort of review these, where I think I've heard some common themes through the conversation today, and you certainly signaled that we could give direction around the capital planning, this revised recalibrated plan. If that would be something we could.
I can jump in as Sadhu, city manager here. I think we have a lot of projects that are on the go, and at this point it's critical that the recalibration be approved today, because there are major projects that if this doesn't go forward, we don't know how to move forward with them. I think if there are issues like washrooms or the archives that you want further discussion on, or you want to report back on and have further discussion, I'd recommend you highlight those and we have a discussion. But I wouldn't recommend holding the entire plan back for further workshops. And obviously, we've been working on this for a year. We brought it to council in workshop format and briefings in the spring, and then brought it forward to the public in July. So it's been out there for a long time. I think we've gotten a lot of support from the public to be doing this work, renewing our infrastructure, whether it's the roads or the bridges, and this is all critical work. And so holding our crews back, not knowing what's going to happen, I would have major concerns with. So I guess my recommendation would be, if there are components you want to talk about further, I would highlight them, but I wouldn't recommend holding the whole plan back. Like, we've got thousands of employees and crews that are waiting and that we need to direct.
And similarly, some projects that we are recommending back, we need approval to do that as well. So I think, as Sadhu said, holistically across the board, we need to get direction for things to change. But if there are individual items that you'd like us to provide you, if there's not enough information today, they provide more information, then you could request that of us as part of the recommendation.
Okay.
We can get back for a decision.
Yeah, the last thing I would say is we're in the middle of the capital plan. And so, a few months of things being on hold can make a major difference in whether we're able to deliver on what's in the plan, and whether it's construction of infrastructure that needs to be done during the good weather. I mean, there's just a lot of pieces that are in the air here. And I think a holdback would be very significant impact on the organization at this point.
Okay, thank you.
And my apologies, I did let Councillor Dominato go over a bit there because it took a few moments or a few seconds for staff to answer her questions. Councillor Hardwick, are you moving for a third round of questions?
I think you're on mute, Councillor Hardwick.
Sorry. Can I ask a point of information to the city manager?
Are you moving for a third round of questions?
No, I'm asking a question of the city manager through you, Madam Chair.
Well, we're in questions right now, so if you want a third round, you have to move. You'd have to move for a third round of questions. If not, you have to wait for debate, or you can move the motion and then have debate and then ask a point of information.
Okay, I think Councillor Carr wanted to do that, so I'll take myself off the list.
Okay, but that would be the appropriate time to do that. Councillor Carr.
Yes, Madam Chair, seeing no other councillors on the list at this time, I actually would like to move the recommendations. So I move the recommendations as presented in the report. And I just want to be, again, very congratulatory to and grateful to staff for the work they've done on this, and to really listen to the numerous times that council has been provided opportunities to have input onto this, and I see our input reflected. And to really acknowledge that COVID-19 has presented us with incredibly difficult times. And so for me, the thoughtful, careful recalibration of a capital plan is incredibly significant, necessary, and done in a very, very thoughtful way. I appreciate actually both maintaining the fiscal prudence and advancing council priorities. I think both are equally important to me. So the scaling back, deferring of projects, reducing borrowing, allocating funds into the future to ensure our fiscal resilience, and then the priorities of resilience, climate emergency, equity, affordable housing, maintaining critical child care. So all of those, you've nailed it as far as I'm concerned in terms of priorities that I've certainly raised and that I've heard other councillors raise. I totally understand that council will have opportunities to adjust. You've made that very clear. There will be many opportunities for us to do that. So choices will still be presented to us, and we will still need to prioritize amongst those choices. The decision I've heard very clearly, though, needs to be made now, and I fully support and understand that need. and understand that that as we move forward, not only will we, I don't know, none of us know what kinds of other challenges we're going to be faced with if there's a resurgence of COVID, et cetera. But I think we should also be thinking of the exciting opportunities of federal and provincial stimulus, COVID recovery stimulus funding that could really amplify our ability to deliver on those things that are of importance, not just to council, but to the people of this city. I am hopeful around that. I'm also incredibly grateful that that the city manager has said that he's going to provide for us a list of the top priorities so that we can all together in our conversations with members of the senior governments be very clear in our asks. That was, in fact, of the Council's COVID Recovery Committee, one of the main recommendations in the end. Let's be coordinated between staff and council. So I'm very happy to know that will be happening. So again, thank you for all this work and the opportunities for us to move forward in the best interest of this city. Thanks.
Chair DeGenova?
Thank you very much.
Chair DeGenova?
Yes.
We have two speakers waiting to speak, so we should be hearing from speaker first before debate.
My apologies. Yes, we do have two speakers. Thank you very much. Usually, council, we might not be on agenda item number 1 at this point in the day, but my apologies. Thank you. We can leave this where it is, Madam Clerk. And move
Chair
to the
DeGenova,
speaker.
I have noted the speakers list, so I am going to clear the queue so we can have the queue available to ask questions of speakers.
Thank you very much. And the first speaker we have is Nathan Davidowicz. And he is speaking, the speaker is here in person. Is the speaker at the podium?
Yes, he's just making his way in right now.
Okay. And I hope the clerk will let us know when he's ready.
The speaker is ready now.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and there may be questions for you afterwards. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, thank you, Councillor and Mayor and members of council. I think nobody mentioned to you that the provincial government is going to announce tomorrow the economic outlook, and you might be getting some bailout money for that the province has promised. So, you should not vote on it unless until you find out what exactly how much money each the different municipalities are getting from the provincial government. I think the other couple of councillors spoke against the cutbacks in the sidewalks budget. Burnaby Council, they overruled their staff. They're double the sidewalk budget from $5 to $10 million. You can do the same thing. Just a matter of putting a motion on the floor. I don't know why nobody has done that as yet. Now, TransLink contributions going down from 68 million to 53. Well, since 1999, we've been paying TransLink taxes, and they distribute the money to the 22 municipalities in Metro Vancouver. But Vancouver, of course, get less than the per capita than other cities are doing. I'm sure you've seen the trolley buses on 12th Avenue. this was never approved by city council. $10 million a waste of money, and the city has some of the cost for it. I presume there was maybe some managers' memos about it, but you know, the managers' memos are only released every quarter, and the last one that was on the city website is from a year ago, from September of 2019. So, you know, we can't get the information. It's not posted. There's no reason why it shouldn't be posted every few days. The main thing is the transit agreements that expired that the city had with the different companies like BC Electric, BC Hydro, BC Transit, and there is no agreement in place how to pay for transit capital cost. And the city right now is paying 50% of the cost of the heavy steel poles, trolley poles, because that was the previous arrangement. But I mean, the city could save millions by stopping this 50% cost sharing agreement. Electrification is the future, and there is no need to install new trolley steel poles. They last for 50 years. What do we need that for when electrification is already started? You know, I spoke to the Minister of Energy, Bruce Ralston, and he's pushing for electrification. And there is a new report that just came out from SFU Dialogue Center about electrification across Canada. And I presume I could leave it with the clerk and make you, I mean, they can make copies for you so you understand what's going on with electrification. The name of the report is Catching the Bus: How Smart Policy Can Accelerate Electric Buses Across Canada. So you could save lots of money by negotiating with TransLink a better arrangement than the city engineer has negotiated. And you know, this is what we. This is what
I just need to caution you that you can state your opinion, but please to be respectful of our staff. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what. Anyhow, so these are briefly my comments, but there is lots more work that could be done on this capital plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davidovich. There are no questions for you, but thanks for coming to speak with us today. And I understand the next
Button is causing me.
Ms. Impey, I think maybe you're not on mute. Ms. Impey might want to go on mute. And the next speaker is Richard Campbell, who is joining us by phone. And I would ask the moderator if
you're not muted.
Oh.
Hi, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, now I can, and I will start your timer. Are you ready? I'll start your timer now. You have up to 5 minutes to speak. Well, start it right after I let you know that you have 5 minutes to speak to council, and there may be questions for you after. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thanks.
I'll start.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chair DeGenova and Council, for this opportunity to speak. First of all, I'd like to thank Sadhu Johnson for the great work he has done as a city manager, moving forward a lot of great initiatives and the Greenest City Plan and all that. That's really appreciated. So I'm here. I was inspired to speak mainly because I am concerned about the second item, the Granville Connector, and then realizing that the way this is ordered, that the decisions are being made on the capital budget for that before that item. So that's a significant concern, and I would strongly urge council to wait to listen to speakers on that item before making decisions on the overall budget for the project. And I think it might be even more ideal having some opportunity to hear from the public, because I think everyone, or at least most people, would think it's still the initial plan, or the West Side Plus that went out to the public. There's been significant engagement done on that, including a lot of really important equity work, and it's a concern that things are kind of proceeding in this order rather than the other way around, which would seem better. And now I'll go and also listening to that and reading that report has given me some comments and suggestions for the overall capital budget and process. So, it's really encouraging to hear the strong focus on equity and the climate emergency. The challenge I've noticed is there really doesn't seem to be a way of quantifying what the impact of both projects and then specific changes, budget changes like are being proposed here, will actually have on the equity components of the project. For example, on the Granville Connector, the improvements to the east side sidewalk are being delayed. And, right now, one of the main issues is that sidewalk, especially on the Hemlock and Seymour ramps, is particularly narrow. And right now, it's always a big challenge, but it's especially challenging during a pandemic when people want to walk a bit further apart. It's also a challenge for people that are walking over there late at night, whether they're coming from a bar or they're, maybe they work at the hospital in the healthcare district, and those narrow sidewalks leave little opportunity for people to escape should they feel threatened or should somebody attack them. So, I think we need to kind of take some of these down from the high level and actually look at what the actual impact, might actually be on people compared to the equity objectives that we all want to achieve. Another example there is the connection up to Fur. That's been proposed, and that has been proposed to be cut. And again, that will dramatically improve access for people. And I'm assuming it would be accessible for for wheelchairs. Most bicycle facilities are. And again, that will take access. Well, delaying that will delay access from that ramp for for everybody, but especially for those using wheelchairs. And similarly, the delay of the improvements to the west side as well. And on top of that is a problem with the way the projects are analyzed. So really, improvements could be made to the access in the equitable way. They could be made a lot more cheaply, except we are trying to accommodate peak hour automobile traffic. That probably won't happen for a while during the pandemic, or actually may never happen again, to us meeting Green City targets or the Broadway subway going. So I think there needs to be a conversation about how we value different competing concerns on this. And I would argue that basic access and safety, both from traffic and then from attack and from the COVID, should be held to a higher, that should be more valuable than, maybe a couple of extra minutes in travel time for somebody that's, comfortably and safely in an automobile. So these are important discussions to have, and they typically aren't, and now it's a challenging time to have them. But I think we do need to do those considerations. And, lastly, there's a lot of things that are happening during COVID, and people are walking and cycling much more. So putting a priority on improvements over the next couple of years, because this could be going on for that long, to make sure people can get around safely.
And that is your time.
Okay.
I'm at 5 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun.
I know. There's so much to say.
Thank you. Thank you. And there aren't any questions for you, but thanks for phoning in and voicing your opinion.
Okay.
Thanks. And council, that is all we have. Those are the two speakers that have registered to speak to that item. So I will take us back to the main queue here, and I'd ask the clerk. I'm not going to touch the queue. I'm going to ask the clerk to order it as she sees fit.
Chair DeGenova, the queue is ready for you. And just a note for Councillor Carr, she has spoken for 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Councillor
To the
Carr,
motion that was moved.
was there a seconder, or we don't need a second?
We don't need a seconder in
Okay.
committee.
Thank you. I've sent in an amendment, which the clerk should have received.
Okay, I'm going to move us to an amendment queue.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick, if you'd like to put yourself on the queue.
Yeah, I think when we did our workshop earlier, and we, as you'll recall, when we were first elected, it was a very quick turnaround before we passed the budget and the capital plan. And when we did our earlier workshop, it was very high level and thematic. I think we're at the point now where we're going to have to, what they used to call, sharpen your pencil and get into the nitty gritty going forward. So what I'm proposing here is that the staff provide council with an opportunity for some participatory budgeting themselves, looking at reprioritization. It's going to come down to the short strokes, and I think it's really important that council be involved in that and not just at again, a high level thematic basis. So that's the motion there. I know we've been super busy, but the devil's in the details, as you've heard me say many times, and I think we really need to have an opportunity for council to get into the finer points. Thank you.
Thanks, and if I could just ask that amendment's up on the screen. So I'm not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle. Oh, my apologies, Councillor Boyle. There we go. To the amendment moved by Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks. I just want to clarify, hopefully through you, Chair, to the mover of the amendment, that this is not intended. This is an amendment and not a strike and replace. This isn't intended to slow down the decision that we make today on reprioritization that we heard from staff. It is important to give some direction on. This is just an additional workshop to inform future capital decisions.
That's a point of information. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, that is correct. I'm not suggesting a strike and replace. I'm just suggesting that council needs to roll up their sleeves and get into the nitty gritty. But no, I'm not trying to slow things down.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks.
That's all, Councillor Boyle?
That is all for me.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato, to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to support this amendment. I think it would be helpful because given there was quite a number of questions on the recalibrated plan and a lot of great work, and I found it really helpful, the appendices that were included. I just think that otherwise we could end up with probably 10 million amendments this afternoon. That would be helpful. I've submitted a couple, but I do think that having that sort of workshop would be beneficial to all of us, and then we can make adjustments as the city manager suggested. So I'm happy to support it.
Thanks so much. Seeing no one else on the queue, for this, I will.
Excuse me, Chair, if I might. Just to be clear, I'm not sure that the staff, I'm just hearing from the staff, I'm not sure that we're interpreting this the way that it was articulated. So I guess I just wanted to be clear. The way that we're reading this at this point is that the capital plan doesn't move forward until this workshop or further workshops occur. And so I just want to be clear that could cause very significant challenges in the organization. So I'm.
Can I comment?
Mr. No, Councillor Hardwick, just a moment, please. Mr. Johnson, I had thought that was addressed during Councillor Hardwick's response to Councillor Boyle. Would you suggest that there be different wording Councillor Hardwick amends into this if this is a subsequent workshop after approving the work here in these recommendations?
Yeah, I guess some sort of clarification might be helpful, because if the staff walk away from this discussion and this vote from council with lack of clarity of whether they are able to proceed on implementation of the plan or not, then obviously we'll be in confusion as an organization. So are further workshops being scheduled to take things on or put things on or off the plan? Or is it, I guess there's a lack of clarity from us around what the intentions are. Are we approving the plan today and we go off and implement it? Or are we waiting till there's workshops for further refinement? That's just not clear to us at this point.
May I now comment?
You can go back on the queue if you'd like, Councillor Hardwick, to comment to that.
Well, I thought it was asking a question of intent, and I wanted to clarify.
I think it was, were you asking a question, Mr. Johnson?
I was just expressing the concerns that I'm hearing from the staff about if this passes, what we're supposed to do. So it wasn't a question so much as a statement of confusion from the staff.
Okay, that you might not understand the clear direction of this if this were to pass into. Okay, so Councillor Hardwick, you can go back on to speak to it or to address the concerns. I mean, you know that there's 2 amendment queues open to you. Right now, we only have 1, but there are others on the list. Councillor Carr, to the amendment.
Is it possible, I'm sorry, Chair DiGenova, to request a recess for 5 minutes?
When we get to your turn, I can do that. But until we get to your turn, which is after Councillor Carr, I cannot do that. Councillor Carr. To the amendment.
Councillor Carr, I think you're muted.
Sorry, happy to take myself up the list to hear Councillor Hardwick speak next to this to answer the city manager's question.
Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, it's so much for simplicity. I was trying to, again, responding to Councillor Boyd's earlier remark, my intent was not a strike and replace that would have stopped progress on this. But I thought I heard through the city manager and through other staff comments that there would be ongoing opportunities for council to weigh in on an ongoing basis on individual projects. That's what I heard. I was trying to create some structure to it by creating a sort of a participatory workshop, and I was trying to keep it simple. But I did hear, and I think if the rest of council didn't hear what I heard, was that if there were specific items on the capital budget, that we would have other opportunities going forward to address those. And so that was really my intent here, was to create some structure around that. But I thought it was quite clear that this was not intended to stop things moving forward, but rather to focus council around its reprioritization. Maybe back to the city manager, did I get that wrong? I thought we were told that if there were individual projects and line items, we would have ongoing opportunities to address them.
So Councillor Hardwick, it's not a back and forth, but what the city manager did say, I'm not sure if that's a point of information, but the city manager said that this specific language was not clearly addressing the intent that he heard, and I don't want to speak for him. Is that correct, Mr. Johnson, that you need different language?
Well, I guess what I'd say is clarity of direction is critical for council, so staff understand what you're directing us to do. And so if there's a way to clarify in the amendment that this workshop, what the purpose of the workshop would be, that might help us to A, schedule it and set an agenda for it, and B, for us to know how to pursue the rest of the capital plan implementation.
So what I might suggest, Councillor Hardwick, did you want to continue?
Again, I thought I was quite clear about that, and I was trying not to be overly prescriptive, but again, it seems to me that just what was stated there was that there would be a workshop for council to participate in further reprioritization, and nowhere does it say that would stop things moving forward, but rather that it would have a focus for council. So I can go through and expand upon this, but I was trying to keep it simple.
Okay, so is that all you have to say? and I can move on to the others on the queue.
Yeah.
Councillor Swanson, to the amendment.
Yeah, my preference would be if we could go ahead with the staff recommendation and then have a workshop in the fall, particularly if we got some more money from the feds. I think Ms. MP said something about $14 billion. I know that won't all go our way, but perhaps if the federal throne speech and other things have money in them for us, we might be able to add to the current priorities, which would be nice. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. And seeing no one else on the queue, I will call a vote on this amendment by Councillor Hardwick.
What are they voting
on? There's someone who's not on mute. Not quite sure, but everyone may want to check to make sure they're on mute, staff. Thanks. And Councillor Swanson, I'm just waiting for your vote to be registered, please. Okay, and I will ask the clerk to bring up the vote on screen. And that passes with 2 in opposition, Councillor Carr and Councillor Boyle. Okay, and that brings us back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, to the motion that you've amended.
I think that's a holdover.
Okay. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. And I have circulated an amendment to the report, which is an additional letter that I will read, which reads that Council support in principle increased investments in public washrooms in line with Council's previous recognition of washrooms as a human right, and that Council requests staff bring back recommendations for increasing capital and operating investments in universal and accessible public washrooms as part of the 2021 budget process. So we heard a number of conversations about public washrooms. Okay, I'm
just going to move us to an amendment queue, Councillor Boyle.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll second that amendment. Councillor Weed.
We don't need a seconder in committee, but thanks, Councillor Weed, for your enthusiasm. You can go on the queue if you'd like. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Appreciate that.
Sure. I'll just reiterate. We've heard and seen really clearly that people in the city need access to washrooms. I think it's a really critical piece of our work as a local government, but also I want to make clear, I think it's an important piece of providing dignity for residents across our city, particularly residents who are living outside or in subpar housing, and also seniors and parents and folks who have a need for washrooms when they're between places. So we've heard this clearly. We debated it and discussed it in a motion from Councillor Wiebe and I last February. It's certainly something we're hearing from the public, and my understanding is that this is an appropriate way to go about it. I'm very supportive of moving the recommendations in the staff report forward, and understand and heard from staff that this is work they're already engaged in. So I look forward to hearing those recommendations come back as we continue on the 2021 budget work.
Okay. Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Yung, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to speak in support of this one. It's something that I've been emphasizing for a long time. I recall coming to council when I was serving as park board chair to ask for, it was at the time $1.2 million, which equated to approximately 5 new washrooms in park facilities. In terms of capital, they're not inexpensive. So it's just an interesting fact, a point of frame of mind. I was contemplating an additional amendment, but I
know how council has a full agenda and I want us to be able to move forward quickly today. I just want to lend my voice to saying that it's really fundamental to invest in the infrastructure that's going to impact people the most. It strips people entirely of their dignity if they don't have access to use the washrooms. And it is one of the biggest issues that we are hearing in the city right now from other residents who are housed and from businesses of the impact of people not having somewhere to go and just going anywhere. And I think that we just honestly need to dial it up in this area significantly. So I wanted to go and add my voice to that. And I hope that we can be a bit innovative. The accessibility piece is important. I really favor a lot of the models that I have seen in San Francisco or Portland where they're self-cleaning, trying to alleviate, looking at sanitation, which has been so highlighted by the pandemic. But those self-cleaning ones can also potentially minimize some of the human needs to sort of keep these serviced on a regular basis, and all the other considerations that I know staff will look at in terms of things like durability when they're out there, and how we can sort of get the maximum in terms of capital and try to minimize the operating. But I think it's fundamental. People are looking for the on the ground support for these day-to-day things that are, quite frankly, taking away from people's ability to have dignity that need them, and from everybody else's comfort level with living in the city, and we have to do better. So I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Also equally supportive of the amendment because it is, I mentioned this earlier, is that we're hearing loud and clear that there's some urgency around this, and that one, we just have a lack of washrooms throughout our city, particularly around our downtown core. It's been, I think, exacerbated in part by the pandemic. And this would be a question through you, Madam Chair, to the city manager, but and I probably won't propose an amendment, but it was around whether there's an opportunity to look at additional temporary emergency washrooms due to the pandemic, and because I recall that we are being reimbursed for pandemic-related expenses through the province, and whether that has been explored, because I think there's the immediate right now, and then there's also bringing forward something further within the budget planning process. But could I have that question answered?
Point of information.
Yes,
I'll ask Mr. Johnston to answer that or to delegate that question. Thanks.
I'm sorry, would you mind restating the question? I missed the end there.
Yeah, no problem. It's just whether we have the ability to deploy some temporary emergency washrooms within and around the downtown core, and to be reimbursed by the province. Because I understand for anything related to the pandemic, we were getting reimbursed for those expenditures because many of the issues we're experiencing now are related to pandemic. And so I'm just wondering if that's an opportunity we have outside and beyond the amendment here by Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Yeah. I think we definitely have that opportunity. We did deploy as you know, we deployed the porta potties, and they were defaced pretty badly. So we ended up deploying trailers and having them staffed by peers, and that's been working really well. We've done that in a number of locations, and we could do more of that. We aren't being reimbursed for those. So I think it would be something that we would need to be prepared to pay for out of our own budget. But it's as a kind of more immediate way to get these type of resource facilities out there. It's definitely a very, it's been a successful way to do that at this point.
Would the trailers then be part of the report back that as part of this amendment that Councillor Boyle brought forward in the consideration for the budget, that we would be considering that? I think we should, yeah, because that enables us to do it much more quickly. It's months rather than years. So I think whether it's in the capital plan or not is, unless we're buying them. If we're just leasing them, then it's not in the capital plan. But we are working on a washroom strategy, which we're going to combine with this report back so you understand the overarching strategy. Where are the washrooms? How many? What's the usage? Where's the gaps? What's the best ways to staff them? And so we can kind of bring this forward as a part of that. And I do think the trailer element of this has been successful. And so I think that will be a part of our report back. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for me.
Councillor Blythe, the amendment.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. I'm speaking in support of the amendment, and I just want to preface my comments with acknowledgement that the staff have been responsive in dialogue around this and are actively working on various strategies and initiatives to deal with this issue. I think that this somewhat kind of gone under the radar, I guess you could say, in terms of the need. And there's likely various reasons contributing to that, all of which have been teased out by the pandemic, I would say. So, and then other challenges related. So, I just note that at the beginning of the presentation, Ms. Chang said, you know, we ought to be scaling back and deferring capital work to reflect the fiscal reality, which I completely agree with. And I think it's also prudent to reflect the pandemic-related emerging priorities that maybe we were not considering even 6 months ago. And I would say that washroom facilities and a strategy around this is that now I think this has always been an issue, but I think we're seeing a much greater challenge across the city. So part of that can be accessible washrooms that are provided by community centers or civic facilities that have been closed, or businesses that were once willing and no longer willing because of COVID-related precautions. So either way, I appreciate the amendment coming forward, and I think this is one, maybe of few that needs to be clearly stated as we're in the process of looking at our capital plan. So I'll be supportive. Thank you.
Thanks. And seeing no one else on the queue, I will ask the clerk to move us to a voting screen. And Councillor Weeb and Councillor Dominato, if you could register your votes. Okay, great. And that passes unanimously. So we are back to the motion as amended. And Councillor Boyle, anything further?
Nope, that's it for me for now. Thanks. I'm happy to support the recommendations.
Thanks. Councillor Kirbia?
Yeah, thank you. And speaking to the overall report, I also am speaking in support of it, and I do want to extend my appreciation to staff for the work that has been done in an evolution, I think, in terms of shifting approach and perspective to be really prudent in light of the fiscal realities and try to do it in a way that really zeroes in on things that are going to have the biggest impact. So overall, I want to thank staff and appreciate the work, and I think that it's hitting the right tone, particularly with a focus on things like fire hall renewal, and public safety related pieces, because we have seen how clearly during the pandemic we need to rely on those critical services. And so from an emergency resiliency and an emergency management point of view, I think that's really fundamental. I will note a couple of areas that I still think it's important that we make this decision today. And I support in principle this, and I support the reduction of the $288 million over the next 2 years of deferments or sort of reduced scoping that have been identified. But I do think that there's some additional work to be done to massage for some specific priorities. We just had the discussion on washrooms. And I think another one I'd like to see is really around prioritizing the things that impact people in the public realm. So street lighting, curb cuts, safety issues around sidewalks, things of that nature. The other thing that I think there is room to review on is really around the timeline of some of the projects. I brought up parks earlier as an example. It's realistically, instead of having sort of planning and scoping going on multiple projects, and I recognize it is important to be planning for the future, but maybe shift that weight a bit further towards putting some more money into some of the projects that we can actually get delivered and finished. So some of the new parks in areas such as the one that's suggested being deferred in East Fraserlands, or some of the other pieces, because I know that some of the pieces like the West End Waterfront Plan, which are 30-year visions, are much further down the road. And we do expect sort of sometimes cost contingencies of $1 or $2 million on some of those other projects. We had one on Smythe and Richards, or other parks that really make the difference between getting those projects finished. And I think that's one way for us to really zero in our efforts and get some things tangibly done for people that are mattering the most these days in terms of their ability to get outside and to use civic services and to see that happen. So that's where I'd like to see a bit more focusing. That's sort of my caveat around it, but I do think that we're going in the right direction here, and I do appreciate the work on it and the fact that there is recognition and sort of clear statement as well as to where the funding sources are coming from, so that is clear in terms of really distinguishing between the fact that the bulk of this reduction comes from development funds, and based on the extended pandemic, we're probably going to see this continue. This is going to be a couple of year recovery. So this is going to be our new reality to operate within for a period of time. So what can we actually deliver and finish sort of really strong projects like the Marpole Oak Ridge Community Center, and good washrooms and safe, clean streets and environments for people and good parks, and a clean city that people feel that they can live through some of these day-to-day challenges, which are really difficult for people right now, with everything that has been thrown at folks in 2020. But thank you for the work, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
Councillor Dominato, to the motion as amended.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have two amendments I've put forward, circulated for Council's consideration, noting that the city manager's comments and others around giving some clarity and direction for today.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to bring that up, and I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue here. And is that up on the screen now? Almost is. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. There's two proposed amendments in there, and one is to direct staff to defer the archives relocation at this time. And the second, I don't know if they're both up there, the second is around having staff report back on options to reallocate funding within the capital envelope so that the sidewalk program, traffic signal program, and street lighting programs are not deferred in scope. And this comes from sort of ongoing feedback from the public that I've had, I'm sure other councillors have had, around pedestrian safety, whether it be curb cuts, accessibility for wheelchairs, traffic signals, being able to cross intersections safely, or getting a new signals put in at intersections. I know we've seen some fantastic ones, the solar operated ones. I've seen a number in my neighborhood. Great to see. And also street lighting, and I spoke about this earlier about the motion coming from the 2S LGBTQ+ committee around public safety and considerations around street lighting. And I know there's another element of this around the LED lighting. But I do think these are pretty fundamental for people from when we sort of think about sort of safety and quality of life and people feeling safe when they're out walking. And so I would love to see some way to some reallocations, to be clear, within the and I've asked more for a report back so we could move forward today.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, to the amendment.
I just wanted to put in a word of support for the amendment. I find the 2 points quite interesting. One is saying let's defer the allocation. And I agree. I know the archives intimately, and we're not going to have sea level rise in a threatening way within 2 years on the archives. And frankly, the space at the library can wait. So I think that was a good choice. And then further focusing, on the other hand, saying that this is what we need to be spending money on the short term, and the nuts and bolts, sidewalks, traffic lights, street lights. These are things that I think are important. These are the kinds of questions that I hope that we can talk about in a participatory budgeting workshop with council in Q4. But right now, these two amendments I support. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Bly, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking in support of the amendment. I alluded in my previous comments that there would be a few amendments that I think would be appropriate to this capital plan, and this would be the other. And for similar reasons, people are spending more time outdoors. We're looking at sort of the general safety across the city, and the requests that have come along with these identified projects have been plenty. So I do feel it's an important addition, and we'll support and thank Councillor Dominato for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. And through you, Madam Chair, if I could ask a point of information. I'm just wondering from staff what the risks are in deferring the archives relocation and renewal project, notwithstanding, of course, that it does face the problem of rising sea levels through climate change, but perhaps related to the SNOC program and project. I'm not quite sure what the risks are to deferring. I'd like to know that before voting on that.
Thanks. Yeah.
That's fine. Yep. Go ahead.
Through the chair, it would probably be good for us to get you a more fulsome summary in terms of what the implications might be for SNOC. We have been talking about repurposing the facility and engaging with the Squamish about how that might be repurposed. So, there may be implications with a deferral, but at this point, I think we had outlined the primary risks, and as you heard from Danica earlier, I think a multi-year deferral is not a major risk at this point from our assessment. If this were to go like to the next capital plan, a 2-year delay, let's say, it's not a major issue. We have work underway right now on design that we would, contracts that are out for the design, and we'd probably want to finish those just so we don't have all that work kind of halfway done. But not proceeding with the construction is something that is likely not going to have major implications at this point.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that very much. In terms of the second amendment, I too, as I think Councillor Hardwick noted, this could be something that would be done within the idea that she had suggested of a council workshop. I voted for that piece because I realized that staff had said, look, there are points at which we are going to need more council decisions. I thought they were going to be more one-off decisions. I'm happy either way, whether they're one-off decisions that make sense from staff's timelines and perspectives. But if something like this were it doesn't matter to me whether it's in a workshop format or a one-off decision with the appropriate report. But I appreciate the fact that that in this case it would be a report back somehow to council, and this is what I would think to be the ongoing iterative process in adjusting the capital plan as more information and hopefully more money comes forward.
Yeah, I think if I might just to conclude, just for clarity for us to know how to move forward, I think our preference would be that the language be amended to defer the project to the next capital plan. So we understand that your intentions, like it doesn't sound like you're killing the project, you're deferring it. And so that allows us to understand kind of what the intentions are. So that might be one minor tweak so that we have clarity around kind of where we leave, what stage we leave the project in when we down tools. But again, beyond that, I mean, those are, I think we can generally live with this direction, and we can definitely do a workshop to talk about the funds that are freed up and where they may be allocated, as per your kind of the comments you were just making, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm happy to stop my timer now, get on the list with that amendment. Thank
okay,
you.
I didn't know if you'd yielded your time. Councillor Boyle, to the amendment.
Thanks through you, Chair, to the City Manager, similar to Councillor Carr. I just want to clarify if there's any joint funding involved in this archive relocation and renewal project that might be lost or delayed were it to be postponed to the next round of the capital plan.
No, I don't believe there is.
Okay.
That's not
great.
a risk at this point.
Okay, great. Then comfortable with this. That's all I have. Thanks.
Councillor Dominato, are you closing or proposing an amendment to your amendment, maybe?
I thought I'd take the suggestion of the city manager and amend it just to say to the next capital plan, if that would add clarity that's necessary, and send someone the queue, and I can just send, sorry, I'm just sending that in now.
Okay. Just trying to take a look at this. I do believe I just wanted a quick moment to confer with the clerk on something here. And just hold on one moment, please, Council. Okay, I was just checking to see if we needed to have an amendment to the amendment, or if I could sort of make that as a decision of the chair to include that language. But I think it's probably best that we move over to an amendment Q2. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato, did you want to put yourself back on the queue? Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
I can.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it's self-explanatory.
Yeah.
To
Very much so.
plan.
Don't see anyone else on the queue, so let's vote on the amendment to the amendment. Please vote on screen, Council. Councillor Swanson, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe? Great, and that passes unanimously. And then we're back to the amended amendment. Anything further, Councillor Dominato?
No, thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, and then we'll vote on the amended amendment. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Bringing us back to the main queue. And Councillor Dominato, do you have anything further?
No, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, so Council, we are voting on the motion as amended. So that includes all of the amendments in the motion, or all of the staff recommendations that were moved by Councillor Carr, and through various amendments that we've been through. So please vote on screen. And did you have the vote registered there, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chair, it should be up on the screen.
Madam Chair, I have not had a chance to vote. This is Councillor Body. It didn't reset for me, so I'm not sure.
It didn't reset for me either. So
or me, yeah.
That's why I'd asked for clarification. So if I could ask the clerk to perhaps bring up a new voting queue, this would be for the staff recommendations and the amendments. And okay, and that passes with none in opposition. Okay, Council, and we had agreed to. I just wanted to check in with the clerk on something, but that passes. Yes, that passes. Recommendations and the amendments as well, and that brings us to item number 2, which is the Granville Bridge Connector and Drake Street improvements. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Johnston, did we need to? Is everyone on the line that?
Thanks, Council. Staff are doing the turnover right now. We do have a slide presentation, which we're happy to provide for you if you'd like. It's really, we'll leave it up to you. This has been a very active project. I know you've heard the presentations about it many times, but we do have the team here, and we're happy to do that if that would be helpful.
But I guess I'll just ask Council. I see Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue, but before I do that, I just wanted to also, I'm not sure if Ms. Impey is still on the line, but I'd like to thank Patrice Impey and her team and all of the staff that were here to present to us for item number 1. So if you could pass that on, please.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. Thanks for your support, Council.
Thank you. I'm here, and we really appreciate your thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, did you have a point of privilege?
I have a point of privilege, I believe, versus procedure. You can guide me. And I'm just wondering, given the time, and we have a dinner break at 5 and such a long agenda with a number of speakers later, if it's possible to get a quick schedule recap as to which items that we clearly may not hear tonight, so that we don't have a number of speakers waiting around to on their day.
Okay, so what we have, Council, is we have the Granville Bridge Connector and Drake Street improvements. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, for your point of privilege, are you asking how many speakers there are?
I'm wondering if
the
clerk is. I'm wondering if the clerk's able to make a determination which items we may not, we clearly would not get to tonight, so that those people are not having to plan their evening or wait to speak, and they could be advised if that's possible at this point. I don't see us getting through all the business.
And we do have a backup date of Tuesday, September 29th at 3 p.m. So I'm going to ask the clerk, do you have that information for us now, or is that something that you might be able to share with us before we break at 5 p.m. for the dinner hour?
Chair Nishinova, I can provide that information in the next hour.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And Council just wondered if there was anyone who wanted to see the presentation. I understand that, I believe that's what you were asking, Mr. Johnston. That staff have prepared a presentation? Yeah. Yes. Okay. I've heard yes from one council member, and that's the way we just decide to do this. So I understand that Paul Storer is here to present, Director of Transportation from Engineering.
And sorry, before we get started, along the clerk, your general manager.
Oh, my apologies. I had staff down that are going to available to answer questions as well. Of course, over to you, Mr. Leclerc, on behalf of Engineering.
I will be passing it to Paul to make the presentation, but I just did want to make a few opening remarks, if that's okay. Falls Creek is a real feature of our metropolitan core. It's right in the center of the metropolitan core, and it's a really well-loved feature. Of course, it does present obstacles for people in terms of walking and cycling, in particular the active modes. Over the last 20 years, we have been working on retrofitting the Falls Creek bridges to better support walking, cycling, and rolling over them. You've seen significant improvements on the Burrard and Cambie Street Bridge. And over the last couple of years, we've taken some direction from council about how to improve the conditions on the Granville Bridge. And in the past, we found that these types of improvements, where we look at real gaps in this, and this is a serious gap in the excessive pedestrian accessible network right in the center of the metropolitan core. We see that when we do kind of improve the conditions, we see an automatic increase in that type of activity. Also, I just point that with the Arbutus Greenway temporary path constructed over recent years, it actually terminates just one block from the south end of this bridge. And so we could also think of this as an extension of the Arbutus Greenway right into the downtown. What staff will be presenting is as a result of the consultation, the long-term vision. This is a long-term vision which would be probably implemented over multiple capital plans. But we're also presenting an interim, which is kind of a dramatically reduced investment relative to what we had originally planned, which was $25 million. Really in response to what we see as our current budget crisis or budget situation in response to that, but still trying to achieve the accessibility outcomes. With that introduction, I'll pass it over to Paul Storer to take you through the presentation. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Lon. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Thank you.
And see the presentation on the screen, hopefully?
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation, and I'm here to present on the recommendations in front of you on the Granville Bridge Connector and Drake Street improvements. Sorry about that, I might have been getting a bit of an echo. So as Lon just said, the Falls Creek is a big barrier between our biggest job and population centers in downtown and Central Broadway. So over the last couple decades, there's been lots of work that's been done to look at how we can really improve walking and cycling across Falls Creek. In the previous capital plans, we were really focused on completing improvements to Burrard Bridge and temporary improvements to Canby. And Granville, this capital plan was really focused around how we can also improve among
me. Point of privilege.
Oh, just a moment.
Swanson here.
Yes.
I'm wondering if the presentation is viewable by members of the public. I can get it on the WebEx, but I can't get it on the other one.
Let me just check in with the clerk on this.
I don't see it either.
Is this being shared?
Chair DeGenova, yes, it is being shared. It might be maybe a 10 seconds delay. It should be visible shortly.
Okay, so there is a small delay, as has been noted before in the public view to our view. Councillor Swanson, is that okay? Did you want to check back in a few minutes on that?
I don't know what to do. It just says City of Vancouver with the logo.
Perhaps we can just take a moment to make sure mine is showing the same. So, have you refreshed your screen?
Yep. There it is.
Great.
Thank
Fantastic.
you.
You're welcome. Can we continue?
Great, thank you. So this is a really important project in terms of meeting a lot of our goals around climate emergency and around our Transportation 2040 goals. The trips between Central Broadway and the rest of the city and downtown, a lot of these trips are the sort of trips that can really be made and ideally would be made through walking and cycling. With Council's motion of the Council Emergency Response to advance the 2/3 of trips by active transportation and transit by 2030, this becomes an even more important project to move ahead. So why is it so important? Well, there's a lot of reasons, but again, if you look at who's close to the bridge and who this would serve, within about a 5-minute walk of the bridge, there's over 35,000 residents and jobs. And within a 5-minute bike ride of the bridge, there's over 200,000. So there's a lot of people who may use this. You can also see how it could be essentially an extension of the Arbutus Greenway into the downtown, really connecting a lot of the city to the south of this into the downtown core. Also, when we look at who's using the bridge today, we see about 12,000 vehicle trips across the bridge that are actually less than 5 kilometers long. And a lot of those trips really should be using active transportation modes. And we know it's a big barrier to people right now. So we see, when we look at the bridge relative to the other Falls Creek bridges, we see way fewer people walking and very few people cycling. And it has the ability to really complete major portions of the network across Falls Creek and into the downtown. The reason that we're bringing this forward, the Granville Bridge Connector forward with the Drake Street improvements, is that they form a package. So the Granville Bridge Connector would essentially extend the Arvidas Greenway and areas to the south into the downtown, with opportunities to connect down to the seawall, down to Granville Island. And on the north end, Drake Street would be that key east-west downtown street that would help people walking and cycling connect to the rest of the network. Richard Street is a project that's currently underway, about half built right now. That would be that remaining piece that would connect better to the northern part of downtown and into Gastown. So how does the bridge work today? Well, essentially the bridge, it has a freeway style design. It was essentially designed for freeways that were never built. And you can really see that in the high speed ramps and loops that really reflect that type of design approach. And you can see that in some of the early plans, like through the 50s, 60s, 70s, there were freeway plans that looked at how we were going to have downtown freeways. And this is an example of one of those, kind of how a freeway would cut across the southern part of downtown, connect to the Granville Bridge, and then head north onto the North Shore. So because of that, and because it was designed for those sorts of volumes, it was way over designed for the number of vehicles that could ever use it, given the road network around the bridge. So essentially all of the intersections at either end are more or less at capacity, but the number of vehicles that fit on the bridge during those peak times could essentially fit into 2 lanes in either direction. So there's lots of opportunity here to reallocate road space towards walking and cycling. This is just another graphic of that showing that there's way more excess capacity on this bridge than on the other ones. So what are the real problems today for people walking and cycling? Well, the ramp crossings are very uncomfortable. You have high-speed traffic, multiple lanes, and as you can see here, some visual constraints. So they're very uncomfortable places for people to walk, and even if even if someone felt comfortable, if they have any sort of mobility issue, they're fundamentally inaccessible. The sidewalks are also very narrow, so people who can get across are often kind of hugging the outside fence, and this is a real barrier to a lot of people walking across. The connections at either end are awkward because of the ramps, and particularly at the south end, if you're connecting south towards the Granville businesses, there's a tunnel you have to go down into, which adds a separate layer of confusion. And there's no bike facilities. So we see very few people comfortably biking on the roadway here and on the sidewalk. And we see a number of people biking on the sidewalk because they don't feel comfortable on the roadway. So we first brought this to council in near the beginning of the capital plan in the first quarter of 2019. And we heard some really clear direction from council. So we heard to engage deeply, and to really confirm the goals with the public that we were working on that we were looking at the right things as we move this ahead, and to talk about multiple options to be sure that we were covering a wide range of options as we talk to the public, and also to consider more factors more than kind of what worked well from a engineering point of view, but to really consider the experience and the visual connection to the water. But also to be really thoughtful about the cost and that we were going to be providing value for money, and as well as to get ahead of means prevention discussions. So the report covers, brings two projects together because they're so intimately tied. The Granville Bridge, this kind of shows the outline of how engagement works for both of them. So the Granville Bridge connector on the left is at 3 phases of engagement, and those really paired with the Drake Street upgrades, which had two phases around the same time. And we pulled those apart because we were talking about very different types of issues between the two projects. So we're at council, and if council were to approve the recommendations in the report today, we would immediately proceed towards detailed design and be looking at starting construction in late 2021 or early 2022. So walking through the engagement process, we had a number of ways that people could get involved in this, including public events and stakeholder meetings. And we heard really strong interest from the public and stakeholders on this project. So we had over 3,000 people come out to various events and almost 10,000 survey responses through this. So in the first phase is really about testing the principles of the project and about getting the ideas from people about how we could close the walking and cycling gap across the Granville Bridge. So this slide shows our final goals, and the pink are the goals that were kind of added based on the public feedback or modified based on the public feedback. So in that first phase, people generally strongly agreed with the goals that we'd brought out, but they also thought we were missing some things in terms of response to the climate emergency, environmental features, to be really clear about means prevention and that being part of what we want to do on the bridge. That we should be clear that we were providing value for money with the decisions that we were being made. And we heard from a lot of people that it was really important that we consider transit on this bridge because this is a really important transit bridge, and how the changes we made would impact transit and emergency vehicles. In the second phase, based on what we heard in the first phase, we brought out a short list of options. Now, by now, we'd looked at over 20 different options of how we could fill this gap at Granville Street with the connector, and we brought forward the six options that we thought were viable and that met the project goals. We also brought forward a number of different options that we knew there was a lot of interest in, but didn't meet the project goals. And we also talked about how we were looking at those relative to the different values. And in the final phase of engagement, so in that second phase of engagement, we heard very clearly that there was a consensus preferred option. And in the third phase, we refined that design and brought that concept back out in more detail to the public. And when we surveyed people, the survey responses came back very, very positively. About 3/4 of people supported or strongly supported the proposed design, and only about 17% of people didn't support the design. From our broader stakeholder network, we had pretty much unanimous support in terms of the proposed design option. And what we heard really strongly about the West Side Plus option was that there were a number of things people wanted to see, and this checked those boxes. So people preferred an alignment where the primary greenway was on one side rather than in the center between traffic moving on both sides. There was a strong preference for views towards the west. And there was a discomfort with, for the long-term vision, leaving either of the sidewalks unimproved. So some of our options kind of put all the space onto one side or the other, and people wanted to see the ability to walk comfortably and accessibly along both sidewalks. There was also support for some additional connections. Generally, people, really wanted to maintain views, be sure there was good separation between the different modes. That we were looking at how this is a long bridge, so looking at how we could provide places to stop along the way, and to be sure that we were thinking about placemaking and lighting. There were some interesting conversations kind of about that placemaking, because we heard from a lot of people that they were really excited about the opportunity to create a really iconic experience within Vancouver, But we also heard from a lot of people that they were concerned about the overall costs and being sure that we got something effective in place rather than spending a lot of money. So now I'll walk you through the design that we're recommending as the long-term vision. So this shows what we were calling the West Side Plus option, which was the recommended option. And essentially what this does is this, of the 8 motor vehicle lanes on the bridge, this reallocates 2 of those motor vehicle lanes. So most of that space would be reallocated to walking and cycling on the west side of the bridge. That's the thick line on the kind of top left. And that would go towards a widened sidewalk, a sidewalk that's almost twice as wide as it is today, and a protected all ages and abilities cycling facility. Now, what the dashed line on the east side of the bridge shows is that some of that space would be reallocated towards a wider and accessible sidewalk on the east side as well. Basically, this facility would connect from Granville and Drake south, and it would cross the Howe Street ramp, where there'd be a traffic signal to separate, to protect people walking and cycling as they cross the ramp. And then it would proceed along to cross the First Street ramp with another traffic signal. And at the south end, it would connect in through a new normalized intersection at Granville and Fifth Avenue, and then head west to connect into the Arbutus Greenway past First Street. The park board is in the process of developing a new park between 5th and 6th Avenue and Pine and Fir. So that block, the engineering staff has been working with park board staff to start to look at how we can design the park, the connections for the Arbutus Greenway and the Granville connector in that block in a way that works really well for both the park and all of those active transportation connections. The West Side Plus long-term vision also includes some other things, including an accessible sidewalk down the Hemlock ramp, as well as a cycling connection down the Fir ramp that would connect in at a relatively flat grade to the 10th Avenue bike route, which is one of the busier bike routes in the city. This is an artist concept of what that would look like, kind of looking near the top of the bridge. And you can start to see those features play out in this concept. You can see some means prevention fencing, that's some initial thoughts at how we could develop a system that would work as means prevention, but also try to retain the views. You can see the sidewalk path would be widened, and that would be separated by a curb from the bidirectional protected bike lane, which would be separated from motor vehicle traffic by a concrete barrier. On the other side, you can see some thoughts around what a low barrier would look like between motor vehicle traffic and that somewhat widened sidewalk, and the means prevention on the other side. Near the apex of the bridge, near the top of the bridge, there's an opportunity to narrow the bike lane and widen the sidewalk out. This is kind of where bikes in both directions would be moving most slowly. And the idea is to create some special places in that area to create places for people to stop, have some placemaking opportunities, and potentially do things like public art. From a cross-sectional point of view, this is what that would look like. So this is the cross-section of the bridge looking north into the downtown. And on the left, you have the main connector, and it shows how the sidewalk would be widened. There'd be a curb between the sidewalk and the protected bike lane, bidirectional protected bike lane, and the concrete barrier between moving traffic and the bike facility. Now you can see that the 6 lanes of traffic are shifted over towards the east, as is the center median between the 2 directions of traffic, and the widened sidewalk on the east side. Through the process, we got a lot of questions about how this would kind of work at the ramps. People were sometimes having a difficult time understanding what that would look like. But essentially, you would have a traffic signal similar to any other traffic signal in the city that would stop motor vehicle traffic and create that time for people walking and cycling to safely and comfortably cross those moving lanes. And this is at First Street, looking north up the bridge towards the downtown.
Thanks. I'm not quite sure. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Mr. Storr. Just wondered if I think I need a motion to extend 458. So, Council, if I could ask if
Motion to extend.
Thank you very much. And what I'm going to ask for is just yays and nays. If we receive any nays, then we'll go to a recorded vote. All in favor, please say yay. Any opposed? None opposed. So we will continue to finish the presentation. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So this is at the northern end of the bridge, where the Howe on-ramp and Seymour off-ramp meet the bridge. And it's a similar design here where the traffic signals at both ramps would stop motor vehicle traffic and give people walking and cycling that time to cross. Because these are both one-way traffic flows, we have an opportunity to really tightly coordinate these signals with the signals upstream and downstream. So, we can potentially do it with minimal delay to motor vehicles coming across, because those vehicles would be, stopping at that signal either upstream or downstream anyway. So there's a lot more design development in terms of this long-term vision that we'd want to do before we got into the final design, based on what we heard from the public. So we heard about opportunities for a potential lookout at the top of the bridge, how we design the seating, how we design pedestrian scale lighting, how we can improve greening on the bridge. I'm looking for opportunities for public art and cultural heritage, and improving the lighting, as well as the means prevention fencing. We worked with our consultants to come up with a couple potential systems that would work well. And we, as we got into more detail in the design, we would work through the details of how to provide that. The other piece of work that hasn't been completed that we heard really strongly from the public about was connections, how we connect into the Broadway subway station at Granville, how this facility would connect down to the seawall in a more elegant way and towards the east. And we heard a lot of interest about an elevator and staircase down to Granville Island. And we've recently finished a feasibility study with Granville Island to look at that, and the design for the connector considers how we would add the elevator and staircase in later. I'm going to jump over to Drake quickly. So our process on Drake Street was building off of work that was done back in 2011 and 2012 on what an extension of the Comox-Helmcken Greenway would look like. So essentially the Comox-Helmcken Greenway goes from Stanley Park to Hornby Street as the first phase. And phase two was looking at east of that, how it would cross the rest of the downtown. So basically it looked at Drake potentially being the primary cycling connection and Helmcken being the walking connection. But we'd had some good engagement with the public at that point. So building off of what we'd heard back in 2011 and 2012, we had 2 rounds of public engagement around Drake Street, including 4 public events, and a lot of stakeholder meetings. A lot of the work that we did along the corridor was talking to those stakeholders right along the corridor who had most interest in what would happen there. And again, we got good participation through this process. In the first round, we took out 2 different options, kind of identifying the one that was preferred for a number of reasons, but also bringing out what we saw as the other viable option. So the preferred option at that point was a bidirectional, so 2-way cycling facility on the south side of the street, and a one-way eastbound traffic lane on Drake Street. So essentially for motor vehicles, Drake Street would go from a 2-way street to a one-way street eastbound. The reason for this there were a number of benefits to this. Some key things really are that it allowed us to maintain more of the parking and loading on the streets. And it also prevented some downsides to the other one, which were kind of difficulty getting any additional landscaping in and some real sidewalk impacts. Additionally, when we looked at keeping two-way traffic flow on the street, some of the design constraints meant that some of those key places that people actually wanted to turn along the corridor, they wouldn't be able to because our design constraints would be too strong. So we took these out. We got some really mixed feedback, but we heard some really important feedback in terms of how to proceed. In the second phase, we'd made a number of changes to the design. Based on the feedback that we'd heard, we still saw that the one-way motor vehicle street with a bidirectional protected bike lane on the south side was the best way to move forward in terms of meeting the project goals. And when we took it back out, over 60% of people were supportive of the design changes that we made. The key things that we heard in that first phase were really, a lot of it was around the east end of the corridor. In that first phase, the designer proposed a number of parking restrictions at the east end of the corridor, a number of turning restrictions at the east end of the corridor at Pacific Boulevard. And there were some real concerns there from some of the local residents and businesses about those turning restrictions. There was also only kind of one way to get into Hamilton Streets in historic Yaletown. So you kind of had to come in from the west. So when we went back and looked at the design based on the feedback we got, we found some opportunities to resolve those and allow full movement at the Pacific and Drake intersection, as well as the ability to allow westbound traffic to come in from Pacific to access Hamilton Street, to be sure that, you could basically come in and access that area by motor vehicles through any direction. We also worked with a lot of the stakeholders on the corridor with how to use the curb space, so where we needed to have passenger zones and loading zones and metered parking. So at a high level, the corridor would be one-way eastbound motor vehicle traffic, essentially extending the treatment that's on the block between Burrard and Hornby further east as far as Hamilton Street. And then there would be two-way traffic on Drake between Hamilton and Pacific. And you have the bidirectional bike lane on the south side of the street. And this gives us opportunities to have more parking and loading. Essentially, you would have one eastbound travel lane. Beside that, you would have a parking or turn lane, depending on where you were on the corridor, and opportunities for landscape separation between that and the bidirectional bike facility, as well as opportunities for more green infrastructure. From a plan point of view, this gives us opportunities to, this shows a kind of typical block, but the block between Hornby and Howe Street. And this is a similar treatment kind of all the way along the corridor. This takes on the intersections with adjacent bike routes would take on a protected intersection style design, which provides significantly shortened crossings for pedestrians and space for people cycling to comfortably wait for the signal outside of a conflict area with moving traffic. There's opportunities along the corridor for, you can see parking and or loading near that intersection, and then a right turn bay develop as you get closer. So that's kind of an explanation of the long-term design. As we were getting in, as we got into some details of costing these things with our consultants and going through the options on the ground, essentially none of the options that we were looking at would really fit within the $25 million budget we had allocated this capital plan. So we knew we were looking at how we were going to phase this prior to COVID. Essentially, the long-term vision for the connector would cost about $37 million. Adding on means prevention and lighting improvements, which need to be done anyway, regardless of this project. That's another $20 million. And reconstructing Fifth Avenue at the south end, so normalizing the loop there, is another $7 million. So the cost here is significantly beyond the $25 million that we'd had allocated this capital plan. And then COVID came along, and we realized we needed to look at this through a bit of a different lens, and look at what is the minimum we could build out here and really create that safe and comfortable and accessible connection across Granville Bridge. Recognizing the constraints, particularly in DCLs, which are forecasted to be significantly lower this capital plan. We also hit some delays in terms of kind of finalizing the process and bringing this to council. So the interim design that we are proposing in the report in front of you, that we're recommending in the report in front of you, tries to do that minimum amount of things. So essentially it would reconfigure the travel lanes so they're essentially in their final position. So this would be shifting over the center median, reallocating those two travel lanes, and allocating that space on the west side of the bridge. People walking and cycling would be separated from motor vehicle traffic by a concrete barrier. And basically we'd be left with a wide pedestrian space, but it would be separated from the existing sidewalk and pedestrian space on the bridge deck. We have a lot of precedent for this as we've tried to improve our structures for walking and cycling. We have very often done that by installing barriers on the deck. But this means deferring a number of components. And the idea is we'd get this in this capital plan. We would, develop the, people would start to use it, and we would build off of this in future capital plans. So we'd be deferring the west sidewalk widening. We'd be deferring the east side, the signals and the widening. We'd be deferring the means prevention fencing and lighting improvements. I'm going to spend a minute on this slide because I know there's a few questions on this, but we'd be delaying rebuilding the Fifth Avenue intersection. One of the things, so the normalization of Fifth Avenue here achieved a number of different objectives. As you cross the bridge, essentially right now the first traffic signal is at 6th Avenue. Which kind of leaves that block between 5th and 6th difficult to access. So normalizing this kind of brings that more normal street grid and provides more opportunities for pedestrians to cross the streets, at least not going into the tunnel. But it also squares up the loop on the southwest corner, similar to what we've done on the southeast, east of the bridge on the south side, and what's in policy on the north side. So we've heard some questions and concerns about what this site might be used for. And through the process, we heard a lot of questions about it. Squaring it off is an improvement for that, whether it were to become a park, stay open space, or a development site. And we've been working with the Broadway corridor planning team to look at what that site could be. And basically a decision around that site would be consultation around what would happen with that, and then a decision would be through the Broadway corridor process. But in any case, squaring it off made a lot of sense. So we'd be deferring that and essentially using the existing roadways within that area to create a safe and comfortable walking and cycling connection to the west towards the Arbutus Greenway. There's a few other pieces that would be deferred, including the ramp connection, the lookouts at the top of the bridge, and some localized widening that we had planned to do to widen the sidewalk at the first signal. We'd be taking a similar approach on Drake, where instead of providing a raised protected bike lane all the way through. We would separate the cycling facility from motor vehicles through planters in a similar way we've done to on other corridors as an interim treatment. We'd still be building out a number of the intersections because that's kind of the best way to achieve what we're trying to do from a pedestrian comfort and safety perspective in terms of really narrowing those intersections and providing those spaces for people cycling to have those comfortable spaces to wait outside of moving traffic. So in summary, the interim design for both projects would be basically the pink lines here. So it's interim treatment on Drake Street at a cost of about $4.4 million. And the interim design of the Granville Connector, which would be kind of the functional need to make the transportation connections from Drake and Granville across down to Fifth and Fir. We'd be deferring the yellow portions of this diagram, which include on the east side, the east sidewalk widening, the improved accessible sidewalk on Hemlock, the signals on the east side, and the Fifth and Granville signal, as well as the bike connection up the Fir ramp. And that would be at an estimated cost right now of about $12.5 million, and that includes $1 million in external design costs. So the last thing I wanted to talk about a little bit was the coordination opportunity that we saw as we were working through this process. So this is a photo of the Granville Loops at the north end of the bridge. And normalizing the Granville Loops has been in city policy for almost 2 decades now. It was first identified through the Downtown Transportation Plan, and more detailed work was approved by council a couple times over the years, including a relatively detailed concept for what that replacement road network looks like. Sorry for the change in orientation here. In this diagram, north is to the right, but essentially the traffic flow on the loops would be replaced with a at-grade street network that would replicate those traffic flows. So basically, instead of, if you're coming onto the bridge from Pacific, instead of coming through a very non-urban high-speed loop, you would do the more kind of urban context of making 3 right turns, and similar coming off the bridge. So this does a number of things in terms of creating better walking and cycling connections through this area, but also creates the opportunity for development sites. So this has been in council policy for a while, and the goal would be to move forward with the reconstruction of the road network to allow those development sites to start going, and combine that construction with the Granville Connector. And there's a number of reasons for doing this. The big one being it would really minimize the impact on, the overall construction impact, as well as avoiding being a big impact. If we came along with the loops later, there would be some impact on the Granville Connector as we were building the loops. So the idea was to coordinate both of these to meet a number of objectives. So from a timeline point of view, if council approves the recommendations in the report today, we would move out to an RFP for design right away. The design process for the Granville Connector and the Granville Loops would be coordinated and would take a little more than half the year. Following that, we would move forward with a tendering process where we'd be coming back to council, hopefully awarding a contract to a successful contractor, and then construction would start late in 2021 or early in 2022. And right now, it's estimated that construction would take a little over a year. So thank you very much for hearing the presentation and considering the recommendations. And we have a number of staff here available to answer council's questions.
Thanks very much. And I do appreciate the motion that Councillor Fry had moved to make sure that we extended to get through the presentation. We are overdue for the hour dinner break that we'd have, and and I know it's been a long day and we have a long evening ahead of us, Council. So I'd suggest we take an hour-long break. I was just, I see a number of councillors on the queue, so I just thought I'd just check in and make sure that there was nothing pressing. Councillor Fry, first of all, and thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sure there will be questions immediately after we come back from the recess. Thank you, Mr. Storr. So, Council, Councillor Fry, did you have any?
No, Chair, I had questions for Mr. Storr, so if we're taking a break for.
Okay, and then I'll just go through this. Councillor Boyle?
Yes, same, just on the list for questions after the break.
Okay, and Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have questions, but just given that we're about to break for dinner, I just wanted to make a suggestion, given the schedule that Rosemary has circulated around our schedule and sort of how many hours are necessary to get through all this. I'd like to propose, and I can write it, I haven't done it yet, that Council move through after dinner, continue with the Granville Connector and hearing for speakers, debate decision, and then adjusting the agenda with Council's permission to deal with the patios motion, because I think it has some urgency around small business. The other motions, which includes, I have a couple of them, and I think other councillors I don't see as being as time sensitive as the patio motion I just referenced. But I'm just conscious of time and wondering if we might proceed that way, and I can type that up as a proposal.
Well, I sometimes have said, let's move into debate on something like this, and then the debate's taking quite some time. So, Councillor Dominato, would you like to circulate that, and could we deal with that when we come back from the recess? Is that, we're going to recess for an hour anyways?
Certainly.
And we would, of course, you're proposing finishing the Granville Connector, which is item number 2 that we're currently on, first of all. Correct?
Yeah. Yes. And then adjusting the agenda to deal with the patio motion.
Okay. So right when we come back from recess, and I really want to thank staff, first of all, for the presentation, also for coming back to answer our questions. Maybe then, Council, that will have given us some time to consider how we want to move forward this evening, and we can make decisions on any motions or proposals coming forward by councillors. I think, for sure, just to let some of the speakers know, the clerk has circulated a schedule, and we will be looking at using the backup reserve date that we have of September 29th that would start at 3 p.m. We're not sure which items would be slotted in there yet, so we'll make that determination when we come back. It's currently 5:20 p.m.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm concerned that if the public is seeing the proposal or knows the proposal is to deal with a motion on the missing middle tonight, but defer the rest, and Councillor Dominato has a different suggestion that individuals who may be speaking to the patio motion will just take the rest of the evening off and not be here for us to listen to. So I'm interested in knowing whether we can make the decision about which of the motions we're going to deal with now, so that the public is not in any way confused or thinks they've already understood what we're doing, and then we change our minds.
Well, we do have 10 speakers when we come back to this item, Councillor Carr. So unless there's a motion on the table right now, which, as I said, could sometimes take up to half an hour, to debate, then I would suggest we discuss it after recess. But perhaps I could ask the clerk if they, if I could ask Madam Clerk, if we are coming back to finish this item, would that provide adequate time to notify? If we decided before we finish this item, when we came back from the recess, would it provide adequate time to notify any other speakers that may be on the agenda for this evening? Not
Chair
sure what noise I'm hearing there. Yes, please. Thank you.
So the speakers for Granville Street Bridge are expected to come back around 6 o'clock to speak to council. If council is wanting to move a different, the order of the agenda, we would need to know fairly quickly to notify the other speakers. So if we're looking at the speakers for the missing middle housing, those speakers are not contacted yet at this point, and we will let them know when to call in.
Okay, I see that actually two are in person for that item, but if we are coming back to finish item 2, there's 10 speakers that we would hear on that when we came back. Would that give you and your staff adequate time to contact everyone else that may be referred to the September 29th date, or would you advise that we make those decisions now?
So maybe I need some clarity from you, Chair DeGenova.
Yeah.
Is council intention to hear from speakers for Granville Street Bridge after dinner?
Yes, that's what I had said. It was the referred items. I think that Councillor Carr, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I understood that that was what your concern was about.
So, Madam Chair, it's Councillor Dominato, just to...
Point of privilege?
Point of privilege. I just haven't had a chance to type this up just because I'm trying to follow the dialogue. I would like to, because it sounds like it would be better for everyone, staff, the public, speakers, to move that we, after dinner, continue with the Granville Connector, including the speakers, debate and decision, and Councillor Kirby-Young's motion on patios because of the urgency around small business, and then recess and refer the remaining.
So I'm going to move us to main queue then, because it looks like this is where we're going anyways. And no one say I didn't warn you. Okay, there we go. Councillor Dominato, before we recess for the plan for this evening.
So I would propose that we, after dinner, continue with the Granville Connector, including the speakers' debate and decision, as well as the pending motion on patios to help small businesses, because there's some urgency there, and refer the remaining motions, the missing middle, the 2 mental health motions, and I think it's a parking motion, sorry, right off the top of my head, and refer those to the council reserve on the 29th, I think, is what you said.
And there's also the item number 7 as well, which I would have handed the chair over to Councillor Fry for, which I'm amenable to refer that, but it's up to everyone. I see Councillor Dominato on the queue right now. If there's anyone who does want to speak to this, Councillor Carr, I know that you had some comments. Now would be the time to add yourself to the queue for debate. Councillor Hardwick, to the motion. Has the clerk received the motion?
No, sorry, I'll take that.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Just to clarify, Councillor Dominato's motion, the intent is to come back from dinner and complete the business for Granville Street Bridge, including speakers, and then vary the agenda to deal with item number 5, which is the pop-up patios, and the rest of the items referred to the 29th. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe that's what she said. I was trying to write it down here. I also am getting emails that are coming through to our meeting amendments group. So, Councillor Dominato, is that something that you need? I'm going to put you back on the queue, Councillor Dominato, so you're using.
If I may, Madam Chair, I'm seeing emails circulating saying I'm hearing from two councillors that there's support.
Yes, I understand. I just mentioned that, but the process is the same and it's fair for everyone. So you can send that over. Thank you.
Chair DeGenova, we're just going to pop up the text, and we'll fine tune it a bit more later, but just to give council an idea, is this the intent? And then
Thanks.
based on that, we will notify speakers.
Okay, and just to give anybody else a chance to go on the queue once they've seen the motion. And you'd sent that in already? Is that correct? Councilor Dominato?
I'm just sending it now.
Okay.
For things administrative like this, we need to just allow a verbal motion on these. Clerks, can I get the item numbers for the remaining items for the motion?
Chair DeGenova, through the chair, we
Yes,
do have the text up on the screen.
I see that.
So if that works for council, we can take the direction from council based on that.
Okay. So what I'm understanding is the clerks understand that. I see Councilor Hardwick, you're on for to debate this.
Well, I was just going to chime in with my support. I think everybody's feeling, fairly. It's been an overwhelming couple of days, and if we can get through the Granville Connector and get through the pressing patio motion, I support pushing off until the 29th with the balance of the work. Thank you.
Okay, and I don't see anyone else on the queue, so I'll just ask everyone to vote on screen. Council.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm just sorry. I am actually sending in the full amendment so it actually refers to your items, so that just so we don't have to deal with this after dinner. So
wait, we don't need to refer anything. We recess and we come back on the 29th.
Okay.
Is that correct? That's what I'm asking the clerk at.
That is correct,
at
Chair.
that time?
We would any items that are not completed tonight will be continue on Tuesday, September 29th at 3 p.m.
Great. Okay. And this is just voting on the reordering as proposed on screen by Councilor Dominato. And
I'm sorry, I hate to belabor this. I wanted for clarity is that the intent is to continue the Granville Connector and the patios motion and then stop and then refer the other, that we recess at that time. Is that, because I'm not seeing that in the motion on the table, and I want that clarity, because what I'm hearing the clerk saying is that anything that's not finished will continue on the 29th. So it sounds like we're going to, after patios, and go on to other motions, and I think it's going to be quite late at that point.
So, Madam Clerk, do you, through Councilor Dominato's point of privilege in trying to interpret the motion the way that it's written, is that your interpretation? That after dinner, we would, after the dinner recess, we'd motion, or there would, we would complete the second item 2, which we are currently on, which includes the speaker, questions to staff, debate and decision. Then we'd vary the agenda to deal with item number 5 after the completion of item number 2. And then I believe, Councilor Dominato, you are suggesting that we would recess and come back to complete the remaining items in the order they currently are on September 29th at 3 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Is that what you understood, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that is correct.
Sorry, point of, I think it's a procedure point.
Okay.
Thank you. I am concerned with a 3 p.m. start. Perhaps the City Clerk is not aware that the annual general meeting of the Lower Mainland Local Government Association, which I would imagine most of us would like to attend, ends at 3:30 on Tuesday the 29th. So I'm wondering if that time start for this recontinued meeting could not be 3:30 rather than 3.
3:30. Is there any further notification that would need to be made, Madam City Clerk, or could we make that 3:30? Although in my experience, it doesn't always end on time either. Councillor Carr.
Yes, we can certainly make the change to the time for that.
Okay.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
So
Okay,
Chair
so,
DeGenova, just for council to understand, the completion
you.
of item, the patio item, once we begin that item, it is my understanding that council will wish to make a decision on that item. So it could potentially go past 10 o'clock. I just want council to be aware of that.
Okay, and would you like us to make a decision on that now, or would you like us to say that our intention is to move on with item number 5 until we reach 10 o'clock and would make a decision whether or not we continue the meeting at that time?
No, you should be making that decision now. The way the motion is worded now, it means that the council will make the decision on the patio item, and it could potentially go past 10 o'clock, and the council will be agreeing to that if the vote is taken for this.
Okay, so council, I'm very sensitive to the fact that if people don't want to go beyond the 10 p.m. that's scheduled in our calendars, or they cannot go beyond that time. If that's not a unanimous decision, then we can hear from speakers, but we cannot move forward with debate and decision. So I would ask each of you to vote on that, or there can be an amendment to that. Councillor Swanson, did you want to speak to that? You're on the queue.
I don't want to go past 10.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, if I could ask, please indulge me. Is there any chance that, for administrative reasons, or would it have to be an amendment to the amendment, that we added in to deal with item 5 up until 10 p.m., at which point council would recess if the business of item 5 was not complete?
Chair DeGenova, I would suggest that council should break for dinner now, and we would communicate with the speakers for item 5. The item could potentially come up at that point. It gives council some time to think about it over dinner, and rather than making the decision now.
Unless I see anyone else on the queue, I appreciate that advice, and I would suggest we move forward with it. Okay, Councillor Swanson, was that a holdover?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then that's what I'll suggest. The issue of the speakers being notified and understanding the intention that after 2 would come item 5. We'll deal with that when we come back, and then council, we can. It's up to each of you how late we are here, technically. In some of our questions and the way we move forward as well. But right now we'll break for an hour dinner recess, and we will come back at 6:35 p.m. And thanks very much, staff, for the presentation, and look forward to seeing you back here for questions and speakers, debate, and decision at 6:35. Thanks. We're in recess.
Okay, over to you, Councillor Fry.
Okay, so we are reconvening this Standing Committee of City Finance and Services meeting. And where we left it was varying the agenda with Councillor Dominato's motion, which I believe was passed unanimously. And we're now going on to questions on. Oh, sorry, was I not?
Councillor Fry, we have to deal with the motion that was proposed by Councillor Dominato that is currently on the floor and it is on your screen. So we would be debating, council would be debating this motion.
Okay. So I'm actually getting an audio feedback where I can hear myself speaking. Have you got me on audio?
We can hear you just fine. I think the other councillors can hear you as well.
Sure, I'm getting a sort of delayed echo.
Turn your WebEx to 0 for the sound.
Your orange cone should be down to
Orange cone's now off.
Okay, is that better for
Am I
you?
reading off the screen?
So you're on the queue to speak next. So the next person would be Councillor Boyle.
Okay, so I suppose are you suggesting I give allow Councillor Boyle to speak, ask questions of staff?
That's correct, as you are chairing.
All right, Councillor Boyle, questions for staff.
Thanks. Just to clarify, we're on the connector now. We're not meeting.
We're on Granville Connector.
Motion? Okay.
No, we're on the motion to do. Council is supposed to give staff direction on what to do with the agenda, and that's the motion that's on the screen.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Can we just call the question and vote on that, just to move this along?
I think we need a unanimous vote to call the question. Are these are all questions on Dominato's motion?
I believe it's 2/3. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, point of procedure.
Yes, Councillor Carr.
If we're voting on the motion that's on the screen, I believe the question that was unresolved was whether or not we would continue to hear item 2 until debate and decision is completed, which would, if it went past 10 o'clock, would assume a unanimous vote. If there was to be an amendment, this is my understanding. I'm just checking to see if it's your understanding, that if we wanted to only go as far as 10 o'clock, we have to modify the motion on the screen. It would take an amendment.
That's correct. We would need to get unanimous to continue past 10 o'clock. So the motion as presented for council to consider is that after the dinner break, council continues with the committee agenda item 2 on the Granville Connector, including hearing speakers and carrying out debate and decision. Then we will vary the agenda to proceed with item number 5, which is pop-up patios. And further, the council recess committee and refer the remaining motions after we've dealt with item number 5. The remaining motions, items 3, 4, 6, and 7 will go to Tuesday, September 29th, 2020 at 3:30 p.m.
Chair Fry, just to clarify for council, we will be able to complete the Granville Street item tonight. And item 5 is the one that's questionable whether council can complete before 10 o'clock. So if we proceed with that item, this motion currently as it stands will take council till past 10 o'clock in order to complete the business.
And that is my understanding as well. And we'll need a unanimous vote to proceed after 10 o'clock, although not everybody will need to attend. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Point of information.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. Sorry, the noise there. Does that mean that we would be unable to amend this later when we come up on 10 o'clock and make another determination? Are we married to this?
I believe we could certainly revisit and closer to 10 o'clock. So well, hopefully by then, Councillor or Chair DiGenova will have returned and we can make a decision as we roll up on 10 o'clock. I believe there was a motion from the floor to call the question. So can we just get a quick yeas or nays to call the question? All in favor?
Yay. Yay.
Yay. Okay, all opposed? Okay, so we're going to call the question as presented on your screen. Councillor Dominato's varied agenda motion before you. I think we could also do this by verbal. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Any opposed?
Yay.
Okay, so that carries, and we will be bringing the agenda. Now we're going to proceed on to hear questions of staff on the Granville Connector. And because I'm now in the chair position, I will cede my question spot to Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and thank you to staff for the huge amount of work that's gone into this. I have a number of questions, so I'll try to move through them quickly. I'm interested, there wasn't a reference during the presentation to the, I think, very important equity work and input that was done by Jay Pitter and the team. And so I'm interested in hearing more about that, but actually specifically hearing about what from that equity engagement is visible in the interim plan that's before council.
Hi, Paul Storer, hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, so that was work that kind of came on near the final phase of the bridge. Jay Pitter came in and helped us really look at the project from an equity perspective, and there were a number of really important things that she helped bring forward. But a lot of it was really that the project was really important in terms of providing a better and more equitable connection across the bridge. She heard really clearly and saw really clearly the barrier that it presented to everyone, but particularly to equity-seeking groups. And really about emphasizing the importance of reallocating road space and slowing down traffic. The interim connector wouldn't do kind of everything that report was hoping to do, particularly in terms of, creating a great kind of place, but it would really help solve some of those existing equity barriers across the bridge.
Okay, great. My second question is in specifically looking at the interim plan, the routes that we aren't proposing to upgrade in the interim plan, particularly the side off ramps, are they without any work wheelchair accessible at this point?
A lot of them, I think you can get a wheelchair down them. They're very narrow, all of them, and there are places where it pinches to. It might depend on the actual width of the specific wheelchair. So I would say no, they're not accessible, but yeah, they're things that have kind of been the only way for someone using a mobility device to actually get across the bridge right now.
Okay, so the interim plan proposes one on and off ramp upgrade that would be accessible, but still the remainder would be inaccessible until further capital.
Yeah, that's correct. So the accessible path would be kind of the main connector project from Drake and Granville to 5th and Granville or over to Fur, and there would be a fully accessible path all the way across the bridge.
And did we look at closing any of the off and on ramps to car travel to improve pedestrian and wheelchair and bike accessibility at a relatively low cost?
Yeah, so on the north end of the project, really Howe and Seymour are the main motor vehicle connections onto the bridge. Granville is mostly local circulation and transit. At the north end in particular, the impacts on motor vehicle traffic would be really significant if we were to close lanes to do that. On the south end, it's a little more kind of feasible to look at the connections to FUR, but it would still have quite a big motor vehicle impact.
Okay. My last question is about the means prevention, the suicide prevention, and I note that staff said this would need to be done eventually. Is any of that funding included in the interim proposal, or can you speak to what efforts have been made to find that partner funding to do it as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so prior to looking at really reducing the budgets with COVID, we were looking at what portion of means prevention fencing we might be able to deliver, and we were looking at kind of a number of sources, including some of the TransLink structural funding. It's quite a significant project, and we've also had conversations with Vancouver Coastal Health and the province. Really, from a financial point of view, there's a big potential savings to the healthcare system if you were to install means prevention fencing. So ideally, that system would kind of help fund this, but those funding sources aren't really fully in place. But those are the sorts of conversations we want to keep having as we move this project ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Storr. Councillor Boyle, that's your time.
Yep, thank you.
I see that Chair DiGenova has returned to the meeting.
Well, actually, I was having technical difficulties. I was hoping that maybe the meeting would wait for me to get online, just as I would for anyone else. But I understand we're moving forward. So thank you very much.
I'm happy to cede the chair back to you, Councillor DiGenova.
Where I am in my list now, Vice Chair Fry. Thank you very much for taking over. Appreciate
You're most welcome. We are on the questions to staff on the Granville Connector.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to make
the agenda
sure.
has been passed. So
Okay, so there was a vote without me too. All right.
Yes, there was.
I don't think that's allowed, but I'm not gonna cause a fuss over that. So I'll just advance Councillor Dominato for questions. Councillor Dominato, questions to staff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, for the overview and presentation. I know there's been lots of changes and adaptations. I do have a question. I think a number of us have received correspondence, particularly around the Southwest Loops, and you've touched on this earlier in the presentation. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on whether there's an opportunity. You mentioned that it was part of the Broadway planning. But is there an opportunity for council to give any direction at this time as part of the Granville Connector around that? We heard a lot of feedback around the green space and how important that is to the neighborhood. And so I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
Hi, I'm not sure if planning is on the line, someone who might be able to answer it. But if not, so, there's going to be a lot of work through the Broadway plan to look at a lot of different things, including, where more green space should be, where public space should be. It's going to be a comprehensive area plan. So it's going to be looking at a lot of things, and this loop will be part of it. We're still quite early in the planning process. So, it kind of hasn't gotten to the point where this kind of fine-grained trade-offs would be made. But there will definitely be opportunities that, plan moves ahead to talk about those trade-offs and for the team to get direction on that.
Okay, helpful. Yeah, so I do wonder if maybe we could at least signal that that's a priority. I mean, obviously, council would have to have some consensus around that. The other question I have is just with respect to, and I don't have the slide in front of me, but it sort of summarized the cost for the bridge upgrades and then the Drake Street enhancements. And I think from that slide, it showed that there wouldn't be any upgrades on the east side at this time. I'm just wondering, was there any consideration to doing the upgrades on both the west and east side and not doing the Drake Street upgrades? Because I think it was like 4.4 million for the Drake Street component and then 12.5 million for the west side and some of the other interim measures. And I just wondered if you considered just doing both sides of the bridge and some of the connections to the ramps, but not Drake Street. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Widening the east sidewalk is I think significantly more than the cost of Drake Street. Sorry, I'm just looking up the dollar value right now. But because you're having to build the new signals, you're having to widen the sidewalk. There's a lot of work there. It's about $10 million. You know, without Drake Street, you know, it's difficult to see how the cycling connection would work at the north end of the bridge. So you'd have this really good connection from the Arbutus Greenway that's all ages and abilities and comfortable. And then at the north end, it wouldn't really connect into the rest of the network at all.
Okay. And just before I run out of time, one more question is, if council endorses this at this time, can you just walk me back through what exactly, if I'm a member of the public, I'm going to see in a year from now or 2 years from now in terms of the actual, like, am I going to be able to walk and ride safely across the bridge by 2021, 2022 on the west side? And so if you could just reflect that back to me.
Yeah. So if we follow the schedule as they're outlined right now, essentially construction would start right near the end of 2021 or beginning of 2022, and it extends into 2023. And when that's complete, then hopefully for the summer of 2023 at least, people would be able to comfortably and accessibly walk and cycle across the bridge.
Okay.
On the west side, sorry.
On the west side only.
Yeah.
So it would be, and so just to clarify again, would there be any anything before 2023 in terms of some of the interim pylons there, or would it be likely summer 2023 when we could say, okay, yes, this is accessible, and thinking about people with disabilities, families, kids with strollers, wheelchairs?
Yeah, we'd look for opportunities kind of going into and through the construction phase to see if there's any places where we could just kind of improve what's out there. But particularly at those intersections where the connector crosses the ramp, there's a reasonable amount of civil and structural work to do there to make those intersections work well. But we'd look for any opportunities along the way.
Okay, thank you. That's my time. Appreciate it.
Councillor Kirby-Young, questions to staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the squeak. It's my very squeaky old chair here. I have a question, and it relates to the financials. I'm looking at page 22 of the report, and my question about accessibility has been asked. I want to focus on this because we're getting a lot of feedback from the public, and I agree that there is interest in this project and an appetite, but there seems to be a perception from the public that council, perhaps it wasn't prudent to spend this money right now and it should be saved or spent on something else. And I'm noting on page 22 that it says that the source of funding of what's being asked for in this report is $10.5 million from citywide DCL, CACs, and other developer contributions, and $4 million from TransLink. So my question is, if council did not approve this, is that 14 for clarity, $14.5 million not available for something else because of the DCL bylaw? It needs to be spent on the transportation category. Is that correct? And couldn't necessarily be reallocated to other things? Are they pressing priorities outside of that category? Can I get some clarity around that?
Yeah, that's correct. So this would be citywide DCLs allocated to transportation. So they'd need to be spent within that transportation realm.
So if it wasn't this, it would be another transportation project.
Correct. Okay.
That's really helpful because I think there is a perception that we could somehow save this money and support, lessen our deficit or our capital gap or something else. But really, these funds are specifically mandated by the DCL bylaw to be utilized for that purpose, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is, I just want to get some clarity over the overall projected budget around the project. And so I'm looking below that table on page 22. And there's a paragraph and a statement here that says the cost to deliver the remaining components of the long-term design would be approximately $26.5 million for the Granville Bridge connector, and so on. Is that $26.5 million additional to the 14.5? So are we looking at a total of 41 approximately for the project, or is that inclusive of the 14.5?
Sorry, yes, that would be essentially additional. And Yeah, most of what we are trying to build through the interim, like the intersections, we're trying to build them in their final configuration to reduce rework. But overall, it would be in that ballpark.
Okay. And if council does approve this tonight at the 14.5, and if due to our circumstances we find ourselves in and our future DCLs or transportation DCLs are not as robust as we had hoped, do staff feel that this work is still a step forward and it's still worth doing on its own, even if the future complete vision of the project may take some time or is delayed?
Yes, definitely. And I think it's really important for us to have identified what that long-term vision is so that we can, in future capital plans, take on whatever pieces are most important, but not having to kind of come back and deliver all of it at once. We can come back and deliver it in multiple phases, kind of similar to what we did on Burrard Bridge.
Okay. And all of the other components, sort of the incremental pieces, the seating and the debates that people have around, well, the ones in the Burrard Bridge the benches are silly because when with the height and the bridge and the means fencing, you can't see anyway and they're too low. So all of that sort of incremental aesthetic stuff would be future phases, and there would be lots of time to discuss that. Yes,
absolutely.
Okay. And the timeline for completion, is it for this phase is 2022-23?
Yeah, we haven't pushed really hard on the timeline, but it looks like if we follow kind of normal process, it would complete in early 2023.
And okay, not possible to get it done within this by the end of 2022, for example?
We're looking at different options to try to accelerate it. There are some risks to that, so we're still seeing what we can do on that front.
Okay. I'll leave it for now because I know we're tight for time. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, questions to staff, up to 5 minutes.
I've got about 5 questions here. We have gotten a lot of correspondence, and some of it was saying that this project cost $64 million. So where are they getting that?
So when you add up the cost of the connector, that if we went ahead with it, would be about 37 million. Means prevention fencing is about 20 million, and the Fifth Avenue normalization is 7. So
okay.
It kind of comes into that ballpark.
Okay. They're also worried
Sorry,
about...
Can I just jump in on that one? Just to be clear, I mean, the presentation this morning outlined that that's the full cost of the project over all phases. We're not recommending pursuing all phases at this time because of the costs.
Yeah.
So we're just recommending the 12 million on the bridge at this point.
A lot of folks are also not wanting to lose their little Cloverleaf Park. And you're saying that there's going to be a new park between 5th and 6th and Pine and Fir, but we probably will lose the current one?
No, not at all. So we're saying there's a new park that Parks is developing this capital plan between 5th and 6th and Pine and Fir. There's already a good start to it there. And what we're saying about the Southwest Loop is the long-term vision looks at squaring off that parcel there that's currently controlled by the PEF, which would provide more opportunities, kind of whatever that turns into, whether it's warehousing or park space, and that the outcome of what to do with that parcel is an outcome of the Broadway corridor planning process. So this project doesn't suppose a particular outcome, and through the interim proposal that we have in front of council today, that wouldn't significantly change from what it is today.
So if we were to be in 2023 and the first phase was done, would there be any accessibility for wheelchairs and strollers, or would that still be kind of like it is now?
No, one of our core goals in all the phases, but particularly the interim phase, is to get that accessible connection across the bridge. This is one of the biggest barriers we have from an accessibility point of view in the city, and is really one of the big reasons why we really want to get something done out here. We have this fundamentally inaccessible bridge, and we want to bring it up to a state where someone using a mobility device, using a wheelchair, is able to travel over it. So the interim design would be fully accessible.
And we wouldn't have to add any more money for that.
No, that's correct. This would include that accessible connection, and the open space in the Southwest Loop would also be accessible.
What about the sidewalk on the west side with the first phase? Is that going to be wide enough for people to walk by each other at 2 meters distance? If we still have to do that in 2023?
Well, essentially the existing sidewalk is about 2 meters wide, and then there's another pedestrian area that would be over 2 meters wide beside it at the bridge deck level. So there would be a lot more space for people to separate out.
In by 2023.
That's correct. In 2023, okay, when the interim project is complete.
So what would we have to do to get the suicide prevention hardware put in there? Would we have to add to the budget?
Yes, it's quite, because of the length of the bridge and the complexity of the bridge with all the different ramps, it ends up being quite an expensive project. I think we've had a couple of, it's, around that $20 million mark to fully provide means prevention across the entire bridge.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fry, questions to staff.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Mr. Storer. Many of the questions I think you've sort of addressed. I certainly had interest in seeing how the interim plan might accommodate the long-range plan, and specifically that maybe you can confirm for me that it doesn't compromise or presuppose land use on the West Loop, so that it doesn't necessarily mean it won't be a park. It still enables the potential for an elevator even before the long term, and it also allows for things like placemaking and means prevention, again, before we actually even commit to the long term.
Yes, absolutely. All of those are correct.
Okay, great. And then I recently there was a report from Canada's research chair in transportation safety and advanced mobility, UBC professor of civil engineering, in fact, to many of our illustrious staff, Dr. Tariq Syed, who was talking about kind of turning the walkability and bikeability score on its head. And he talked about the bike attractive index versus the bike safety index. And we had a very interesting conversation around this. And he was telling me that key definers are network connectivity and destinations and commercial businesses that are major components of walkability and bikeability, and how if we can reduce the crashes and the intersections with conflicting movements, it actually has greater improvements on this sort of bike safety index, as opposed to just the proximity to things. And I'm wondering if this complements that kind of direction and that thinking as we're moving forward with both the interim and the long range, and in specific with regards to the network connectivity.
Yeah, definitely. So we design with a Vision Zero approach in mind. So we want to eliminate all fatalities and serious injuries on the transportation network. And a big part of this is separating people walking and cycling from conflicts with motor vehicles, whether it's physically, so through the barriers that we be putting up to separate people walking and cycling, or in time, so using signals as a way to separate out the vehicle movements from people walking. So it's really trying to avoid those opportunities for a bad decision by someone driving to have a really significant collision with someone walking or cycling. So our approach on these, and both in the long term and in the interim design, is to eliminate the potentials for those sorts of crashes.
And so for network connectivity, this is connecting a lot of gaps that otherwise exist and making a more complete network.
That's correct. Yeah, and right now, we do see people riding occasionally on the Granville Bridge because it's by far the most direct destination for them, and people walking. And there's some real safety concerns with either the people cycling trying to share the space with people walking, or with the fast-moving motor vehicles. So by providing the connections and by designing those intersections in particular, in terms of trying to minimize or eliminate those potential conflicts, we get much closer to our goals of efficient zero.
And so from a personal use perspective, I do often find myself on Pacific Boulevard, which is not a great cycling route, in particular under the bridges. Is this Drake connector going to replace that kind of scary Pacific piece?
So it would be an addition to it. This is a really important connection, kind of east-west along the southern part of downtown. Drake is, and we've heard that it would replace some of the trips that people are currently riding on Pacific 4 under the bridge, which isn't great. But we're recently, through the Vancouver House development, we were able to complete a protected bike facility on the south side of Pacific. When the Granville loops get rebuilt, there'd be a protected bike lane on the north side of Pacific. And the goal would be to kind of be sure that where people are riding, we're providing those safe facilities for them.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Fry, is that? Yes, that's your time. Councillor Hardwick, questions to staff. You just hit 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. First of all, I'd like to go back to the financing on this. Was there not already $24.5 million spent on seismic upgrades recently to the Granville Street Bridge?
I believe that's the number. Yes, we're in the process of, doing structural retrofits to the bridge.
To the tune of almost $25 million, as I recall. Do you know where the funding for that capital improvements, that $24.5 million came from?
Yeah, so it was from the Public Works structures budget.
Right, so city funds.
Correct. I'm not sure if there was
the city's borrowing capacity.
I think a portion was TransLink cost sharing.
Small portion. Right. I'd like a complete answer on that. I'm sure it's available.
We can look that up and send that to you.
So on top of that $24.5 million, there was another $25 million in the capital plan originally, but we've heard subsequent presentations that have suggested more in the range between 30 and 40. And I think you mentioned the number 37 million now.
So for the core of the kind of long-term vision, and that's not including the means prevention, fencing, it's on that order of 37 million.
37, and then another 7 on top of that for the means prevention.
Actually, more like 20 million for the means prevention for the entire bridge.
Okay, so on top of the 24.5 million, we're talking about spending $60 million for what I would consider non-essential expenses. But what we're looking for in the capital budget right now is just 12 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're seeking support for $12.5 million for design and construction of the interim improvements. The rest is a long-term vision that we would look at when the right time would be to move towards different phases of that long-term vision in future capital plans.
Presumably when we're not in a pandemic and dealing with serious financial constraints. So I have also some questions about movement of emergency vehicles. I know I live near the Burrard Bridge, and 2 lanes have been eliminated since 2010 and 1 from the Cambie Bridge. And I'm curious what you have in mind for the Granville Connector, since 2 lanes will be taken out, and more significantly, the traffic will be reduced to a single lane on both ends of the bridge. So this is going to represent a significant elimination of traffic capacity, which sounds like what you're down for. But I'm concerned about police, fire, and ambulance who use the Granville Street Bridge for emergency vehicle movement in both directions. So can you please address that? And if I run out of time, I'd like to come back to this. I think it's really important.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been working on coastal emergency services, including Vancouver Fire and Rescue and BC Ambulance and VPD on being sure that the design that we're moving ahead with is safe and really works for them. So anywhere where we have kind of any concerns of congestion is, you know, a concern for them. As you get closer to the kind of ends of the bridge, that's where we're looking at removing the center median, where we go into kind of a single lane, so that if emergency vehicles need to get past a queue that's formed there, they can cross like they would on any arterial street. They would cross into kind of oncoming traffic with lights and sirens and be able to get past that queue. So we're absolutely, it's a very important thing for us to be designing for, and we're being you know, very careful to be designing around being sure that those services continue to work.
Now, I understand something in the order of 2,000 vehicles per day currently use that cloverleaf. I don't see in the design where there's a design solution to shortcutting through the neighborhood to avoid congestion, especially with slow turning trolley buses coming off of there. What's your onto the new Fifth Avenue? What's your thinking there?
Yeah, so in terms of the loop, there's, you know, about 2,000 vehicles a day, which means a couple hundred vehicles in the peak period that would need to go just kind of a little bit further. So they would turn right onto Fifth Avenue, right onto Fur, and then right again to head eastbound.
Right at 5 minutes. Councillor Bly. Questions to staff?
Thanks very much. Yeah, I'm interested to hear the full answer to that question that Councillor Hardwick had. So if I can ask staff to finish that response, then I have a quick question.
So maybe I guess the rest of the answer to that is we've done model all of those locations work and how the intersections work, and it adds a little bit more time for those vehicles turning on to 4th Avenue, but it doesn't create any significant congestion that we'd see that would really slow transit. It would just be a little bit more circuitous for those specific vehicles doing that movement. We wouldn't expect kind of any more shortcutting beyond that. That kind of would be the most direct route, you know, to make that movement that people are making today.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. My question, of course, many of my questions have been asked, so I really am curious about the process of the Burrard Street Bridge upgrade, and we've referenced that a few times in the presentation in responses to councillors' questions, as in terms of staging this project similar to Burrard Street Bridge. And I also recognize there was sort of some direct impacts to neighbors around the Burrard Street Bridge, where and businesses as well, where the extended length of time that that project took from beginning to end had a very negative impact on businesses in the sort of adjacent areas, as well as you know, bus stops being removed for a number of years that were sort of critical to certain residents and areas around that bridge. So I'm concerned about that, and I'm concerned because we've talked about sort of mimicking some of the process of the Burrard Street Bridge, and wonder if staff can comment on how we're going to address what we learned from the Burrard Street Bridge, so we're not recreating some of those similar and sort of permanent challenges that were experienced.
So during the most recent phase, kind of the final phase of the Burrard Street upgrades, where we were reconstructing, doing major rehabilitation to the bridge, improving, you know, the walking and cycling connections, expanding the intersection coming onto Pacific, and kind of fully rebuilding that. We were also coordinating that with really significant infrastructure work, including major sewer work. The amount of time And we were trying to do that all at once. So we weren't, coming in for a project that might take 6 months and then leave for a while and then coming back in with another one that might take a certain amount of time. So it was a major impact, but a lot of that really comes down to that sewer work, the kind of the deep infrastructure work that takes a lot of time to move through the area. We've done kind of lessons learned from that in terms of how we coordinate and communicate with businesses. These are the sort of things that we try to improve every time we do a project. We don't have the same kind of major underground infrastructure work that would happen with this. We wouldn't expect, the same extremely extended delays. In terms of the interim design, it would be, much simpler than what we were doing from a underground infrastructure, sewer, and structural perspective on the Burrard Bridge.
Okay. That's helpful. I look forward to further updates on that. Thank you.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, most of my questions have been asked, and really appreciate the pivot on this and kind of where we're going on this project. A couple of concerns I have are on the connectivity, mostly from the hospital district and further south, as well from the seawall coming from the east. So I'm just wondering, I recognize that you kind of flagged that that's something we could look at in the future, but is there any kind of plans on at least making it a little bit easier for people riding on the 7th bike lane and others to join this bike path?
Sorry about that. That main connection is to the west and to really connect in with the Arbutus Greenway. But we are definitely looking for those opportunities to help make that connection from the east side as well.
Okay. Do we think we'll see that in the next kind of phase of the plan? Is that kind of the goal if we move forward with this?
Yeah, definitely. So the goal is to get that kind of what we're calling the minimum viable option in. That gives us that accessible connection that really fills the gap. And then we'd be coming back and both looking at where it makes sense to invest kind of on the bridge and where it makes sense to invest in the connections to the bridge to really make it, a more attractive route as time goes on.
Okay. And in that next phase, do you think there'll be options where you might say, council could spend this much more if you wanted this and this much more if you wanted this, recognizing that right now we're kind of unsure with our funding, but that could change in the future?
Yeah, definitely. We'd be happy to do that.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. That's everything.
Thanks so much. Councillor Hardwick?
Is it possible to move for another round of questions?
You can move for another round of questions. I don't know if you'll get support, especially considering we have speakers and some people are very concerned about hearing from speakers right now. I mean, they have been waiting quite some time. So are you moving to motion, Councillor Hardwick?
Yes.
Okay. If anyone would, I'll just wait a few seconds to see if anyone puts themselves on the queue for debate. If not, okay. All in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. So all in favor, yay.
Yay.
Any opposed?
Yay.
Seeing none opposed, go ahead, Councillor Hardwick. I'll ask the clerk to reset your timer to give you a 0 clock and move forward with your 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'd like to go back to the Southwest Cloverleaf green space. What I'm interpolating from this is that the proposed configuration will result in that green space being surplus to the city's needs. And as far as I know, there's been no real disclosure of what staff plans to do with this space. And I have a concern on behalf of the Property Endowment Fund that the city would not be selling this land. So I'd like a more full explanation about the fate of the Cloverleaf Parks. I think we've established there's a shortage of parks in Fairview, and residents are really concerned that this park will disappear. I've heard this question from other councillors as well. So I'd appreciate more elaboration around the land use implications of the takedown of the off ramps and the availability of the Cloverleaf?
Sure. So, ultimately, that would be a separate council decision. Nothing we're doing today presupposes any outcome there. The process right now that's looking at, park space in Fairview and kind of how everything kind of works together in this neighborhood is the Broadway corridor process. And it's through that process that we, expect to be looking at what the future of that site would be. But I'd like to be clear that there's no recommendation that we're making that presupposes any particular outcome in terms of the land use on that site.
Well, that's good to know, because from what your description has been on the project overall, that you have been future-proofing in anticipation of more elaborate development downstream. So I find it interesting that there hasn't been further thought about these lands that will suddenly become available. I'll leave it at that, but I think this is something that council should be looking and thinking carefully about. But I'm sensitive to the speakers, and thank you for indulging me.
Okay, that all, Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
One question. Has the streetcar ever been part of the options to connect Drake and wrap around to the streetcar line that's proposed?
So, so the currently approved streetcar plan actually includes a spur that would go up Drake, and we've been considering that as we're looking at the design for Drake. We've also been looking at a potential future where a streetcar could go across the Granville Bridge itself.
And the new upgrades would allow for that weight and that type of turning radius for it to get off Drake and onto Granville Street Bridge, and then as well on the other side?
Well, so we definitely need to look from a structural point of view at the bridge again if we were to consider streetcar. It's a relatively old structure, and that would need to be assessed. But we could definitely design around that streetcar making those movements from a geometric radius point of view.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Right. Thanks. Councillor Dominato. Questions?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just one last question to staff, just following on, I believe the question related to Drake and the existing Pacific bike lane. I think Councillor Fry maybe asked this question. Just have we given any consideration to, you acknowledged some challenges with it, but to remediating that bike route versus investing in doing the Drake Street connection? Was that considered?
So there's the Pacific is serving a fairly different function than Drake Street. So Drake Street is kind of, higher up and where the Granville Bridge lands, and it's that first street when you get across the Granville Bridge on the north side for someone walking or cycling, where they would move off Granville and go to the rest of the network. So it's really important from a cycling connection point of view, but also from a walking point of view. Pacific, we also see a lot of people on that in terms of riding towards the Broad Bridge, if that's where they're going. And it is at that lower level and doesn't connect into Granville. So both are, both are desire lines, and we see people, cycling on Pacific today, and we're trying to look at those opportunities to incrementally improve Pacific for those people who are using it so that it's a more safe, in particular, and comfortable route.
Okay, thank you.
Is that your questions, Councillor Dominato?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Then I would suggest that we move on now, Council. I'm making sure I watch the queue closely, but we would move on to speakers. And I'm just making sure I did receive a revised speakers list, so I just want to make sure that I'm working off of the correct speakers list here. And I understand that our first speaker is Charles Gauthier. He's here in the capacity as President and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, and he's joining us via phone this evening. So just wanted to check, do we have Mr. Gauthier on the phone?
Yes, I'm here.
And you know the drill. You've done this many times, but you have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to speak to council, and there may be questions for you.
Thank you very much. The Downtown Vancouver BI has been involved throughout the consultation process regarding the Granville Bridge Connector, and we want to thank city staff for the stakeholder engagement opportunities, including open houses, workshops, surveys, and a presentation to our Policy Advisory Council. And this particular council is comprised of a very diverse membership that provides advice to our board of directors, and in this particular case, the policy position that we adopted. In October 2019, the board of directors passed a motion to endorse the West Side Plus option for the Granville Bridge Connector. The improved cycling and pedestrian experience will benefit commuters, visitors, and businesses on both sides of the bridge. Some of you may recall back in 2015, we did a public consultation process called Reimagine Downtown Vancouver, where we engaged people from all walks of life to give us their feedback on what they wanted downtown to look like by the year 2040. We had input from over 11,000 people, and they described the future of Vancouver where the bridges that link the downtown peninsula to the surrounding city have been transformed into multimodal connectors with safe, generous walking and cycling routes side by side with vehicle lanes. In our opinion, the Granville Connector project will achieve this vision expressed by the public back in 2015. And I listened to the presentation by Mr. Storer, and it sounds like there was a lot of input that probably exceeded the number I just read of 11,000 people. While we look forward to the full build out of the Granville Connector plan, we understand that it will take longer than originally scheduled due to the city's current financial situation resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic response. We appreciate the interim plans and the phased approach that city staff are proposing, and we support it. We ask that the cycling and pedestrian related upgrades be prioritized and implemented as early in the process as possible. And those are my comments, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide our association this time to provide our comments.
Thanks very much. And I don't see any questions for you, but appreciate your efficiencies in your presentation. And the next, so I'll just say good evening to you, Mr. Gauthier, and on to speaker number 2 on the list, Johanna. I'm going to say this wrong, probably. Is it Lauyanto?
Yep. Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, and you're here in your capacity as a council member for the Granville Island Council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And your pronunciation was very good.
Go ahead.
All right. Hi, Council.
Reset the timer. There you go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Johanna Lauyanto, and indeed, I am a member of the Granville Island Council. Many of you are likely familiar, but the Granville Island Council is the local governing body that was put in place just over a year ago to help guide and support Granville Island towards achieving its 2040 strategy, including its vision to be the most inspiring public place in the world. And I'm here today on behalf of the Granville Island Council and CMHC Granville Island Management to express our support for both the long-term design concepts and proposed interim plans for the Granville Bridge Connector project. So I think we all recognize that mode shift towards more sustainable modes of getting around is key to our success in tackling the climate emergency. Big moves number 1 and 2. So similarly, part of the Granville Island 2040 vision is to help shift the primary mode of travel to and from the island from private cars to more sustainable modes for those that have that option. So the designs and plans for the Granville Bridge Connector will vastly improve conditions for walking, rolling, and cycling across the Granville Bridge, and a safer experience will help encourage people to make that sustainable choice. The improved connectivity to the downtown peninsula will encourage more trips by active transportation to Granville Island from downtown residents, which is important for the island's success. Overall, the Granville Bridge Connector project strongly aligns with the goals of the Granville Island Transportation Strategy that's part of our 2040 vision. And in particular, we are very supportive of the West Side Plus long-term design as it facilitates walking and cycling from the downtown peninsula to South Falls Creek, and it anticipates a potential elevator from Granville Bridge to Granville Island. We are excited by the opportunities for improved connectivity for pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users from the south side of the bridge to Granville Island. And we recognize that in this challenging pandemic year, tough choices are having to be made. When weighing what's possible within the scope of the Phase 1 interim plan, we encourage the city to incorporate improvements that work towards more direct connections to Granville Island and the seawall. It was encouraging to see improved wayfinding on the south end of the bridge included as part of the interim phase in the report. They think even some improved signage will go a really long way in improving the experience of getting to Granville Island from that south side. I'm personally very excited for the day when people can walk, roll, cycle off the south side of the bridge and have the route down to Granville Island feel intuitive, safe, and delightful. I want to congratulate the city staff who have been working on this project for their stellar approach to engagement and the level of meaningful community participation that's been achieved to date. CMHC Granville Island staff have been engaged at each stage of the process, in addition to several other Granville Island tenants and community members. Granville Island is home to more than 300 businesses, employing approximately 3,000 people, and it is one of Vancouver's most unique and cherished communities and destinations. We look forward to continuing to work with the City of Vancouver to explore how connectivity to Granville Island can be improved as part of this and future projects, and we hope that Council will move ahead with the recommendations for the Granville Bridge Connector project today. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And you do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much.
Carr, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much for staying and speaking with us. I just have one simple question. This particular project and its future, including a much broader design over the longer term, includes the possibility of an elevator from Granville Bridge down to, and a staircase down to Granville Island. Is that something of interest to you?
Thank you for that question. I would say at the moment, her priority is definitely helping Granville Island, recover and emerge in a place of strength from the pandemic, and that's what we've been focusing on as a relatively newly formed council. But when the time comes, we'll certainly be weighing the pursuit of a future elevator against other priorities of the community and actions within the 2040 strategy. So yeah, it's definitely very cool to see the enthusiasm for it from the engagement that's happened for this Granville Bridge Connector project, and it's certainly on the radar of the Granville Island Council, but that's probably as much as I can speak to at this time.
Great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks. And that's your questions, Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And there are no further questions for you.
All right,
and the
thanks,
next
everyone.
speaker, thank you. Good night. The next speaker who is joining us by phone is Annette O'Shea.
Yes, I'm here.
And my apologies. I am supposed to ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver. It does not preclude you from speaking if you're not, but I will be asking every speaker that. I apologize. I should be doing that.
I am a lifetime resident of Vancouver.
Okay, and you're here in your capacity as the Executive Director of the Yaletown Business Improvement Association, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. You'll have 5 minutes to speak to Council. I know you've spoken to Council before, and afterwards you may have questions from councillors. I will start your timer now.
Thank you very kindly. First, I'd like to very much thank City Council for taking on these huge initiatives. This is an enormous amount of work. I'd also like to thank Paul Storer and his team for all of their community outreach that they did. They were careful and considerate. They heard a lot of things they didn't want to hear, but they kept coming back to hear it, and I really appreciate that. So I wanted to extend my thank you to the staff team for all of the work they did, not just on the Granville Bridge changes, but also to the Drake Street changes. The Yaletown BIA, we represent 750 businesses, almost all of them small, almost all of them 10 employees or less. So any changes to Drake Street and any changes to Granville Street Bridge really impact our neighborhood. And we're very concerned with some of the ongoing changes and some of the suggestions that our business district may become isolated. And we definitely do not want to become isolated from the regular traffic flow in Vancouver. We support the changes as proposed on the Granville Street Bridge. As somebody who walks the Granville Street Bridge often to get to work, I hate walking on that sidewalk. So any improvements are going to be very, very welcome from me personally, but certainly for, I think all the users of the bridge will appreciate being safer and hopefully using it more often by multimodal. What we're not in favor of right now, the business community in Yaletown, are the very large traffic impacts that will happen on Drake Street, especially since not only are there some left-hand turn restrictions and we're changing the flow of the traffic on Drake, there's also some significant removal of parking. And before you roll your eyes and say, oh, not another small business concerned about parking, please keep in mind that the Heritage District in Yaletown lost 50% of its street parking 2.5 years ago. And the businesses have been struggling ever since. It's some of the highest use parking in the entire city, and we lost 50% of it. So to lose even more of it now has us extremely concerned of the health of our small business. And then, of course, with the COVID pandemic, we're all looking at ways to make sure that we have healthy traffic flows and, frankly, healthy multimodal. I think people need different ways of getting around the city. And I would hate to see something like the safety of cars and vehicle as a mode being phased out. So we're really concerned on behalf of the small businesses in Yaletown. We did survey our members, and 86% were against the proposed changes on Drake Street. What they were in favor of is if there could be a simplified bike lane that did not include the removal of parking. Our businesses would be quite willing to go to bat for that. Our big concern is why Pacific Bike Lane isn't being upgraded. Our big concerns are why the Seawall bike lanes aren't being upgraded. And we're having significant issues on some of our other east-west bike lanes that go through Yaletown. And the safety of those cyclists is so paramount. We would like to see if the Granville connector could come off of Granville Street and go down Richards onto the Pacific existing bike lane with some improvements. So what's really important to us, we'd like to hold off on this until some replacement parking can be found. We'd like to hold off and suggest that Pacific bike lanes be improved for the protection of cyclists, and hopefully a connector or a connecting street can be used coming off of the Granville Bridge to connect bikes to existing bike lanes. And then and only then, if needed, put in a simplified bike lane. I want to thank you for this opportunity and thank you for a very long day. This has been a great process to be part of for this terrific city. I'll sign off and see if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You don't have any questions, but appreciate you waiting and bearing with us as we got through the business today to get to you. Thanks. And our next speaker is Nathan Davidowitz. And I understand he is here in person.
Chair DeGenova? No, he's participating by phone.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry. My list says in person. So, are you ready, Mr. Davidowitz?
Hello?
Hi there. You know the drill. I know you do. You were just here earlier, but
phone.
you have up to 5 minutes. And I'm supposed to ask you to state if you're a resident of Vancouver or not.
Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. I already filled out all the forms. The city clerk knows who lives in Vancouver and who doesn't. So, the city clerk can tell you that information.
All right.
Okay.
It's here in my script, so I will make sure. Thank you. You have up to 5 minutes. I'll start your timer now.
Okay. Thank you very much. A TransLink main function is transit. Cycling is only for regional routes. It will take the buses 2 extra minutes to go from Granville and Broadway to Granville and Davie. And you're talking about also $2 million extra in operating costs. So if it comes to a vote at TransLink mayor councils, they'll vote against adding more money for operating costs and more money, an inconvenience, thousands and thousands of passengers of having extra travel time. The whole corridor of Granville is a disaster, all the way from, Cordova to Broadway and Granville. It's not a positive way for people to travel properly. You need proper bus lanes and so forth. And the Granville Mall has been a disaster, and it's not really helping the buses. It's actually dishelping the buses. And what we need to do is fix the Burrard and Cambie bridges first before you look at spending 70, 80. It's probably going to be $100 million by the time it's finished on Granville Bridge. For that money, you can ask for cost sharing from the provincial and federal money and build a brand new pedestrian and cyclist bridge over Falls Creek. The city of New West, they just finished a pedestrian cyclist overpass and they paid zero money for it. It was all from other level of governments. So that's what should be done. And when I asked those questions for staff, I went to some of the open houses. They have no answers. There is nothing in the 210-page report about building a separate bridge or what should be look at a mini bridge from downtown to Granville Island that could open for the taller ships or boats. So this is the problem we have. Other cities in Canada have pedestrian and cyclist only bridges. Edmonton has, I think, 10 of them. They just opened a new one in Ottawa last week. And I presume the other thing was, the Cambie Bridge need to have proper west side similar to the east side. So that's going to cost $20 million. So let's fix the Cambie Bridge first. The Burrard Bridge, it was designed to have a lower deck for transit. Very few people know about that. And staff don't want to do anything about it. But here we are. We can have the vehicles up on the upper decks and have transit and cyclists on the lower deck of the Burrard Bridge. But nobody wants to do anything about it. So I don't know. It's just the wrong project at the wrong time of fixing an old bridge, trying to accomplish what many people do want. We want better pedestrian and cyclists, but not necessarily the way the staff has envisioned this project. And from what I read from the City Hall Watch website, the city is going to propose to put another 50-story building on that loop. on the west side, the southwest loop. I don't know where they get their information from that website, but that's what I read. So the city's going to sell that land to provide more high rises, I presume. Anyhow, that's about it. I don't know what else to say.
Well, it's not it because Councillor Hardwick has questions for you. Councillor Hardwick, questions.
Hi, Nathan. I'm intrigued by your idea of alternative of crossings, but and I do take your point about the needed upgrades on Cambie and where there's other work that needs to be done. But I know you're very knowledgeable about these things, and I'm looking at the Granville Connector is looking at $4 million from TransLink, and the Drake Street at $2.6 million. Given the fact that I know you track TransLink's finances more than anybody else, what do you think's happening with the TransLink funding?
Well, there's new development costs that TransLink got starting in January. You have to pay $2,000 for every single home and so forth. That they will get more money. There is but as I said, they're in conflict in a way because transit is their main function. So if the bus is going to take 2 extra minutes, what's the likelihood of them giving you the money that would make them their costs go up and more passengers complains of longer rides. I don't think they'll do that, but because the way things are, with staff, things don't go to the mayor's council or to the TransLink board, and Vancouver has no representation. Prior to 2008, Vancouver had 3 council members on TransLink board of directors. Many people don't know that TransLink was changed after 2008.
So we're getting off track. Sorry to interrupt
Vancouver
you, but
doesn't have any representation, So
okay, but let me keep on track. Please just let me stay on track here, okay?
Yeah.
So the other part of the funding source on this is from development contributions, citywide DCL, CACs, and other developer contribution reserves. These are reserves that are allocated to transportation and could be used in multiple places. Is that
right?
Consistent with your knowledge?
Yeah, that's right. And let's fix, as I said, the Cambie and Burrard bridges. I mean, if a cyclist goes over over the Granville Bridge, going over the Cambie or Burrard is not much detour really for him, And I don't understand. My 75-year-old friend, he rides his bike over the Granville Bridge, and he says he has no problem.
And that is your time, Councillor
sorry,
Hardwick.
it's only 3 minutes.
Thanks. Thanks very much for joining us, and that's all the questions for you this evening. And our next speaker, also joining us by phone, I understand, is Alan Gelfin. Do we have Alan on the line?
Hear me?
Hi there. And
Hi there.
can I please ask you I'm just going to let you know you have 5 minutes to speak to council. There may or may not be questions for you afterwards, and we'd ask you to state if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Great. Yes, my name is Alan Galfin, and I'm a lifetime resident of Vancouver, having lived downtown in the past 19 years directly next to the Burrard Bridge, using it regularly to walk, cycle, and drive across. And I'll do my best to address 3 points with as many supporting facts as possible during my 5 minutes. The first point is the improvement to the Burrard Bridge finished in 2017 has possibly created one of Vancouver's greatest environmental disasters, and here's why. Fact is for every 10 minutes the average car is running, whether it is idling or moving, it generates 1 pound of carbon emissions into the air. The second fact is to offset that, you need to plant 1 new tree for every 13 pounds or take another car off the road for the same amount of time. It currently takes 1 minute and 15 seconds to cross the Burrard Bridge from intersection to intersection traveling with the flow of traffic. However, the bridge improvements have actually added over 68,000 more minutes of car running time per day for the 55,000 cars. Frighteningly enough, this equates to over 2 million additional pounds of carbon emissions annually. To offset that, you would have to plant 158,000 new trees every year, which in context would represent approximately a third of the amount of trees in Stanley Park, or convert 285,000 annual commuter trips to cyclists 5 days a week. Additionally, and according to the city's own records, annual Burrard Bridge bike crossings decreased from 2015 to 2018 by 4.3%, and the actual midweek commuter crossings during the same period decreased almost 16.5%. Aside from making it safer to cross for both cyclists and pedestrians, the $58 million improvement shows A, no real increase in the annual bike traffic, B, no decrease in commuter vehicles, and C, having not provided any evidence that it has a positive impact on the city's carbon footprint. The second item, which the consultation process for both the Drake Street and Granville Street connectors was substantially flawed, with omissions of key facts and misleading information to the public. As we all know, the Granville Bridge was designed in 1950, and although 70 years later, staff claims it still must have excess capacity. However, they've never provided true evidence to that, to my knowledge. More importantly, the report fails to address the following significant facts that will undoubtedly have small to large impacts on the proposal. First, the demolition of the north end loops, altering 12.5% of bridge traffic. Second, ride sharing is going to increase to over 20% for all vehicles by 2024, and so will electric vehicles also reach 2020 by 2030. The downtown population is increasing 40% by 2041, and most importantly, the completion of the Broadway corridor, Granville SkyTrain station, that will undoubtedly increase the 25,000 daily bus trips. None of these factors have been addressed anywhere throughout the 213-page report by staff. Additionally, both open house consultation process that I intended use results from the Burrard Bridge improvements as positive examples of what will happen on the Granville Bridge. However, they were factually misleading. Firstly, southbound vehicle traffic example time showed an improvement by over 1 minute, but used false travel times. And secondly, similar northbound examples were completely omitted from these presentations. Additionally, cyclist times before and after were represented as an increase of 30% due to the bridge improvements. However, they were for the month of July only. This is totally misleading given the facts I've previously mentioned. Therefore, the 65 to 73% of people surveyed who either liked or were in favor of these proposals based on their decisions on a flawed consulting process of critically misleading and omitted facts. This is absolutely unconscionable. And finally, the previous government's investment for the entire downtown and bridge cyclist infrastructure has provided zero real evidence that it makes a positive impact on the city's carbon footprint and their 2040 plan. As you all know, the Vancouver air quality has remained unchanged for the past 9 years at an average mean of 2.1, even given all the money spent to reduce it. However, the maximum daily levels have increased from 4.6 to 11 for the past 3 years, representing a 240% decrease in the quality of our air on given days. This December, approximately 55,000 daily commuters on the Burrard Bridge are going to be inconvenienced by spending more time in their cars and consequently creating additional carbon emissions while giving priority to 1,400 cyclists, which represent a mere 2.5%. This is very indicative of the rest of the downtown cyclist infrastructure. As human beings, two of the most precious things I believe we all treasure is the air we breathe and the time we have on this planet, since time is an irrevocable commodity, and once it's gone, we can never get it back. If you vote these proposals through without taking into consideration the facts I provided today, you will be in fact jeopardizing these two precious treasures for all the people of Vancouver. Enough is enough. It's really time to fix the current mess before creating another. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
That was perfectly timed, and Councillor Carr does have questions for you. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes for questions.
Yeah, actually, I just have one question, and that is a lot of data that you just presented to us. I'm wondering if you could email your presentation to all of City Council. That would be Mayor and Council. That would be very much appreciated, and to make sure that you have the source of your raw data in the email that you send. So that I'd very much appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And that's all the questions for you. The next speaker is Richard Campbell. And do we have Richard on the line?
Can you hear me?
I
Hello?
can. I believe you spoke earlier, and so you know that you have 5 minutes to speak to council. But my apologies, I forgot to ask you before. I'm to ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver, and if you'd mind stating that.
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. I'll start your timer now.
Okay. Hi, Chair DeGenova and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again. First of all, I'll have to say that there was no mention in the staff presentation of the mobility equity report that was put together by Jay Pitter and consulted a lot of Vancouver residents who do currently have challenges getting around. So I would strongly encourage all of council to read that, and ideally read that before making a decision on this, because some of it is really important stuff that, I've been doing this for a long time. I didn't realize it. So I think that's absolutely really critical, and I'm disappointed there was not more focus on that. Basically the concept is okay. One thing though, I think there's a huge opportunity. So people need to get around better safe now. During the past year, the bridge has been down to 2 lanes in each direction, and the various ramps have been sometimes down into one lane, and that has actually made it quite nicer, less noisy, and more comfortable to walk over. And I've walked over it often. I'm really concerned that when this is done, we're going to go back to 4 lanes, and there's going to be nothing on the ramps for a couple of years. We're still in the middle of the pandemic, so I would strongly urge the city to consider a COVID measure to reallocate some space to make the bridge safer and ideally accessible, and improve the bike access before 2 years from now. One could do that on the main span of the bridge and the ramps. And, the ramps are actually where a lot of the essential destinations are. Right over the 4th ramp, there is a discount food store right there. That's the kind of thing that people go to. Right at the end of the 4th ramp, there's like 4 stores that sell or rent bikes, and that's really popular. So that's where people are going to want to walk and bike and cycle to. And similarly, the ramps on both sides actually connect to a lot of homes, and there's a lot of homes on the south side, on Fir and Hemlock. A lot of them look like they're probably affordable rentals, and similarly, there's tons of people that live downtown. And one important thing to realize about the equity report is it brought up the challenges that a lot of people, women and diverse gender people, and frankly everybody at some times face due to the Granville Entertainment District and Granville Street itself. So it might actually be good. People might actually like the choice to be off Granville and improve the amount of walking space on those ramps, so they aren't subjected to maybe as much harassment or potential violence, or have more space to escape attack. And the other thing is doing it over on the other side on the Hemlock ramp. That's a really good connection over to the hospital district. And again, we're in the middle of a pandemic, so people working and going patients, they need a quick, safe route over there, and so that would be another option to reallocate space or close those ramps while traffic is down anyway during the pandemic. So I would really like the city to look at doing something right now. I mean, 3 years is great, but the pandemic is going to be over by then. And the other factor is there's a lot of people delivering food via bicycle, and no one seems to care about their safety. They're going over the Granville Bridge on the sidewalk, on the road. They're all over the streets downtown, sometimes in the middle of traffic, sometimes on the sidewalks. And these are the people that are going to keep the businesses alive during the winter. And the city, the businesses, the companies that they work for don't seem to care at all about their safety. So I strongly urge you to make that a priority. And they would too benefit from safer space on the Granville Bridge right now, as opposed to 3 years from now. And also going down the 4 ramp, that's the closest connection to Granville Island as well. You're going over far fewer stoplights if you go over on the on the ramps as opposed to the mid-span, and how connects more closely to the Hornby bike route. So there's a lot of advantages in using a quick, cheap ramp solution, just putting down some barriers, get something now, and then we can figure out what the long-term solutions are, and we avoid having to wait for the Granville loops to be finished to actually get something safe for everybody on the bridge, rolling, walking, wheelchairs, everyone. So let's do it now. Let's get something there now and see what the future holds. Thank you.
Thanks. Also, almost perfectly timed, and there are no questions for you.
I'm getting good at this, I guess.
Excellent. 4:52 was your time this time. Thank you. And our next speaker, speaker number 7, is Rob Ziola, who is joining us by phone. Is Rob Ziola on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. There may or may not be questions for you. And before you speak, I'm supposed to ask you if you are a resident of Vancouver.
Yes, I'm a long-term resident of Vancouver.
Thank you. I will start your timer now.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Robert Ziola, and I'm a homeowner that lives on the corner of Richards and Drake Street, and as a business owner here in Vancouver as well for the last 32 years. And I've been employed more than 3,000 plus British Columbians over the years in my company. I represent over 50 other business owners and community leaders here in Vancouver. I'm very proud of our city and for everything that so many people have worked tremendously hard over these years to ensure that Vancouver continues to be an amazing place that we call our home. Tonight, however, I need to voice my concerns and to state that I am in opposition to the report recommendations on the Granville Bridge Connector as well as the Drake Street improvement. Everything that we have worked so hard for here in our city is now being threatened with this report's initiatives. As earlier expressed by earlier speaker, number 5, the report is severely flawed with information that is misleading. And it doesn't address a number of our key points that are so instrumental to ensure that the true outcome of these two projects deliver the results that the majority of the Vancouver citizens truly want and expect from the taxpaying dollars. I'm strongly recommending that both of these initiatives be put on hold until after the Granville Street loops are removed, the Broadway Corridor SkyTrain is completed, and finally, a further independent consultant report addressing all of the key facts are involved so that we can look at the true numbers. Furthermore, to address the 85% of the concern of pedestrians crossing over the bridge, that a similar fencing guardrail that was installed in the Stanley Park Causeway could be installed for pedestrians on the Granville Bridge. It has been a tremendous success with pedestrians in the Stanley Park Causeway, and I see no reason why we shouldn't take advantage of something that has now proven to be successful, and it does work. My understanding is that this could be completed by the fall of 2022. Another solution that could also be further explored is installing pedestrian walking and biking bridge undermount tubes, similar to what we have seen in a lot of great successes in a number of other European and Asian cities. Mr. Mayor, Council, City Council, thank you for your hard dedication, truly wanting to leave a successful legacy for our children and generations to come. I do ask you again to please consider the extreme importance of these two decisions. And let's not rush into something before we've had a chance to consider all of the true facts and to explore some of the other options that other great cities have had a chance to experience with great success. I do recommend that we look at spending any of the monies now on much more pressing issues that really do need addressing now. Anything less than what I'm proposing, my concern is that it would be fiscally irresponsible. Thank you, and I look forward to any further questions.
Thank you very much. There are no questions for you at this time, but appreciate you speaking to council. And our next speaker, Councillor Hardwick, you put yourself on a little bit late there. I'm not sure if the speaker's still on the line. Are you still on the line, Rob?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. Thank you again for indulging me. I'm sorry I was late on the draw there. You mentioned the fiscal situation that we're in right now and that the money could be better spent. Are you aware that the funding that is allocated to this has been earmarked specifically for transportation-related expenses?
Yes, absolutely. And looking at as mentioned earlier by some of the other speakers, I think it's been addressed quite thoroughly. What's happened with the Burrard Bridge? We're not done there. I mean, when you really look at the facts and what's happened there is a lot of improvements to this area that could be looked at, and certainly as well as the Cambie Street. So, my strong suggestions and recommendations would be to consider what we've already done, and let's finish those projects first. And in the interim, let's gain more knowledge once those loops are removed, because there is going to be gridlock, and it's not going to help anybody.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, those are your questions, Councillor Hardwick?
Yeah, just wanted to be brief.
Okay, awesome. Speaker number 8 is Mark McCulduff. Did I get that right, Mark?
Yes, you did, and I am a long-time resident of
Okay,
Vancouver,
and you
cyclist,
thank you.
walker, and
Thank you very much. Okay, and you also have 5 minutes to speak to council. I'll start your timer now.
Council, I'm concerned about the environmental situation and whether you've looked into walking and biking versus cars quickly being able to get in from the only true vein going into the city and leaving the city. With Burrard Street Bridge clogged and Cambie Street being the only other likable way, having cycled a lot, I must ask you this question. How come you don't have a concise report on this versus that? Other speakers have brought it up. I can't see why not. I believe, and I'd like you to consider, that the Granville Street Bridge have no walking, to stop jumpers from jumping off bridges like this, to give our emergency workers and life safety vehicles more buses, Uber, Lyft, all these new and innovative and fast-moving transit systems to work as opposed to stopping it. I ask you this, have you ever sat down on the Burrard Street Bridge and had a cup of coffee? Nobody is going to sit in traffic on the Granville Street Bridge. It was built for a purpose, and you seem to want to dismantle it. Why? I ask you. And who are these majority of people that you polled, that you stated earlier? Who are they? I did my own poll of the neighbors here. Nobody says, yeah, that's a great idea, except for maybe somebody that lives on the corner and hopes it might slow down the traffic. So I ask you this, would you sit on a noisy bridge and have a cup of coffee? I don't think so. Being a cyclist for 35 years in Vancouver, I can tell you, do the Pacific route that others have suggested. Use the Cambie and Burrard Street Bridge. I beg you to consider that. I beg you to consider it making a car only for safety purposes. Your July statistics are unbelievable. I just looked online and found out it was the sunniest, driest month of the year. Of course it's going to show you a positive number. Who did that and why? Why July? I remain for any questions you may have for me. I'm a simple citizen and enjoy being able to voice my opinion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for participating in democracy this evening. And I see Councillor Hardwick on the queue. I'm not sure if that's a holdover. Councillor Hardwick?
Holdover.
Okay. All right. I had cleared the queue, but no, thank you very much. There are no questions for you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Molly Miller. Do we have Molly on the line?
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council, and I'd ask you to state if you are a resident of Vancouver before you begin.
I am a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, I'll start your timer now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And council, thanks for having me, listening to me tonight. I am I am the chair of the Transportation Advisory Committee, but I am here as a Vancouver resident tonight. I'd like to thank Paul Storer and city staff for the incredible work that they have put into looking at this project. And I will note that our committee passed a motion supporting the long-term plan and specifically the West Side Plus plan. But I am here tonight in support of the interim plan for a few reasons. The first is, as I spent this last week in kind of a cloud of forest fire smoke and some of the worst air pollution quality in the world, I think it's so important that we are looking at projects that are focusing on increasing the number of people walking, rolling, cycling, and taking public transportation. The City of Vancouver's Greenest City Initiative Instagram account released some really beautiful stats, and I know you've heard them, but I'll just repeat them again. So 53% of trips taken in Vancouver are by walking, rolling, cycling, or transit, and 500,000 of the daily trips are made by 500,000 of the daily trips made by active transportation are done walking. And so I think that speaks to the active transport, the things that we've been doing within active transportation and infrastructure updates have been working, and I really think we should keep going. The Granville Street Bridge has long been identified as a major gap in accessible walking and cycling network. And as Paul presented earlier, with the number of people living and working on either side of the bridge and that number of 5-minute car trips, we know that if we improve, if we reallocate some road space, improve the pedestrian and cycling facilities, we will see high usage. Also, as has been discussed lots tonight, the current bridge is completely inaccessible, and to have a major piece of infrastructure in downtown Vancouver that is inaccessible in 2020, that is just not acceptable. As the City of Vancouver's Transportation 2040 plan states, the following challenges related to the Granville Bridge include sidewalks that are narrow and uncomfortable and inaccessible for many people due to steps at ramp crossings. And the plan also goes on to say that it's paramount to include policies or actions to identify, prioritize, and address locations with insufficient sidewalk width, removing or reallocating obstacles, and reallocating road space. So I am really in favor of the interim plan and its focus on accessibility first. And I understand budgetary constraints in this crazy time of COVID, but if there is a way to make both sides accessible, I think it's so important. And the third, my third point is, and I know we've heard some speakers who have different opinions on this, but in my opinion, the Burrard and Cambie Street Bridges projects, which are similar to what we're proposing here, have been very successful. And I think that we have no reason to believe that the Granville Bridge project will also be successful. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for speaking to council. You don't have any questions from council this evening. And our next speaker is Jeff Lee. Are you on the line, Jeff?
A reminder has been sent to Jeff, but he hasn't called in.
Okay, thank you. As is our practice, I will call his name at the end, and we will see if he arrives at the end of the speakers list. Speaker number 11 is Sean Nardi. Is Sean Nardi here by phone?
Just checking, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, actually, for item 2, the last caller we had on the list was Jeff Lee. I don't see a Sean Nardi.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe well, that's what I had I have a revised speakers list. Let me just check with the clerk.
Yeah.
Is this correct, Madam Clerk?
Chair DeGenova, we don't have the last two speakers on the line.
Okay, they're not on the line, but Sean Nardi had registered to speak. Is that correct?
I am here. Hello.
Chair DeGenova, we have caller number 11. Sean Nardi is on the line now.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, Sean. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. And before you begin, I would ask you to state if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Of course. Good evening. Madam Chair, councillors, thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Sean Nardi, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I oppose proceeding with the Granville Bridge Connector project at this time, and I have serious misgivings about the proposed long-term and interim designs. I encourage council to receive this report and refer it back to staff. I would like to start by thanking Dylan Passmore, Paul Kruger, and the Connector team for the work they've done, the workshops they held, and for taking the time to speak with me and my neighbors in order to hear our concerns about this project. Living at the foot of the Granville Street Bridge, I took an early interest in this project, attended Connector workshops, participated in surveys, and had several conversations with staff. And I agree that the Granville Bridge needs to be made more people-friendly. While I support improvements to walking, rolling, wayfinding, means prevention, traffic management, and the accessibility of the bridge, I don't think the city should proceed with a nice-to-have project while it is facing serious financial and social problems, and while there is the threat of taxes going up again this year. Moreover, my involvement in the workshops, along with my research and first-hand observations, have revealed problems with the proposed long-term and interim designs that raise serious concerns and warrant further investigation. These concerns are as follows. Number one, cost. Staff seek $12.5 million for an interim design, and the report estimates that the long-term design will cost $64 million. While the report states that funding for the interim design will come mostly from DCLs and CACs, as you well know, these and other revenues have dropped off precipitously due to incentivizing policies such as MRF and the pandemic. Number two, the cloverleaf removal. Traffic shortcutting is a serious issue in the neighborhoods of South Granville, Fairview, and Burrard Slopes. The speed, volume, and recklessness of this flow-through traffic has increased dramatically over the years, due in large part to poor existing traffic management on the bridge, the absence of traffic management in these neighborhoods, as well as the use of Google Maps. The proposed design exacerbates this problem by removing the southwest cloverleaf, redirecting trolleys, buses, and 2,000 vehicles a day along a new 5th Avenue west to Fur and then into Burrard Slopes. Due to the clumsiness and competing traffic on this new road, traffic will be encouraged to seek the path of least resistance, thereby increasing shortcutting in the surrounding neighborhoods. While the report does acknowledge this concern, it has not assessed the impact the design will have on this problem, nor has it provided any concrete plans to address it. Number three, the Cloverleaf Park uncertainty. Staff have been ambiguous about plans for this land in the Cloverleaf, saying only that it will be decided by the Broadway plan. My neighbors and I were surprised to learn that, while connected to Granville Loop Park, this land is not a part of the park, it is a part of the city's property endowment fund. As we learned during the hearing for 2538 Birch, both the Parks Board and Van Play have assessed this park deficient as a park deficient neighborhood. The report states that the proposed design, quote, would unlock the city-owned land within the existing loop for potential development similar to what is being achieved through the 2010 Granville Loops policy plan at the north end of the bridge, close quote. Given the city's stated goal to raise revenue from its lands and the development plans for the north side cloverleaves, my neighbors and I fear that this land will be sold for development, further reducing the park space in our neighborhoods and removing a migratory stopover site used by Canadian geese. Number four, undivided bike lanes. Unlike the Burrard Bridge bike lanes, the connector bike lanes will be undivided and head-on, creating significant danger when cyclists pass or overtake one another, especially on the long southbound slope, where cyclists will accumulate a great deal of speed. I've raised this issue with staff who advise that the design does not have sufficient space to divide the bike lanes. Number five, the Granville Street traffic bottlenecks. Southbound Granville Street traffic will merge into one lane near the First Street off-ramp before expanding to two lanes again near the new 5th Avenue. 50% of all southbound traffic leaves the bridge via Granville Street, and it will be bottlenecked here. A similar bottleneck is created for the northbound traffic near the Seymour off-ramp, 40% of which enters downtown via Granville Street. Staff have said that the consultant used advised that this would not present a problem. However, with the recent seismic upgrades, which required southbound Granville Street traffic to merge into one line, created massive backups on a regular basis, showing that this is simply not logical. Moreover, I'm concerned about how these bottlenecks will affect emergency traffic, especially since we can expect more overbridge emergency traffic in the future with the relocation of St. Paul's Hospital. Number 6, the speed over the span. One of the early intentions of the connector project was to reduce the speed and noise of traffic over the bridge, making it more pleasant for pedestrians and cyclists. The designs do reduce the number of lanes and the lane widths, both of which will help, but this will do little to reduce the speed and noise and improve safety over the huge span of the bridge with its 3 long uninterrupted lanes. My final concern is regarding how the connector plan is disconnected from the bigger picture. During workshops, many participants asked how the connector integrates with the Broadway and city plans. Staff's answers were vague. The connector design has been developed in a bubble without giving sufficient thought to broader traffic management, neighborhood safety, the consequences of the proposed changes, and integration with the Broadway and city plans. The preceding information is not my...
But Councillor Hardwick does have questions for you. So, Councillor Hardwick, questions to the Speaker.
Thanks very much. I'd like to go back to the first thing that you touched on, Mr. Nardi, and that was well, there's $14.5 million total allocated to this set of CACs in its interim phase, and yet the overarching plan is for $64 million. So what I extrapolate from that is that the long-term financing, which is not determined, is going to be dependent on promoting development with the intent of extracting more development. Can someone please mute? Thanks.
Yep.
Or stop my timer,
hang
please?
on. Yes, I will, and I'll give you back a few seconds there. I'll just wait, make sure the noise stops, unless that's on your line, Sean?
No, it's not, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Councillor Hardwick, are you okay for me to start your timer again?
Yes,
I'll give you
please.
20 seconds. Okay.
Oh, there it is again.
Okay. Thanks. I just ask everyone to stay muted if you're not speaking or asking questions. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks. So, following your logic, what we're saying here is we're going to need another $64 million because the money that is intended to develop this thing long term is going to have to come from developer contributions. So in other words, the city is going to need to promote development with developers in order to extract more developer contributions to fund this in the long term. Would that be your understanding and interpretation?
That would be a logical conclusion.
Again, I don't know who it is, but
okay, I'm sorry. I'll just stop your timer again. Just a moment. I'm just going to check on something. Can I ask the clerk to confirm, is this coming through our line or is it coming through the line that we have open for speakers? Is there maybe...
Chair DeGenova, the background noise, I believe, is coming from the speaker.
Okay, the speaker's confirmed it's not coming from them. I'm wondering if maybe there's another speaker on the line waiting, or...
No, all other speakers waiting to join the call have been muted, so it would not be them.
Okay, and I don't see anyone here, Council, that's not muted, who's on our line. So I'm not sure what the TV show is or program, but it certainly is distracting. So, Councillor Hardwick, is it fair to say you were at 1:15?
Sure.
I've stopped you at 1:26. So.
Sure, I appreciate that.
Give me 10 seconds more.
I'm just getting confirmation, and I think I did, that my interpretation is that this is being done with the expectation that there's a lot more money that's going to come out of developer contributions to build this to its full $64 million. And I think Mr. Nardi confirmed that he had the same logical assumption. Mr. Nardi.
That's correct, Councillor. Yes, I agree with you completely. And in fact, with incentivizing policies such as MERP, which reduce the revenues from DCLs and CACs, I would also make the additional conclusion that that would further, perhaps exponentially increase the pressure for development that would produce DCLs and CACs. So it's a bit of a compounding effect.
Right, and as you know, we've got a public hearing tomorrow, at 601 Beach, which of course is at the north end of the bridge. And this
Yes.
also may shed some light on the land at the south end of the bridge as well, that is in the Property Endowment Fund. I'm just, again, I wonder through your research, and I know how meticulous you are, the extent to which you see a relationship between this particular initiative and property developments with the incentive of getting developer contributions.
30 seconds, Jan.
I'm sorry, Councillor. If I understand your question correctly, pardon me?
I think I ran out of time, but
You have 30 seconds. I'll give you 30 seconds because I did tell Councillor Hardwick she could have a few more seconds. So I'm not sure if you understood the question, but you have 30 seconds.
If I understood your question correctly, Councillor, it would seem to me that there's a significant incentive for the city to sell the land in the Cloverleaf Park for development in order to generate DCLs and CACs to fund projects like this and other projects in the future, having a significant effect not only on the neighborhood, but also on the amount of parkland that's available for the residents in the neighborhood and the additional density that is presumably going to come as a result of the Broadway plan.
And thanks. I'm sorry, that's actually 10 seconds over that. I have to be
no
fair.
Problem.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Thanks for speaking with us tonight. Mayor Stewart, did you have questions to the speaker?
I don't actually have a point of procedure.
Okay. We're at the end of our speakers list. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. I've just been following the email traffic about today's schedule and, of course, participating in votes. So we've had a very long day, starting with a very rigorous and I think excellent debate about the capital plan, intense in-camera meeting, and then following with this very important issue of the Granville Street Bridge. And of course, we have Councillor Kirby-Young's important private members motion about patios, which I know there's a lot of small businesses watching with great attention. I don't think we're going to get through all of that this evening in order to get a debate decision in terms of both this bridge project and the patios. So what I'm proposing is that if council is open to it, I could work with the clerk to find to call a special council meeting to deal with the patios. If we don't get through that debate and decision tonight, to call it at the earliest possible moment so we don't have to wait until September 29th. One possibility is doing it Friday at 3 p.m. And that's not a set date, but just to give you a sense that we could get this done a lot faster if that's council's will. So that's what I'm happy to propose, and otherwise we just kind of wait and see how the night goes, and then I can call that if necessary. So I just wanted to point that out as a point of procedure.
Thanks very much, Mayor Stewart. Maybe if you wanted to sort of, I'm not sure if you had a motion there, if you wanted to move forward with the recess and work out with the clerk the exact wording for that. Then we kind of have wording that everyone can see. Thank you.
I have to, thank you, Chair. I think I just have to wait and see what happens at 10 o'clock and see how far along we are. And then I'm happy to act accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. And Councillor Kirby-Young, you are on the floor with a point of procedure, or did you want to move this motion?
No, I'll just indicate, since the mayor's indicated he's going to do that a bit later and see how far we get through, I just will indicate my support and appreciation for that suggestion.
Okay. As a point of privilege.
Okay. As a point of privilege.
All right. Very good. If there's anyone else who has a point of privilege and would like to put themselves on the queue or call out point of privilege, we can go with it that way.
I'll point of privilege.
Yes, Councillor Carr.
Just related to the timing of that meeting, I am chairing the Metro Vancouver Climate Action Committee from 1 to 4 on Friday. So I don't believe all the schedules could have been checked, but I would have to take a leave of absence. I would not be able to start at 3.
Okay. And on my
point of privilege.
Okay, and yes, Councillor Hardwick.
I would just point out also that there is an informal working group meeting of the Auditor General project at 3:00 on Friday as well, which involves 6 of the councillors. Just wanted you to know.
Informal and special council meetings are different. That being said, council, I would suggest that this maybe what I could do is I'm going to ask the clerk to maybe poll council to see if there's enough of us available to have quorum for that meeting or to participate in that meeting.
Point of privilege.
Yes.
Yes, I'm happy to do that work, Chair, as soon as this meeting is completed, and just see how far. If we have to hear speakers, for example, or any of that stuff, I think we should just wait until we've closed this, and then I'm happy to work with the clerk to find a place that works for all your schedules, using my office resources as well, to contact your staff and to make that happen as soon as I possibly can.
Thanks so much. Wonderful. Well, I will. I will watch for that email myself, and thank you very much for. I'm sure if there are speakers that are currently listening, that information will be helpful for them. I'm wondering, is there anything we could do, or that you would suggest we do, Madam Clerk, to perhaps note that this may be a possibility at Van City Clerk for those who are listening?
So, Chair Dejanova, could you repeat your question again?
Is there any possibility, and would you suggest that it may be fit, or it may fit into the procedure, that it could be noted that this is a possibility if we don't get through debate and decision on item number 5, extending pop-up patios this fall and winter and making pop-up patios part of every summer in Vancouver.
Point of privilege?
Before 10 p.m. Yes. Sorry.
Point of privilege.
Yes.
I could suggest the clerk and I could work away on this as we're going through the debate.
Thanks. I just wanted to notify everyone. Of course.
Great.
Thanks so much.
And we'll get back to you, Council, shortly about the process. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so without further ado, does anyone have a motion to move? This is the end of the speakers list, is my understanding, and we've gone through all of the speakers. Unless I should check with the clerk. Jeff Lee was not on the line. Jeff Lee did not end up on the line. Is my understanding, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chair Dejanova, Jeff Lee is not on the line.
Okay, so does anyone have a motion? See, Councillor.
Happy to move staff recommendation.
Okay, I see Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue. Councillor,
That's fine.
please, do you want to put yourself on the queue? And if Councillor Kirby-Yung wants to move herself off the queue, or I'm not sure. Councillor Kirby-Yung, were you on the queue to do that?
I understood, perhaps I misinterpreted, that I was going to move to refer debate and decision on this to our next reserve date so that we could commence hearing speakers, because I understood from the mayor's comments that he would look at a special meeting, to complete the patio motion, but that we would still commence speakers this evening. That was my interpretation. So therefore I was going to move to refer debate and decision on the Granville Connector to the next reserve date.
Okay, so that's, you'd like
So
to
looking
move
for a signal from council if I have misinterpreted that, but that was what I had understood, as opposed to us using the rest of the time this evening on debate and decision.
Okay,
on
all
this
right.
item.
So you've moved a motion, and we can move to debate on that motion. Councillor Wiebe, it's my understanding, was going to move a different motion. If your motion does not move forward or pass, then we can entertain another motion, of course. Councillor Kirby, is there anything else you want to say to your motion? I'll
let council
hear your
speak to it.
timer start. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, it's a point. Yes, it is a point of procedure. Are we not moving a motion, debate and decision after it's been moved? So would not Councillor Wiebe's moving of the motion then precede a motion to move debate and decision to a future date?
It's my understanding we're on an item right now, and that item is what Councillor Kirby-Yung would like to move, because we didn't have a motion on the floor at the time. She was on the queue first, so I, following the rules, entertain that. And that's where we're at. If that fails, then we can move the motion and then decide what to do with the motion. But that's where we're at right now. So she's moved something. If you have any more questions, let me know. But I think the mayor had sort of offered that after we've gone through the staff recommendations. I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for him. That's how I heard it. But
as a further point of procedure, I wonder if you could just inform council, if we do not move the motion, does that mean that the speakers list remains open and that speakers can continue to sign up for this?
Speakers could not, it's my understanding, speakers could not continue to sign up before it past a certain time this morning. That was my understanding. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that is correct. The speakers list has closed.
Okay.
Okay.
So the speakers list is closed, and where we are right now is I had asked if anyone would like to move a motion. That can be the staff recommendations or something else. Usually our practice is to move the staff recommendations first. But that being said, that's not a hard rule in Robert's rules or in our procedural bylaw. Councillor Carr. So, Councillor Kirby-Young, anything more to your motion? And my apologies,
No, the motion's on the floor, and I just was leaving council to speak to it.
Okay. Councillor Dominato. To the motion moved by Councillor Kirby-Young.
Chair DeGenova?
Yes?
Could we get clarification on what the motion is? Is that to refer debate and decision to September 29th or October 5th?
I believe it was to, did you have?
It was to September 29th to the next reserve date.
Yeah, okay. September 29th, so it would be to the continuation of committee.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wish I could have, and probably should have used a point of parliamentary procedure to interject, because while everyone was talking, the clerk at 8:39 indicated it would be helpful if we referred debate and decision for the Granville Connector to the October 5th council meeting, and indicated that we have speakers holding on the line for the patio motion. And so I took the mayor's indication that that we could hear some of the speakers this evening since they're waiting on the line, and then he would enable us to have a special council meeting potentially on Friday or another date to complete that item given the urgency around small business. So I'm happy to support Councillor Kirby-Young's motion if September 29th is the preferred date. But I do think, given that we have people on the line right now, we should defer the debate and decision.
So okay, that's what you're saying to that. I am also trying to read the emails as we go through this, council. So thank you, Councillor Dominato, but I was just getting to that email as you'd mentioned that. Councillor Wiebe, to the motion to refer debate and decision on the staff report and presentation speakers.
No, I was online just to move the recommendation because I think it should be on the floor as a motion, and then we can make a decision. And I was hoping that we would finish this item, recognizing that we want to move forward. Lots of councillors talked about getting this work done. And I think that the goal would be to see and have the debate tonight, but I'm open to council if we're going to push it to a later date. And I really appreciate the mayor's comments of setting up a special meeting so we can listen to all the speakers on the patio motion, recognizing the timeliness of that motion.
Well, Councillor Wiebe, are those your comments in debate to this, or are you asking a question about?
No, those are just my comments. I think that we need to move forward as quickly as we can.
I didn't want to not answer your question. We deal with this motion first. If this doesn't move forward, then we deal with another motion, possibly. Councillor Hardwick, to the motion on the floor.
So I support pushing debate and decision on the Granville Connector and prioritizing speakers on the patio motion. The patio motion, as I think we've identified, is something that needs to be dealt with quickly. And I don't think the Granville Connector, I think it can wait till the 29th or whatever the next date is. But it doesn't need to be done as expeditiously as the patios do. So I'll support Councillor Kirby-Young's motion.
Okay. And Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'd like to amend that motion to change the date from September 29th to the one that was recommended by the clerk, which is our next council meeting. Or, I'm sorry, perhaps I think it's October 6th, but perhaps I could get confirmation from the clerk on that. Because we still have an incredibly long agenda for this meeting, and also we're not starting till later in the day on the 29th. So I think it makes more sense to be on the I think it's the 6th. Just as long as we can get confirmation that that is the date that the clerk was suggesting.
Okay, and I'll ask if I will ask the clerk to confirm that. I'll also ask if the clerk is confirming that, because the entire staff team presenting this would need to return instead of going through debate and decision.
Sure, Councillor Chair DeGenova. We do have September 29 reserved for council business, so it would be preferred if we can use that date for council business. The October 5th agenda and 6th are pretty heavy, so my recommendation would be to continue with the 29 as the reserve date.
Okay.
That's fine. I withdraw any motion.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Well, so you withdraw that? That's that you can do that, I believe. Let me ask the clerk. Clerk, can that be withdrawn, or do we need a vote?
You're in committee, so you don't need a seconder, and it would have been on the floor, so council would agree to have it withdrawn unanimously.
Okay. All right. And may I just do yays and nays for that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All in favor of withdrawing the amendment to move this to the meeting in October, as noted by the clerk, and instead to have debate and decision on item number 2, the Granville Bridge Connector and Drake Street improvements. Instead, come back to the date that was set out before by Councillor Kirby-Yung in her original motion, which was September 29th. So I just need to know, everyone in favor of allowing that withdrawal?
Yay.
Yay. Anyone opposed? Hearing none opposed, that's withdrawn. Okay, back to the main motion that we have, that we would defer this and move on with item number 5. I see no one else on the queue. I'm just going to wait a few seconds. I want to make sure that everyone's been heard. And then I will, I'll move us to a vote on this, or I'll ask the clerk to move us to a vote on this. Council, please vote on screen.
Sorry.
Yes.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege. I'm sorry. Could you repeat what we are voting on?
Of course, that's a perfect point of privilege. We are voting on Councillor Kirby-Young's referral motion to refer item number 2.
Got it. Okay, got it.
Over
Thank you.
to September 29th. And Councillor Dominato and Councillor Bly, I need you to vote on screen, please. Thanks. Okay, and that passes with no one opposed. All right, and then we are, Council, just give me one moment, and I'm sure, do we have all of the speakers ready to go for item number 5, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do have some speakers already dialed in, so we will continue to reach out.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Just shifting over here, Council, in my script, as we had changed over a few things, and we are now on item 5 on our agenda, which is an item that was referred from the regular council meeting. The item is extending pop-up patios this fall and winter and making pop-up patios a part of every summer in Vancouver, which was moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung and seconded by Councillor Dominato. And I'd just like to I understood that, yes, Councillor Wiebe, you're on the queue.
Yeah, I would just like to declare a conflict of interest because of my interests in multiple locations that have patios and would benefit from this motion. So I'll be calling a conflict and we'll have to step away from the rest of the proceedings.
Thanks very much, and I'll ask the clerk to declare you on the voting screen as declared in conflict. Thank you. All right, and then council, we now will move on to speakers. Our first speaker on this item is again Charles Gauthier. Here in the capacity as President and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association. And I understand that Mr. Gauthier is joining us via phone. Are you on the line, Mr. Gauthier?
Charles Gauthier, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. You know the drill. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council, and I will start your timer now. Oh, I am supposed to ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Yes, I am.
Thanks. Go ahead.
I'm here representing the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, and I'm speaking in support of Councillor Kirby-Young's motion. I'm going to use the time as efficiently as I can here. We did a survey that we sent up last week to the 34 restaurants in our DVBIA district that have temporary patios to gauge and get some feedback from them in regards to their experience with the patios. And the cutoff date was Monday, this past Monday, to get the survey results back. And we had 50% of our restaurants complete the survey. So that was pretty good for us in terms of a quick survey response. So I'll just go through the questions and what we heard. What increase in sales would you attribute to your patio? Actually, I'm sorry, I'll go back one question. No, that's correct. So our first question was, what increase in sales would you attribute to your patio? And the majority said 47%, that it contributed less than 25%. But then the second most popular response was 23% said that it increased their sales between 25 and 50%. The next question we had is, would you reinstall your temporary patio again next year? All the respondents said that they would. We then asked them, would you apply for a patio again if there is no longer a pandemic and the need for physical distancing? 94%, 16 of the respondents said that they would. And then we asked, if the temporary patios were allowed to remain permanently, what would you do with yours? We had 10 or 58% of the respondents said they would keep the patio operating all year only if there was weather protection that would be permitted, such as roof and heaters. The next response was 23%. They'd close the patio for the winter and reinstall next year. And 17%, they would keep the patio operating all year as it currently is, but they wouldn't add any kind of protection. So the vast majority said they needed to have the enclosures, the heaters, things that would make it comfortable for their guests. And what I want to then share with you is just a couple of comments. We had a comment section on the survey, and I'll just read them verbatim. The temporary patio has greatly benefited our business during the COVID-19 relaunch. Given the current situation, it will likely take years for the economy to recover. It will be great for the city, or if the city allowed patios to remain permanently with the added enhancements. Another respondent said the patios are a huge success. Another respondent said, this is essential for the survival of my business at this point. And then the last one I'll share with you, the street patio kept additional staff working, as well as provided a great option for guests to sit in an outdoor area. We were very pleased with the patio and the leadership the city took to make this possible. Thanks to the city and the BIA for helping our business at a difficult time. And I'll end it there.
Very efficient. Thank you very much. And you do have questions from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, questions to the speaker.
Yes, thanks for your devotion, Mr. Gauthier, to staying late to speak to us on our various items and for the work that you do. I just am curious, you talked about the fact that 94% of the respondents to your survey said that they would keep or want a patio through the winter if they could have roofs and heaters. I'm interested in the part about heaters. You know, I have a concern about heaters, which might generate more greenhouse gases. What would be a solution that would enable your members to be able to have patios with heaters through the winter, and how might the city be able to help facilitate it that are electric or in some way certainly do not generate GHGs?
I know that there is another speaker lined up that could talk about his experience with electric heaters versus using a fossil fuel heater. He's number 7 on your list. If you get to him, I think he might be the best one that could answer that question in terms of the alternatives. My recollection is that he feels that electric heaters don't necessarily disperse the heat in a way that's adequate for an outdoor environment. But again, I think it's best to ask him that question.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks so much. That's your questions, Councillor Carr.
Yep.
And the next speaker is Theodora Lamb. As the Executive Director of the Strathcona BIA. And we would ask you to state if you're a resident of Vancouver before you proceed with your 5 minutes.
Chair DiGenova, can you hear me okay?
I can. Thanks so much for joining us so late.
Thank you. I am a resident of Vancouver. Yes, my name is Theodora Lamb, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Strathcona Business Improvement Association as its Executive Director. As Council and Mayor know, we are an organization that represents 44 city square blocks, over 850 businesses and properties in East Vancouver. And we have many food and beverage businesses. We're also rich with breweries, and we are in full support of Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young's motion here, with particular emphasis on the direction to staff to support efforts on the flexibility of pop-up patios for breweries that carry a lounge license. I think you're going to hear lots of different testimony from different speakers tonight in support of this motion. I hope very much so. Through these truly difficult times, we've had direct testimony from our members who have set up temporary patios, how it's literally been the difference from, shutting down their doors versus being able to keep going, and to have that extension into winter is it really extending a lifeline. I also, 1 second, honey. I'm sorry, my son's here. 1 second. 1 second. Let me just finish, okay? Let me just finish. I really want to thank staff and council for the innovation that went into allowing for the pop-ups in the first place, for the fast tracking of permits for the pop-ups, for waiving the fees. And this motion really extends that innovation in my eyes and in the eyes of my members. It gives a lot of credit to the businesses themselves who know what's best for their community, for their customers, for their business, and allows them to work with space in new ways. So I thank you for all of your effort on this, and I do hope you will approve the motion. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. And there aren't any questions for you, but thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Okay. And our next speaker is speaker number 4, Stephen Reagan.
Oh, what happened to
Here
speaker number 3?
Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry. That was me flipping the page before I should have. I apologize. Patricia Barnes. I apologize to Patricia. And you're here in the capacity as the Executive Director of the Hastings North Business Improvement Association. And I'm supposed to ask you if you are a resident of Vancouver before I give you 5 minutes to speak to council.
Yes, I am a resident of the City of Vancouver.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Patricia Barnes speaking as the Executive Director for the Hastings North BIA, and I too, of course, am speaking in support of Councillor Kirby-Young's motion. I can tell you that it has been a lifeline for many of my businesses. In fact, I was having lunch at one of my patios on Friday, and she said to me that since March 15th, nobody has been in her restaurant. They have only eaten outside on the patio, and the patio is what's keeping her business going, and she has done a remarkable job of that patio, and we are so thankful to continue to have Dachi as one of our businesses in the East Village. I also know that a number of my distilleries and my breweries are only surviving as well because they are able to invite people onto the patios, and they are all listening and hoping and keeping their fingers crossed that they can continue with the patio program into the winter for those that can, and our fingers are crossed that it will continue as a seasonal program into the future. I know many of them are starting to look at how they can comfortably seat people outside in the winter and are looking forward to hearing of the continued innovation from City Council and staff. So we thank you for everything that you have done and for helping our small businesses in this difficult time. And
Thanks
I will
very
cut
much.
it off there.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. And you don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Speaker number 4. Thank you. Now we're at speaker number 4. Stephen Reagan, here in the capacity as the executive director of the West End Business Improvement Association. And I'm to ask you if you are a resident of the city of Vancouver before I hand over the 5 minutes to you to speak to council.
First of all, I just want to make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me, Councillor DeGenova?
I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Yes, so I'm a resident of Burnaby currently. I was born in Vancouver and married in Vancouver, resident of Burnaby.
Great neighbor, Burnaby. Go ahead.
Yes. We have, as you said, I'm the executive director with the West End Business Improvement Association. So we have businesses and commercial properties that we represent on Davie, Denman, and Robson. I believe we had just north of 24 patio extensions through the program, 2 within a designated plaza, the Jim Diva Plaza, and 5 as part on the sidewalk as part of an experimental situation where the patios were positioned on the sidewalk and the sidewalk itself, the pedestrian movements happened on the curb lane. So there was some innovation. I echo what Patricia had said and other speakers with a big thank you to Councillor Kirby-Young and all of City Council and a big hats off to city staff. We know this was a challenging file and the devil was really in the details in lots of these patio locations and staff up and down the whole list were fantastic and very responsive and cared a lot and wanted to make sure they got it right. So we do appreciate that. I'm speaking in support of the motion to extend and as well as the motion to or the part of the motion to look at an annual spring summer reoccurring program. We think that would be terrific. One of the things we've heard from businesses and you could probably appreciate is just the certainty, knowing what's coming, being able to plan capital and HR through a pandemic and all the public health orders. It's a very difficult time. So the more certainty, the longer the time horizons, the better. Very much appreciate the waiving of the fees during this most difficult time for these businesses. Most of these patios wouldn't have happened without that piece. The BIA, we did a lot of planning and some investment with supplies and other things to help along. So it was a real team effort, and I know the businesses appreciated it. The one thing a couple things I'd ask is that continued effort and push by council and then staff really picking up the spirit of it and the technical details. We need to innovate in the winter. If these patio extensions, particularly if they're separated from the buildings and on a curb lane, weatherproofing and mitigating some of the conditions is absolutely going to be critical. We'd really like to explore further sidewalk patios with the wraparound kind of the room to move on the curb lane. We think that's got a lot of merit, especially in the fall and winter. We know there's issues. And additionally, things like shipping containers customized. Some of you will be familiar with how they're utilized in other destinations, but we don't have to look much further than North Vancouver and Lonsdale to see some pretty